So very good morning here from the Lucas Street in St. Philip with the St. Philip team. Two St. Philip teams, as a matter of fact. The home team, the Windward, they're up against the ESAF field Pickwick for a fourth round encounter of the Elite BCA Division 2026 season. Two teams who are just jostling positions in the middle of the table, and it's looking forward to be an excellent day here at Lucas Street. Conditions are fantastic. It's a fantastic day for cricket. Lovely breeze coming across the outfield, and with me we'll go to the toss as we have our producer just handing over to the toss. So welcome to Lucas Street for this fourth round encounter in the Elite BCA Division 2026 season. We are here at the home side, the Windwards. They're up against the ESAF field Pickwick, and I have with me match referee Mr. Winston Dorridge. We have the home captain Tino Roach Jr. and the captain of the ESAF field Pickwick, Rohan Ryan. Match referee Mr. Dorridge, he's going to hand over the coin to Tino Roach, the home captain. Tino. Windmill is the call. It's a coat of arms. So, the home team, Winward have won the toss. Tino Roach, your decision?
We're going to have a ball first.
You're coming back into this team after some injuries and the surgery. Welcome back. Your decision for having this ball first?
Obviously, Wicket looks a dry one. Probably having some moisture with the rain yesterday and stuff. So just for us to come and get as much points as possible bowling ways and they set it up.
Yes, narrowly just missing a victory in your previous game, but sure you're here up against a good Pickwick side, and you're sure you'll be looking for a victory in this encounter.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, well, thank you very much for that, Tino. All the best in this encounter. Rohan Ryan, captain of the ESAF field Pickwick. Losing the toss, Rohan, if you had won the toss, what would be your decision?
We would have had a bat today. Conditions look decent for batting, and especially playing away from home, I believe anytime the wicket looks half decent, have a bat. Okay, so that's pretty much worked out in your favour. Any new players from your last game which you lost against the Spartan side? Yeah, we have a couple changes. Ivan Grant comes back in. Rondre, Antonio Morris and Preston Clark, they're out. Also Joaquin Fort, Ivan Grant, Tino Best. Chatario Prescott is coming back for injury, as well as our veteran Jared Jilts. He's back in today as well to lengthen the batting. Well,
good to see the veterans back in. Well, thank you very much for that, Rohan. All the best to you. So, thank you. So, the news from the middle is that the home side, the Windward, they won the toss and they've opted to field first. So, there you have it. News from the middle. The home side, the Windward, winning the toss and opting to field, just inserted the ESAF field Pickwick to have a first knot. With me, I have the marketing and communications manager of the Barbados Cricket Association, Stephen Leslie. Good afternoon, Stephen Leslie.
Hi, good afternoon, Andy. I hope you're doing well.
All is well with me. Yourself?
I'm doing okay. I'm very happy to be here at the Windward Ground. As you know, one of the most picturesque venues on the island, and we've got, as we said earlier, a clash of the two St. Philip teams. And most importantly, the fact that we've been able to continue initiative that we at the Barbados Cricket Association wanted to be able to provide to not just the viewers, but persons who are very interested in the game of cricket. The opportunity to have live commentary of a featured game of the series, and this being the fourth series of matches, we've chosen the Women versus Pickwick game, and again, hopefully we'll have a very good contest over the next 3 days.
Yeah, we look forward to a contest, but a production that the Barbados Cricket Association has come together. I mean, it lends to a good breeding ground for some of these younger players that can send their CVs all over the world, and they have the footage. So a great initiative on the part of the Barbados Cricket Association. How pleased are they to be handling this, Stephen?
Well, Andy, one of the things that you just said rightfully, you have a different number of opportunities to be able to present to just not teams, but we've assembled a group of very experienced commentators. We've got yourself. We are, for the first time, introducing Phil Wallace, who's a former Barbados West Indies player. We've got Philip Hackett and also Lyndon Boogie Maillard. So we have that mixture of experienced individuals, and we would have had for the first 3 series a number of individuals with Sean Hackett, Ryan Holder, definitely being part of the team. And we're trying to pull together a production that is really one that you can package. You can allow persons from outside of the island, persons who are on the island, both the public and private sector, can also get involved in being part of this wonderful production. And critically, you can utilize the skills of the players in themselves being individuals who you would want to be able to see what they're doing in terms of expressing themselves on the field of play. So this initiative is one that we want to be able to build on, to be able to improve series by series, and hopefully we have something that we can all be proud of.
Yes, and should be very proud of Stephen, like you said, the viewership. How have that been received from on behalf of the Barbados Cricket Association?
Well, Gary Bell and his team from Bell Imagery has provided us with those numbers, and they've been improving steadily. It's really pleasing to see how the numbers have been going. And one of the things you want to do is, even though you're getting good numbers, you want persons to be able to watch something that is of a standard quality that improves consistently. So the numbers are very good so far, and I'm sure as we continue to work on the different aspects of the game. Again, we have a cricket game, as I told you earlier, at the Four Square Oval. Before we here at the Lucas Street venue, we had a game at the Queen's Park cricket ground. So we are going across the length and breadth of Barbados, and we hope to be able to provide wonderful cricket for the viewers.
Well, I want to say thank you, Stephen Leslie, for your informative views coming from you, marketing and communications manager, as the first delivery being delivered there by Jarian Hoyt. It looks like Ivan Grant is the opening batter. Just say thank you, Stephen. As Philip Hackett, he's going to come in and join me for this commentary from the beautiful Lucas Street ground. It's immaculate, I can tell you. It seems to be very well manicured. Lovely outfield. The greenery, this is probably the greenest part of the island we've seen all season. So looking forward for a emphatic match. It's going to be Hoyt. He's going to continue to Ivan Grant as that one goes through to the keeper. So welcome Philip Hackett to the production for the first time. Good afternoon, Philip.
Good afternoon to you, Andy. Good afternoon to all of our viewers.
Very fantastic looking outfield here at Lucas Street. Lush. I mean, probably the greenest part of the country that we've seen, Philip, going around.
But yeah, just with every aspect of the conditions here, would tempt you to want to be here. In fact, if you were just passing by casually, you probably won't want to leave, because not only the lush outfield, the lovely wind, so you're cool. You know, and the cricket, you know, the cricket is the cricket. You always get that intrigue and so on with the local competition.
Yes, Philip. Two teams based very much in St. Philip, so call it a clash of the Philippines. I can tell you, I just here to endeavour to run through the ESAF field Pickwick side. He said they lost the toss and they were inserted to bat. It'll be led by Rohan Ryan. He's the captain. Ivan Grant, who you've seen out there as your opener. Simmons, Craig Holder, Kyle Hope, Shamar Ford, Gerard Jilts, the veteran. He's in. Zonda Baptiste, Jatario Prescott, Rashid Edwin, and the ever-present Tino Bess. Think about that lineup, Philip. A very interested team. Haven't missed out some players from their last game where they lost in Queen's Park to the Spartans side.
Yeah, I like how you described Tino Bess, the ever-present. I mean, this guy must really love cricket. You know, fast bowler. And but I haven't seen him yet this season. But up to when I saw him last season, he was still you know, sometimes the faster bowlers, when they get in the evening of the years, they tend to switch to off spin or something like that. But as far as I'm aware, in fact, I was listening to a game earlier this season, and he was bowling quite quickly, according to the commentator.
Yes, 45 years of age and still very quick. It seems to be the first runs off the bat there of Ivan Grant. So he's away. Pickwick scores away. And yes, I'm sure we'll hopefully try to get Tino Bess into our midst sometime during this game, as we'll be having a very interesting talk about pace bowlers over the past week.
Oh yes.
With that, Philip, I've also mentioned to you we'll get the Windward side in a bit.
But if you look a bit more at the Pickwick side, though, a couple of players here. Zondra Baptiste coming through the combined school system. Of course, Barbados Youth. Jatario Prescott as well. So good to see the youngsters coming through the school system. And then if you look at the list, you've got some guys who came through the system much earlier, long ago, or a while back. Let's say Rohan Ryan, for example. All these guys came through the school system. So good to see that they've gone on to clubs and making a difference.
Yeah, so you're seeing the boundary at the completion of the overs. So the first over is completed. That one angled into the hip of your Simmons and worked to a vacant fine leg region to pick up the first four. So at the end of over number one, being inserted to bat the ESAF Pickwick, they're 5 for no loss. Philip.
Yes, pretty quiet start to the proceedings here. As I was saying, the physical conditions are quite good. The field, as you pointed out, lush green. Lots of cloud, but not the sort of cloud that you expect to bring rain anytime soon, and the sun just a haze basically. So with the strong wind blowing, it's comfortable for players and spectators alike. So just 1 without loss. In fact, 5 without loss. The one boundary that we've had so far to Mackay Simmons and Yvonne Grant, who you've seen him in the middle order, you see him at the top of the innings. Interesting to know where he is most comfortable.
He's that type of utility player. Philip, one of those very attractive players once he gets going. His father would have been a Barbados player.
Oh yes,
speaking about Adrian Grant, yeah, who's also a very attractive player in the middle order for the Pickwick side and also for Barbados. So you know, his offspring and Yvonne Grant just filling that role really. He played a couple of 18 matches for Barbados. I'm sure the bigger picture is ahead of him trying to press into the first team.
And when you talk about Adrian Grant, difficult to talk about Adrian Grant without remembering his partner in crime, if you will, Clinton Sentinel.
Again, and a couple of his sons. We had a privilege of seeing one of his sons being in action for the Wildy in one of our earlier encounters. So here it is, the off spinner of Griffith. He's the man opening the bowling from this, what we'll call that, the southern end, Philip. And he's,
well, yeah.
Yes, on the southern end.
So the breeze quite strong today here at Winward. Lovely day in St. Philip, as you said, 2 St. Philip teams, and interesting to note the amount of high-level cricket, if you will, that our teams that are in St. Philip. You can mention a few of them.
Yes, there are a couple of matches being in this division around the St. Philip area. There's a game at Brayton where the youth, they're playing there.
That seems to be their home ground.
Their home ground now, and then also at Rice's over the other side in Foul Bay there. They have the Gladiola side, which is leading the tournament so far in the points. They're playing home today as well. So it's Griffith, who's been doing pretty well in this start of the Elite Division, coming over from the youth, the Barbados youth, and in his first full season here, he's picked up 2 5-wicket hauls already for the season, Philip.
Yes, he has done quite well. I had a chat with him much early in the season, and he, a very confident youngster. And here's hoping that he can continue. In fact, in the last match, he was off the field for a bit, and I felt that significantly helped the opponents to actually draw the game. That was wonders they're up against.
Yes, narrowly missing out there for a victory. Was the home side up against the Wanderers, like you rightfully said, getting down to some 9 wickets before the umpires called time on the day's play and had to leave it a draw in that encounter.
Yeah, Griffith has really done well this season.
There's another young player in Mackay Simmons who's just trying to make his name going for the ESAF field Pickwick. Very nice looking young batter. I like how he comes out to the slow ball and fill up. But he just needs to get a score. I think he's been having a few starts, but just needs to carry on.
Yeah, very much so. But the other thing I wanted to add to that is that you've got your opening batsmen, and so often nowadays, because of the mindset, I suppose, of captains and teams, you're opening batsman, but you are facing spin quite early. Now that's good and it's bad. It gives you the opportunity to maybe get to play spin a bit more. Of course, if you're opening and the paces are bowling and you bat for 11 times, you will get to play spin. But my concern is, you know, that as an opener, you want to be tested against that quite often. And I can even look to the regional competition where we had Sifa Scooper. That Tobago doing so well against Barbados. But there were no real pacers to test him, and I'm anxiously keenly awaiting the final against Ghana, where he will have to come up against people like Shamar Joseph and
Kimo Paul,
and Niall Smith. You know, and I say that not because I don't wish him well, but I want to see him tested, because here's a young player who's obviously looking to go places. And when you go places, you will not come up in earth ball cricket against spin in the first or second over. You've got to learn to deal with the pace.
So here you see Grant as the third over begins. There are 8 for no loss at the end of 2. He's picking up a couple as he shot that one behind point. Just getting tall on that one, Philip, and playing it behind point and picking up a couple. Yep, but carry on as you were saying.
Well, yeah. So that's the thing. You know, it's one thing to have your spinners bowling the ball in white ball cricket. But I guess I'm old school. Unless if you are on the last day of a game or something like that, and the pitch is really favoring the spinners, I can understand that. But it's kind of like weird to see the very first day of a game, you're bowling first, and you've got to exercise your spin options. I think that's a worrying thing from the point of view of our national cricket.
Yes, that's a good point, son. This is some things that you and I will have discussion too a bit earlier in the week on another program. But you just need to see the pacers being exposed, and it needs the surfaces to give them that assistance. Here he is. We see a pitch which is seems green in nature, but you've also seen young Kamari Griffith extracting quite a bit of spin from his first over with the new ball. So surfaces is something that needs to be looked at as well to see what kind of assistance we can lend to these faster men. I see that one over first slip and going down to the third man boundary as Grant. He's picked up his first boundary, just crossing the rope now as the Pickwick team. They're moving along slowly. 4 runs to Grant.
Yeah, 14 without loss here in the third over, and Grant and Mackay Simmons looking to give the team a pretty good start here. As you said, Mackay Simmons, a young man who's trying to make his way. Yvonne Grant, a player who you could almost say stop start type of career so far. Did get the chance to play in some matches for Barbados. I guess you can say A team or B team, however you want to describe it. But I suppose too, knowing his dad and the level that he played at, there's always that expectation that the children always under pressure to follow the parents' footsteps.
And that's so there's just the expectation really, but a very attractive bowler like we said. He's had a few heavy seasons. I think his scoring has gone a little bit off the boil of recent, but still a good enough player that he can come good on any given day. And I'm sure himself, as is the ESAF Field Pickwick team, will hope that today is that day.
Of course. He's got a decent start so far. Jarian Hoyt, the sole pacer that we've seen in the attack at this point in time. Of course, Winward side opening with Hoyt, the medium fast bowler, and the off spinner Kamari Griffith.
Seeing a good delivery, just beating Grant outside the off, just a bit uncertainty, not sure if to get on the front foot or on the back foot, and you saw him there just lagging into the crease, and the delivery just going through to the keeper. So a good delivery there by Jarian Hoyt. And with that, Philip, just now we said we want to get to you viewers, the team that's put out here by the Winward Club. And we have Tennyson Rhodes Jr. He's the captain. Seth Agard, Micah Greenwich, Joshua Branch, Rico Wiggins, Jaden Roberts, Shamar Prasad, Latrell Greenwich, the wicket keeper, Maxwell Lewis, and Kamari Griffith, and Jarian Hoyt, the man who's just sent down the third over for the Winward side.
Yes, Tennyson Roach is back. He was out injured early in the season. Still came to the game, was here virtually, I think, every day, and very much involved in what was going on, but not in the 11. And the captain at that point was Jarian Hoyt. But Roach has come back, and he's showing that it's his team because he's back apparently as captain.
Well, yes, very well to see him back on the park. Like you said, he's encountered a little bit of an open heart surgery early in the year, Philip. And kudos to see the young man putting in the work and getting back out here on the park with his. And I'm sure he'll be looking forward for his turn with a bat, as it's going to be Griffith to continue to Simmons. The score remains 14 for no loss, Philip.
Well, I think, lots of thanks to the father and to all concerned who have been able to help him to deal with that challenge and to get him back on the park.
Here you see a delivery hit over the top. It's not like Lewis who's selling under it, and he drops it, Philip. So chance goes down for young Mackay Simmons, trying to hit that one over the top, not getting all of it. I see a running man, and Maxwell Lewis running back from Lawan and couldn't hold on to that one. So the Pickwick side, they've got themselves a chance.
Well, as they often say, he did all the hard work. He was never got into a position where he could settle and wait for it. He was on the move, and you could see him judging it and so on. He thought he did a good job to track it down and got to it high enough that I really thought he could have done better.
Yes, I thought he got into a good position in the end. Like you said, he wasn't as settled as you'd like to be, but just defying young Griffith of picking up an early scout. But it brings the tall right-hander in Ivan Grant. And on this occasion, he gets all of that one, hitting it over the side screen for the first maximum of the afternoon. 6 to Ivan Grant, a fantastic shot.
The Grant obviously wasn't concerned about what had happened in the delivery before when Simmons tried maybe something similar and miscued it and was almost caught. This time Grant threw everything behind it, and how often we see that happen to bowlers. You know, a catch goes down or there's a misfield, and then you're the one who has to pay.
Yeah, on that occasion, just seeing Griffith getting a bit full. Like you said, Grant, a taller of the two batters, so he's gotten a bit closer to the reach. And on that occasion, I think it's almost ball really full of on nature. No real spin on that occasion, and hitting that one well over the top. Well played by Ivan Grant. Here he is, just going for another aggressive shot. This time he's come off the inner portion of the bat and goes all the way out to backward square where he'll pick up another couple. But just showing his intentions to the off spinner is Ivan Grant.
Well, yes, the off spinner too, who I think they'll, if they've done their research, they will recognize as an off spinner who's a threat. So if they can establish any psychological advantage over him, and you don't want him to start and build confidence. As you know, spinners operate more in confidence, maybe even than the pacer, who has the psychological advantage of maybe putting some fear in the batsman's heart. But the spinner doesn't have that. So, you know, you've got to be confident if you're going to be, you know, flighting the ball and so on. So if they can get on top of them early, that can make a difference.
Oh, he's gone. And he's out, caught behind. A quicker delivery there, Philip, from the off spinner. Ivan Grant playing on the back foot and getting an edge. And the keeper, Latrell Greenwich, coming up with a neat catch. So first wicket goes down for the Pickwick side.
I've seen Kamari Griffith quite a bit this season, Andy, and when he is on the ball, things happen. Good things happen. In this very over, a catch going down. He was struck for 6, and as we watch it again, the catch taken there, of course, Grant seems to have other ideas. I tend to be quite frank as we watch the replay again. Let's see if we can pick up anything here, get some indication. I can't really tell much from that. Got to go with the umpire there, but I don't pay so much attention to that nowadays, Andy, because I realize that, and by that I mean a batsman not thinking he's out, because unless his stumps are flat on the ground nowadays, batsmen are very reluctant to go. And yes, he may have had a hard decision, but I don't worry too much about that either. You know why? Television has shown us that even the best umpires in the world make mistakes. Now, if you've got a guy who does this for a living, and that's his daily bread, he feeds his family off of umpiring international matches, and they make mistakes. What do you say to guys who come out on Saturday afternoons after working a whole week?
Well, I can tell you, well, the players seem to end up in unison, and I thought it was a very confident appeal from the wicketkeeper. Had the support of the bowler, and more importantly, Lamar Clark is the man entrusted to officiate this game alongside Ayana Holder. There are 2 officials, but Clark ruled that that one hit the outside edge, and Latrell Greenwich came up with a neat catch. So as much as we can speculate, and as Grant can speculate, that's the man with the final call.
Well, if he hit it, then he's gone, and if he didn't, tough luck.
So the new batter, this will be the captain, Rohan Ryan, who gets off the mark immediately. A delivery played quietly into the offside and got good response from Simmons, and he gets off the mark, taking the score up to 24 for 1 at the completion of 4 overs.
Yeah, I can tell you that there'll be times when yes, Andy, there'll be times when you hit it and the umpire says no. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not saying that you should not be disappointed, but I think it's really becoming too much of an unwanted feature of the game where batsmen stay around for a very long time after being dismissed. I don't know, maybe you may have to address that in terms of the penalties that one may have to pay.
Well, we don't have the replays of the umpires, the third umpire's decision. So without the commentator and all that new technology, so we have to be go with what the men in the middle are making those decisions.
And there's a reason why those things were invented. If it was expected that the umpires would get everything right without that technology, I don't think they would have invested in it. So the reality is that, you know, you don't get it right every time. And I'm not suggesting that it was wrong this time. I'm simply making a comment because of the reaction of the batsman.
Hoyt continues into Captain Rohan Ryan, who's solidly in behind that and just defending. Yeah, but Philip, so far, your observations as to the nature of the pitch?
So far, I think it's it seems early days yet, but it seems to be what I would call a fairly sporting pitch. Hoyt seems to be, well, the important thing is putting the ball in the right places. We've seen some deliveries that have touched down and beaten the bat. Kamari Griffith seems to be enjoying the conditions as well. I can't say the pitch is devilish or unfair. We haven't seen that yet. So I would say it seems to be a good sporting pitch so far.
Yeah, even Stephen so far with the new ball, just picking up that early wicket of Ivan Grant is Kamari Griffith. So he continues his good season here at the Windward team, picking up the early scout. But yeah, good sporting pitch so far. We've seen some positive shots from Grant before he was dismissed. And now you see Ryan looking very confident. Again, one on the fuller side and defended back into the offside. But if you look around for the field, interested field there with winning the toss, they've just got those 3 men in those catching regions and 2 slips in the gully. There's also got a backward point, a man that cover mid-off, mid-on, a short man in front square on the onside, and a fine leg.
Yes, the field would suggest that they don't see the pitch as a devilish one either. I mean, there's an argument that one could make for a third slip, but at the same time, they've got that sitting mid off. So I think sometimes we get carried away and think that, you know, you always need 3 slips and 2 gullies and forward short leg and it works. But sometimes you just got to judge the captain to read the situation and determine where you're most likely to get a wicket and where you're actually striving to get a wicket.
Yeah, mode of dismissals comes very much into it.
And that can be influenced not only by what the ball is attempting to do, but by who's bowling to.
You see one just turned quietly into the onside by Rohan Ryan. Short in length on that occasion from Hoyt, as also a no ball. No ball, as you see, being signaled there by Ayana Holder, one of our female umpires at the domestic level, doing a fantastic job, young Ayana Holder.
I'm talking about following in your father's footsteps. Of course, her father is not an umpire, and some may say thank God. just to tease our colleague Wayne Holder a bit, but who's also been on the stream actually. But following in her father's footsteps in terms of her love for cricket and her involvement, and I'll say a bit more about that in a minute.
So see Hoyt just closing out that the 5th over. ESAF field Pickwick just being inserted to bat by the home side of Winward. There are 26 for 1.
But yes, Wayne and I have done quite a bit of commentary, radio commentary together over the years, and I remember there were very few times that we've made, well, not only radio commentary but coverage of cricket in various ways, involvement in cricket, and very often he would have his daughter with him. And, I mean, I'm talking about when she was primary school age, even through to secondary school, and it obviously was invested. The influence was there, and she is probably in some ways more immersed in cricket, or in a more variety of ways than Wayne, because she's also very competent in terms of doing what we're doing as an analyst. You know, you have her on talk shows, especially anything cricket, let's talk, and she is also into media. She can write and so on, so she's very rounded in terms of her cricket involvement. Yeah,
and you know, she's done some of the age group games in our Cricket West Indies tournaments. She's been one. I think she's going to be doing some officiating in some of the age group cricket coming up, going in a couple of months. Maybe I think it's the ladies tournament on the under 19s. I think that's what I've been told, that Ayana is going to be doing some officiating in some of those matches.
I think she's also a competent scorer, if I remember correctly. So she's been involved, or she's involved in many different ways.
Here it is again. See that quicker delivery from Griffith to Simmons, who's just played it behind point and picking up another single. So taking the score up to, I think it's 28 for one. See Simmons, he moves to 8. Rohan Ryan, the captain, he comes in to strike. He's on 8. But a very breezy afternoon here at Lucas Street.
Oh yes. I'm sure you can hear the wind in our microphones lasting away, but well, I mean, you've played a lot of cricket at this level, you know, domestic competition. It wasn't elite in your day, although you know you've had a touch of the elite as well. I think you have.
Oh yeah, I did.
I know you played First Division recently with Maple. That was up to last season.
Yeah, but the introduction of Elite, I would have a couple of games with Maple when they were then in Elite.
Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough. So we can hold you part responsible then for Maple's exit from the Elite. Then. Can't escape that.
Well, I mean, I wasn't in the team then, but yes, I would have been.
Okay, we'll excuse
that. Yes.
We'll excuse it.
We've seen on this occasion a lovely shot there by Simmons, getting all of that one on this occasion. One wide outside the awesome arms given, and he's gone all the way through that for his first 6, the second 6 of the innings, as you saw that one just a bit wide and full, and he got a full extension of his arms and pick up a boundary via the 6 route there, Philip.
And a 6 over extra cover is always a sight to behold. I remember going back many years to the current West Indies coach when he was still a player, and you know, players will have their critics, and I remember there was someone who said that tried to discredit Sammy by saying that he can only play on the onside, and very shortly after that he was watching some games, and there was Sammy going over cover and extra cover for 6 as well. So you didn't hear that debate after that.
Here's the delivery wider and quicker this time, trying to execute the similar shot and going true to the keeper as yet another over comes to an end. At the end of 6 overs being inserted to bat. The Pickwick side, there are 35 for 1, Philip.
So Grant promised much, 15 off 15, and was very disappointed to be not caught behind, but he had to go. And now it's up to Robin Ryan, who to my mind has done a good job in terms of showing responsibility with the bat. Now this is not a player who, let's say, is a big name player or a player who people would have been watching all along, looking maybe to get into a Barbados side or beyond, but a good hard fighter and a guy who will buckle down and really try to help his team.
Yes, he has. Seeing how he's just doing that hard work. You see a short delivery, excellent stop. A very good piece of feeling there for that man from the mid-on, just coming around and essaying a fantastic shot stop.
But yes, excellent work in the field. That lifts the spirit of the bowlers, especially a fast bowler. You're toiling, and you don't want to see runs being leaked. So that's always excellent support. I believe that's Rico Wiggins there. But yes, Jarian Hoyt, a young player too, who was, let's say, showing encouraging signs. And this is not a suggestion he's not showing encouraging signs now, but I would say that, you know, he's been tracked from early. Played with Empire at one stage, I believe, and then came across here. Seemed to have done well. In fact, he was the captain while Roach was recuperating.
Yeah, and good to see a fast bowler being entrusted in that leadership role. You know, many a times we don't tend to go to the faster bowlers for the captaincy. So good to see Jarian Hoyt being entrusted with the leadership role at this Windward side.
But it's always good when some of these unnecessariness are proven to be just that. Why can't a captain be a fast bowler if he understands the game and is prepared to do what is necessary to lead his team?
Yes, well, they've been doing pretty well, like we said, just narrowly not coming to a victory in the previous round against the Windward side. but they've had good showing so far. That man, we were hoping that we would have seen a Jordan Reefer, who's not in this game, but unfortunately we were hoping that we could have seen his form, as he's been in very good form, Jordan Reefer, for the Windward side this season.
Yes, you were saying he's absent because.
I will get that information for you.
Oh,
but,
okay.
yeah,
No, I thought I missed it when I was focusing on something else.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we are not going to get to see him in this game, Philip.
We're not going to get to
see.
Well, actually, I saw quite a bit of him in the last game, especially in the first innings. He didn't get too many runs in the second innings, but I saw the third of his 3 consecutive half centuries, one of which at least should have been a century.
Yes. So it's going to be Hoyt to continue, as you've just got a bit of overcast conditions. See some cloud cover just coming over the ground as it stands. Had a little bit of a drizzle as well, but nothing too threatening really as to disrupt the cricket. See that delivery just down the leg side, and a good hit by keeper Latrell Greenwich.
Well, if it had rained harder, I would have had to blame myself, because I am not really into the predicting of the weather, and I suggested that there's no rain around immediately. Many years ago, when you were still playing, there was a commentator on a local, doing the local commentary, called Richard Bynum. They called him the rainy man. Those clouds are definitely threatening, though.
Yeah, you can see those clouds as our camera crew just showed, as that one is pulled behind square, and it's like Lewis running a long way from fine leg to come around to backward square to prevent any chance of boundary. But in the meantime, they've picked up a couple, so 2 more to the ESAF Field Pickwick team, taking their total up to 38. 38 for 1 at the completion of 7 overs, losing the toss and being inserted to bat by the home side, the ESAF Field Pickwick. At this stage, Philip, we're going to be replaced by 2 very popular men around the Division 1 scenes, and as the 2 we are going to introduce no other than Lyndon the Boogeyman Yard and the former Barbados West Indies player Phil Wallace.
And before we go, I'll just take the opportunity to say hi to, if he's listening, to Richard the Rainy Man Bino.
And one who I'm sure Lyndon will speak quite a bit about. Richard Bino, ones he knows very well.
And a special good afternoon to one and all, as play is about to recommence. And here is young Kai Simmons striding forward to Kumari Griffith, who has sent down 3 overs and 1 delivery, and he's picked up 1 for 21. I am joined by my good friend, and we didn't have a lot of battles in our days, but when you hear the name Philo Wallace, you had to be on your P's and Q's. And so with that boundary that's been struck, it gives me good time and beautiful weather. I say good afternoon to you, Philo.
Good afternoon, Lyndon. Good afternoon to the BCA family and the cricket fraternity. Let me offer my condolences to you at the passing of your mother.
Very much
unfortunately, I
appreciated.
could not attend the funeral, but I was there in spirit and soul. I send my condolences. It's a beautiful day here at Lucas Street. The fascinating thing about Lucas Street, I'll get back to it.
As Griffith is in, and there's the batsman turn it into the fielder for a short leg and put down. So Captain Rohan Ryan a little tentative on a pitch that is showing lots of green, and I'm sure Philo, you'll be eager to get in on the appearance of the Winward's cricket ground, in particular the outfield.
Yes, I would love to.
As Griffith is in, this one is tossed up, turned into a Yorker, dug out by Captain Ryan.
This is the greenest cricket field in Barbados.
By a long way.
I was speaking to the groundsman when I came in, because I'm fascinated by how green this outfield is and the pitch. Now, he told me on Mondays they pump water here. He puts down 27 pipes. So they get their water from maybe next door, and it is transported here, and they just flood this outfield. This is beautiful. I think when you come here, you want to play cricket. And this is a picture-perfect ground for cricket. It's beautiful weather. And the pitch is, yes, it's grass. It's not as fast as one would expect, but obviously the bowlers are doing well to keep Pickwick from getting off to a rollicking start.
And it would also be interesting to know that the Windward side won the toss and opted to ask the Pickwick side to take first knock, given the fact that we haven't had a lot of rains throughout the week. 44 for 1 and the completion of that over with Ryan, the captain, not out on 11. Micaiah Simmons, the opening partner, is not out on 16.
But Winward would have done their homework. Last week, Spartan, I would say, they won against Pickwick. I was very disappointed with Pickwick's batting, so obviously Winward would have taken that into consideration and decided to put them in on a good surface. But they have 44 for 1. You know, Ryan is on 11 and Simmons is on 16. The casualty is Grant. Obviously clear didn't like his dismissal. I asked him to just have a nice cup of ginger tea and calm himself down. You know, but that happens.
It's interesting you choose ginger tea, Philo, because ginger burns the throat.
Yeah, but also
And if he's
soothes
fuming.
you. Heat and heat is bring calm, you know. The same way you're thirsty, drink hot water or hot tea. So he's a little hot, so you drink some hot tea, but he will get over that and look to bounce back in the second in his ground. I think he's a good player.
I think you just got to put it behind him, you know.
Yeah.
These things happen.
He's out already, so you got to put it behind him. If he goes out the second, this is what happened the first innings. He's in trouble.
He has a long day ahead of him watching it now.
Yeah, but that's the worst thing, you know.
Yeah, as an opening batsman especially.
What?
So you just got to put it behind him and move on, you know. And here's Jarian Hoyt to continue. And the forward is Micaiah Simmons, one with a bright future. I like to see young people very much involved in the game. I think he's one. Didn't play the first game, and they inquired why he wasn't playing. And,
Simmons.
Yeah. And they tell me things I would not reveal on
Well, he has
national
personal
radio.
issues like
yeah,
many
but
cricketers
you
do
got to
now.
iron them out, you know.
Yeah.
And you got to aspire to play at the top.
Yeah, I agree. No,
So I think too that sometimes that a lot of the youngsters, they need help, you know, and I think this is where you just can't throw them in the back and say we'll work through it. He gets a short leave and pulls it in front of square and into the boundary for 4. So a half tracker really and truly, despite the fact that the pitch is a green one, the ball is staying up and then nonchalantly just transferring the weight onto the back foot and helped it over mid wicket for 4. Good shot for low 20. He moves to, and it's now 48 for 1.
Yeah, that's a super shot there from Simmons. A short ball, not a lot of pace. Obviously, Roberts, that's Jaden Roberts, a tall guy. He was in England actually last year working with a friend of mine named Shabazz Chowdhury, but not getting any height on that ball or pace. It just stood up, and Simmons just hit it in front of square, which tells you how much control he had, and with ease as well. So he is a talent. He was given a life a couple overs ago, looking at hit the off spin over the top, and was dropped at mid-on running back.
2 slips in the gully go down, and he gets a short little bit outside in the off stump. And Roberts, Jaden Roberts, it's not the first time I've seen him. I like him as in, yeah, you're batting all rounder. Just doesn't think you have the pace. A lot of people believe that have him in the pacey category, but I think that as an all-rounder, and I think that saying that the all-rounders to me are pretty samey. I think the easiest way to distinguish themselves is by getting some scores.
I think the way to distinguish them is just the ball fast. I think you can be all rounder, but you don't have to be a medium pacer.
Exactly, and so I'm
If
saying
you look at people like
same.
Freddie Flintoff and Jack Callis, just to mention a few, even Malcolm Marsh would have rated himself as all rounder. You need to be quicker than the rest in terms of bowling. If you have the batting ability, that's fine. But if you can up the ante with your, then you separate yourself from the rest. Because if we look at what we saw in the Barbados set at this first class season, a lot of semi medium pacers with little impact. So if you can hit the deck a little harder than the average medium pacer, then you can put yourself within the reckoning. And this young man has the attributes. He's tall, he's gangly, he'll get bigger, he'll get stronger. He just needs to stay focused. Don't get disheartened.
Well, he's past Ayana Holder, the umpire, and he bowls delivery, which the batsman plays with soft hands. That's in front of him. And there is no runs. Wiggins finds himself now on the deep square leg boundary. Tactical move, Philo, to have a deep square leg at this stage.
Yes, to keep the batter obviously thinking that a short ball will come along, but the only way he can get the bat risk is if the ball is high and have pace. If he's going to just bang the ball in with no pace, then Simmons can hit it through mid-wicket forward square. But there's also a man just to the left of the umpire square leg, so he needs to be careful, Simmons. It's a good fielding move, but the execution comes down to the bowler.
48 for 1. Roberts is in, and he bowls. He bowls the ball banged in, and the wicket is extremely slow. That young Simmons pulled his head down and waited and played a tennis swat. It went nowhere. So I think Roberts got to be able to assess the pitch as quickly as possible as well, because I think this is the third short ball he's bowled with no response really, and the batsman having ample time to wait upon it. So I think he needs to get the batsman thinking, he needs to readjust his line, go to another plan, but he still has another delivery remaining in his first over, so we see how he completes it. He's in, and this delivery, the batsman takes a few exploratory steps and then plays with soft hands in front of him into the mid-wicket region, the end of over number 9. And in this encounter, ESAF fields Pickwick against Windwards. You call it the Battle of the St. Philip sides. They are 48 for the loss of 1.
Yes, a good first over there from Roberts. Obviously testing the pitch out with some short balls, but no response at all from the pitch. The previous ball was banged in short, and as you said, Simmons just waited on it like when you go on to play a wet pitch back in our days, and you have to wait on it to cover it. And, but he did well to get it down. And control the ball, but no run. So Roberts clearly now has to tell himself, look, the pitch is unresponsive for that type of short bowling, so he needs to look to bowl maybe a 3/4 length and force Simmons obviously to play a bit more of the back foot and just mix up his lines and his lengths a little bit more with this young man Simmons, because he looks like he's in control. He's enjoying it actually. You can see him looking to score, which is important for opening batter, and trying to transfer the pressure onto the Winward bowlers.
Well, Kumari Griffith, 1 for 27 in over number 5 for him, and the P for caught behind. Now says the umpire Lamar Clark, and the square leg Ayana Holder, and you can hear the winds in our microphones. We have a large puffy white cloud, no threat of rain, a nice chilly breeze coming off the sea, as this delivery is a appeal for caught and give it out. So Rohan Ryan also does not like his decision, but he's got to go, and umpire Clark makes the decision. Rohan still cannot believe it that he's been given a caught at slip, and similar to Ivan Grant, he will have to make the long dreaded walk back, and 48 for 1 becomes 48 for 2. Rohan Ryan out caught at slip off the bowling of Griffith, who's got 2. And what do you make of it, Philo?
Well, clearly the batter is not pleased with that dismissal at all, that decision actually. Clearly he thought he didn't hit the ball, but the umpire has raised his index finger. So we've had 2 dismissals that the batters seem not too particularly happy with the decisions, but he has to go. Rohan Ryan out for 11, faced 21 balls, so he's just taken a long time to get back to the pavilion. He too will be disappointed, just like Grant was. Obviously a good weather pitch, not as quick as they expected, but you can bat on it once you get in. And Pickwick now found themselves losing 2 wickets after losing the toss and being asked to bat. Clearly Ryan is not as angry as Grant. He's smiling, but these are things that need to be ironed out, because you don't want batters to feel that every time they come to a cricket match and they see certain umpires that they're going to get bad decisions. And these are things that the Umpire Cricket Umpires Association will have to look at. And I think that meetings should be had between coaches, captains, and Umpires Association. I think these are the things that need to make our cricket better, and try to get a understanding of what the umpires are looking at doing and how they're looking at progressing, because we see a lot of young umpires now. The Vincent Bullins and those fellas are past the shelf by there, so they're going into the lower division. So when you get at the elite level, you expect to get proper umpires making proper decisions, because from here a fella is looking to go into Barbados senior trials, so he's looking to get good scores. This is the dry season, and this is the time when players looking, batters especially, looking to score runs. Sort of when the rain comes in.
You got to cash it now.
Yeah, you got to cash it now, because if you make the cash in later, there'll be no cash. So you got to cash it now, right? So we need to, the umpires obviously need to be a bit more, a bit more consistent in what they're doing in decisions. Clearly the batters seem not to be happy at all.
I think when the BCUA first started with the younger umpires, they had a senior umpire alongside the junior umpires. But I think these days we see a lot of umpires based on the same level at the elite. As the new batsman Craig Holder,
I know him well,
is in. And the his first delivery, the left hand allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper, and I think that it helps the cricketer if you have two umpires that one is senior with years of experience under his belt, and the conversations can be had between himself and his junior umpire in terms of looking at decisions, looking at how you read down the game, the kind of command you command in terms of your umpire. I remember in my days, in my time of playing, your time, Philo.
Our time.
Our time of playing. Our time.
Don't get away.
They would say, I remember particularly when YMPC had our team meetings, we would discuss the umpires that are going to do the game.
Yes.
And with this umpire, let's mention Pierre Miller.
Yes.
This is what has to happen. Veer's in control of the game. And so your discipline had to be on point for sure. So I could guarantee that what we saw today from young Grant would not have been tolerated at all.
Yes.
Today we have match referees. But
I don't know how much they do though.
How much they can do? I think they can do after the fact, because I think they can get the report from the umpires first. I mean, you're watching the action, you can also make a note of it as well. Get the report from the umpire, and then you can take it from there. You have a word with the players, etc., along with the captain. And I think you put an X in the book for Philo Wallace.
Yeah. With red ink or black ink?
I'm going to use it with black ink.
Okay.
I'm not going to use a dreaded red ink.
Right. I will use blue though. Pickwick has gone up to 50 actually. They're 50 for 2. Craig Holder, a batter who I have a lot of respect for, and I know him personally. I won't tell you why I know him personally, but he's a decent guy. You're always willing to help him play. He works hard at his fitness. He's also at Queen's College there teaching as well, and he loves cricket. He's been to trials a couple of times.
I think the key for not crossing you to this cricket is you have to have the love for the game. I find that what I'm seeing every single Saturday, you're just playing for playing sake,
which is not nice though.
And the zest isn't there, the fight isn't there.
Yeah. They don't overuse zest though.
There's no aggressiveness.
Yeah, everything is a joke to me. It's a little fun thing, and that is not what we want to see. People say that
you're criticizing it, but I can only call what I see.
Yeah.
And like I said, you have a batsman who can't play a short ball, and like, for example, you have a Philo Wallace, Ron Bates. You're going to know, if you're going to bowl a short ball, it has to have some sort of zip on it. If it has no zip, it will disappear.
Yes.
So the cricket used to be played off the field before you get onto the field. So you know what not to and what you can.
No,
but I find that these days
we're going to see here now Roberts actually. He's going to put a man at 4 shortly, but
he's still persistent, the man behind square still.
Behind square and the fine leg. So let's see if he's going to continue to work this short ball ploy to Simmons.
Well, Simmons will wait on him. The Bills come off.
So we have a player with black socks.
In our time, Philo, everything was lily white.
Yeah.
Lily white.
Yeah, black socks.
They play black, yellow, green. And here is the debut which has worked through mid-wicket. And what is interesting here with young Simmons, he's oozing with confidence, Philo.
Yeah.
And here's the difference between why I say that some all-rounders, they can differentiate themselves with some scores as batsmen, because here's a medium pacer, and before he's halfway in his run-up, the batsman's already walking down to him, even on a slow pitch. So for me, that's almost like a no-no. That's saying like this can't disrespect here.
Yeah, you see the thing
so you have to run in, you have to up your ante.
Yes, you have to stop the batter from coming towards you. The great Sir Garfield Sobridge told me that the bowler bowls the ball towards the batter, so there's no sense of going towards the ball because you want enough time to play. But if Roberts is, just relax himself a bit and realize that Simmons is advancing, they have that area on the pitch that he can hit, that can zip past him and push him back. He went for a Yorker. Simmons obviously tucked it into the line and got a single, but he has to be more creative in his bowling, Roberts.
Well, he's in to bowl to the left-handed Holder, and Holder stylishly across his stumps, plays the ball with soft hands up to the fielder at that short mid-wicket position.
We had this discussion on Tuesday night on the program. So Andy Roberts was speaking. Now, Craig Holder's a left-hander. Jaden Roberts is a right-arm fast medium pacer. God, there's nothing called fast medium. You're either fast or you're a medium pacer. He's a medium pacer.
I like the term.
With a long run-up. But he's gone around the wicket. The first ball is going to go to the left-handed Holder, rather than staying over the wicket and slant the ball across. So he has 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, extra cover catch, and a mid-off, a wide mid-on, deep backward square, and a fine leg. So why come around the wicket? Why not stay over, push the ball across, even if you're going to bump him on his blind side, so his hands can't get through the ball.
Well, we see what he does. He's into ball to Holder. Holder gets a short delivery, jumps on him a little bit, but he's in control, plays it with soft hands, and there is no run. So I think the thing they're looking at is in terms of it was caught. I was just debating whether Ryan was a leg before, but he was caught by Roach, the captain of the bowling Griffin for 11. So I was saying that maybe he's looking at changing up the angle, but I was always of the belief that you have to have a line first, Philo, before you just decide to jump from one side of the wicket to the next side of the wicket.
Yes.
As the bowler, you have to control the batsman.
I agree.
And he bowls a good delivery that catches him in no man's land. Undecided as to whether he wanted to get to the front foot or come across to shadow any movement in the end. And like I said, caught in no man's land, the ball beating the bat and through to the keeper. So Holder is on 2, Mackay Simmons off strike on 21 from 21 deliveries. Pickwick has the bat first, 51 for loss of 2 in over number 11.
But the thing is about Jaden Roberts, he's tall, he's about 6'6".
About that.
Craig Holder just about 5 feet tall. So Roberts have an advantage. A length delivery to Holder is going to give him trouble. So he needs to continue to bowl those length deliveries across the left-hander.
The short leg is waiting and has no chance, as Roberts is on a nice line out still in the off stump and played with the middle of the bat back to the bowler who takes a boot.
It's a good soccer
Try. He played a little bit of soccer.
But you play close bars in your time?
No, I hated football simply because my shins were always in trouble, so I know that wasn't for me.
So that's the only ball sport you didn't play then?
Yeah.
Because we were ballless when we were growing up.
Oh yes.
Not ball heads. But
what I did with football was ball run. You just kick the ball and take off because they think I'm faster than you, so I'm going to get to it before you. I'm not going for the tackle. But then my shins would be hurting.
Right, okay. That's the end of the second over, Roberts. That's a better delivery actually, one that zipped through on length. The keeper actually took the ball above his waist. So that final delivery should tell Roberts that once you can get the right line, the right length, obviously get that ball down on the seam, the ball is going to carry through at a good height to make it uneven, a little uneasy for the batters. That is the water break as well. It's good to see them having a water cart because normally they carry the basket of water bottles.
And you would want to see that in today's day and age. Things has to change. Things has to evolve.
Yeah, cricket started at 12.
So it's going to be a long day.
There's no one. So times like this changing times for 2. No, it's good though. Winward will feel that obviously after winning the toss and sending Pickwick into bat to have them 51 for 2 after 11 overs is a good position for Winward. But as you said, it's a long day. The day of the bowl. 75 overs.
Yes.
The day's play. Cricket supposed to finish at 5:30, once light permitting. And we're in the east, the beautiful parish of St. Philip. So this is a good challenge for Pickwick, who just came off a defeat.
So just on the screen, you see the YMPC team, Bayview Hospital YMPC, are 56 for 2 off 9.2 overs. They're playing against Signia Globe Financial Barbados Cricket Association Youth. And like I said, Jaden Jones, the captain, is not on 29, and with him is Edwin Currency Barnett, just back from that tour. He's on 9. So this is a beautiful production by the Barbados Cricket Association, the gesture to have the games stream, especially having one particular game per series stream live, and then you can also follow on the app the various streams. You wouldn't get the live coverage, but you get the streams to see what's going on. So like I said, the cricket is evolving, but all the aspects of cricket needs to evolve, not just we've got the adventure of the players being paid as well, so every aspect of this game needs to evolve in order for the cricket to improve and to get to the level that we need to have it at.
I like that word you use, the adventure of paying the players. But I mean, to look at it, I think it is something in the right direction.
Here you have
Gladiola,
superb playing Gladiola.
They're playing Fusion Boutique.
Spark on your side and my side.
Field, yes.
34 for 3 off 11.4 overs. Sean Roberts is 13. Jaden Hoyt given the opportunity, he's yet to score. Most of the teams, quite a few of the teams, have lost several players. Some have been playing in Trinidad. I think they got a knockout going on.
And Sobers is playing. He's coming from the intermediate, so he has 2 for 16 from 6 overs. It's good. This is a clash. I think Gladiola, they at the top of the table. Spartans, Fusion Boutique Spartan, I should say, they are third in the standings. You have Stefan King, 6 overs, 17 runs. He picked up 1 wicket. Happy for him. Michael Sobers has made a promotion up, 6 overs, 16 runs, 2 wickets. So not bad at all for the Spartan side. I'm also on their management committee, and I have to be in Queen's Park tomorrow to watch the one-day game.
You see the difference, fellow
of outfields?
Of the outfields.
Yeah. If you don't see the difference, you're blind. Now, this is just down the road, huh? I passed this ground just now, right?
That's right.
And this is brown. The only green here is the square where the water,
where the
pitches are, right? And when you look at the outfield, there's no rain there.
and we're all in St. Philip. So you have to ask, what's the secret here?
The secret is that on Mondays they get their water brought to them at Windward and they flood this ground. The guy told me he puts down 27 pipes. It's a lot of work, but he loves it. To get this outfield, this green at this time of the year is commendable, and this is knowledge that should be shared. I don't know how they get the water, what is the agreement, but this is something that the BCA can explore, because we have to learn from other clubs what they are doing to make our cricket better. If you come to a ground and you see the standards are a little better than other grounds, you want to know why and try to share the knowledge so the other clubs can come up to speed. That is the only way the cricket is going to get better. If one or two clubs have the advantage, our cricket is not going to move forward. We want, as they say, a level playing field.
I agree you 100%. And onto the back foot goes Micaiah Simmons, and there is no run as play recommences after the drinks break. 51 for the loss of 2. Griffith on a long spell. And the changes in cricket, Philo, is that once upon a time you would pick 3 fast bowlers and maybe 2 spinners. These days there's 1 fast bowler, 2 medium pacers, and 3 spinners. Yet the first over is handed to the slow bowler.
Yeah.
But let me remove the word spinner. Slow bowler.
Yes.
You know, and like I said, they will be given extended spells, and hence you will see a fella get 5 for or 6 for, and he bowls 24 to 75 overs.
Yes,
your fast bowlers, who we are crying out we don't have any fast bowlers, but on any given side of the 75 overs, you're going to struggle to find 1 fast bowler who's going to bowl 12 of those 75.
And that is my concern with Barbados cricket.
As Griffith is in, and the young man, very classy looking, Simmons, elbow cock, plays the ball back to the bowler.
We need to find a way to encourage fast bowlers.
We have to
play club cricket and do well on Saturdays.
You can have all the fast bowlers clinic. Chance for a run. The return comes in, and Holder, looking for a non-existent single, is run out at the non-striker's end, and Pickwick with a gift of a wicket. I'm sure there'd be no quarrels about that now. Only a little debate and disagreement between Holder, who's extremely angry and is really giving a steer to young Micaiah Simmons. It wouldn't do the young man's confidence any good. But I remember, fellow, a good friend of mine, Carlisle Carlisle Alonso Best.
Yes, please. Just turned 67 just this week.
Happy birthday to the veteran.
Yes.
He always said to me, the worst out in cricket is run out.
Yes, it is. Grillage just came forward and stroked the ball up to mid-off, took off for the single and then said no. Holder had gone to the point of no return, but you have to give credit to the fielder. It was a direct hit.
Yeah, he had 3 shots, well, 2 stumps to aim at.
He hit.
And he had ample time as well. As Holder, he responded a little late, but by the time he responded, Micaiah Simmons had put on the brakes and was returning to his favorite hunting ground, and he goes back, and he survives, and it brings me back to, I think it would have been a Shell Shield game between CA Best and Malcolm Marshall. Marshall got run out. Best said, I'm the batsman. Obviously, with Marshall being the test player, it is believed that Marshall should be allowed to bat. I said, I am the batsman. You know, and you know, you might be annoyed with it. I could also go to Marlon Samuels and Brian Charles Lara.
Yes.
You know, but you gotta value your wicket, fellow.
I think the guy at forward short, like, his hands are like rubber. Nothing is staying in. A good delivery from the spinner. Obviously, the Grit Simmons a little tentative, looking to advance, not get to the pitcher ball, get the inside edge, and a clear dolly catch. I think the man at forward short leg made a meal of that. That would be the simple catch. That would be also would be the effect of that run up still in his head. He's been joined. Simmons has been joined by Kyle Hope, the brother of Shea Hope, who everyone is waiting to see play cricket. I heard through the grapevine he might play tomorrow. That's left to be seen. But I believe that Shea Hope needs to play cricket.
Most definitely.
And to be ready for the Sri Lankans. But again, Kyle Hope, you know, I don't want to call him a veteran, but the experienced man of this Pickwick team, and it's good to see him turning out every weekend. Tino Best is also playing this game as well, so at least they have some experience in their side. But a dolly catch is going to begging, and that would be Simmons' second chance. So he needs to cash in here, young Simmons. You're given 2 chances on a picture perfect there, on a pitch that is offering a little to the bowlers, not a lot. If you're batting, you can score. So he has to cash in on these opportunities and look to try to get Pickwick into some safety zone here. Right now at 51 for 3, sorry, they're still not out of the woods yet, Pickwick.
Well, here is Roberts. Goes past the umpire and bowls delivery, which is turned down to fine leg. The fielder from square leg is onto it. Fine leg gets to it. In the end, his return is up to the keeper, Lewis. Strong return, put down a dolly.
Yes,
early
he dropped
in the
Simmons.
exchanges, dropped Simmons. It was a catch. You could tell he was going to drop it even before he dropped it for the because he never attempted to get around the ball.
Thank
he continued to stay side on to the ball. It was the most amazing thing watching it, fellow.
The thing is,
the ball was in the air for a prolonged period of time.
And the coach will always tell you, get into the dropping zone of the ball.
Correct.
He was never in the dropping zone.
Stay side on.
Yeah.
Was never going to pace with the ball. Oh.
Never in control when the ball came into his hands. So
well,
up goes the weasel.
52 for loss of 3. As Roberts to bowl to the right-handed Simmons, and Simmons just gets a short delivery and pulls it down to Lewis. Ball goes to him on the bounce, hitting high up on the splice.
I like that.
Testing short delivery, and like you were saying earlier, Philo, if you're going to use that short ball, it has to be at least head height.
Has to be height.
And as a fast bowler, you're not going to challenge a batsman unless you're above the shoulder. Correct. We see a lot of pull shots that go through mid-wicket, but it's not a feverish short ball. If you want to make a batsman uncomfortable, it has to be shoulder and above. You have no control up by your head. If you get inside the line, then you're fine.
That was a good short ball because Simmons then had to reach for it, no control. But the thing about Simmons, he didn't go at it hard. He went at it with a very slow bat speed. So although it in the middle, it hit the top edge, it fell way short of Lewis at fine leg. But that is a good sign. Roberts now needs to build on that.
Well, he's in to bowl to Hope, and Hope just thrusts the left pad, allows the ball outside the offside to go through to the keeper, and there is no run. If you just joined us, Ivan Grant was caught by Greenwich off the bowling of Griffith for 15. He faced 15 deliveries. Micaiah Simmons, he's not on 22, having faced some 28 deliveries. Rohan Ryan was caught by Tennyson Roach, the captain off the bowling of Griffith for 11. Craig Holder was run out. Direct hit by Jaden Roberts for 2. Kyle Hope is not 1. Extras are 2. 53 for the loss of 3. He'll give you some bowling figures. Jarian Hoyt, 4 overs, 2 meters, none for 16. Kamari Griffith, 6 overs, 1 meter, 2 for 29. Jaden Roberts, 2 overs and 3 deliveries, no meters, none for 7. He's in to bowl to Hope. And Hope plays gingerly back to the bowler. He'll be on a good length. And Roberts just tosses the ball down to the keeper. There's no run, and the fall of wicket. Grant was the first to go at 23 in over number 4. Rohan Ryan was dismissed in the 10th over. It was 48 for 2, and subsequently became 51 for 3 when Craig Holder was run out in the penultimate ball of over number 12. Beautiful conditions, despite there being a large dark cloud that's heading further north. Roberts on his way in, and Hope in typical Hope style, just playing across the stump, plays the ball back to the bowler. There's no run. He's one of these batsmen for overs that cherishes his wicket.
Yeah, he's a beautiful player to watch. Kyle Hope, he's represented West Indies as well. He was in Trinidad when I was there playing club cricket. He did wonderfully well. And then he's back in Barbados as playing trainer on the local scene. But he's a class act. People always had him, rated highly. He had the opportunity to play the highest level, but it's good to see him continuing to play local cricket, which is important. I wish more guys like Kyle Hope would play for the clubs.
Here's a bit outside of the off stump, left alone to the keeper, and there is no run. That concludes over number 13. I think our 12.
Before we go, though, I want to comment on
what
I'm seeing from Roberts. The last couple of deliveries, the keeper are catching head height, huh? and he's catching the ball height with the ball going up.
So he's now seems to be getting into his rhythm.
Thank you very much. The pitch is good because the pitch is not a banging pitch. It's a kiss the pitch. You just keep it simple and just hit the surface, and the ball will just fizz off. And that is what we're seeing. And that will cause some concern for the Pickwick batters to come. Because when you're looking and you're sitting side on, you see the keeper catching the ball by his head. There's got to be something in it. It ain't going full.
So, it's going to be Griffith in his 7th over. We're going to have a double change coming up. As this delivery is forcing the batsman Simmons onto the back foot, and we'll get the easiest of single. Unbelievable fellow.
I don't really want it so bad, but a short ball. Simmons made on the back foot, just punch it,
elbow, no
just
force.
punch it down to the right of the bowler. Who allowed the ball to pass him, but they ran a single, and the ball just trickled just a few meters from the stump. Unbelievable. Good awareness from Simmons and Kyle Hope to get the single, rotation of strike, and bring Kyle Hope obviously to face his first delivery from Griffith, who picked up 2 wickets so far for 30 runs, and he's into his 7th over. And as you said, the spinners, they have marathon spells.
7 overs. He's picked up 2 for 30. 7 overs out of 13.
Yeah.
And he has 2 wickets.
Yes.
But I've seen nothing devilish in what he's been delivering.
No.
But I think that's the order of the day. And one of the things that we can look at when we come back, fellow, you and I, if we are still together, is the introduction of coaches. And the fact that some teams, like I said, have 3 fast bowlers, 2 spinners, and yet you can say I would put my neck on the block. 9 out of 10 teams would use a slow bowler within the first 5 overs.
I would put one of my 10 fingers, or if my head gone like that.
Here is a delivery, which is circly driven up to the mid-on position. Where a single man said, fellow.
Yeah.
You've left nothing, no stones unturned.
No stones unturned. You take a finger, let me let him. But this is another thing to be placing. Kyle Hope has faced his first delivery from this off spinner. There's a long on.
No.
And drills the ball to long on and eats the single.
Here is a slash over cover, which is vacant, down to the boundary, 4 more. So again, we spoke about it. He's in his 7th over. It's nothing devilish. He has 2 wickets, and now he's leaked a 4. And Hope, with all the confidence, just comes to the crease. Only faced 7 deliveries.
Simmons to play that shot.
Simmons played that shot. 27 from 30 deliveries, and I think he just said he's seen enough of him.
How often do we see this? A small bramble bush in front of us. The ball is in the bush and he cannot find it. So clearly he's not a bushman, or he has never played bush cricket.
Obviously
and no
not.
one is going to help him, which is strange.
It's the amazing thing.
No, a fella is going to help him.
There's no urgency to get the ball back. They're in the game, he's just in the hedges next to the fence, and they're just trying to get him to come towards his. Now you can look in that region there.
They're trying to help him. The ball is somewhere in that area.
59
but a good shot there for Simmons. A little whiff offered by the off spinner Griffith, and he just opened the back face to get the ball over the cover fielder down to the boundary for 4. Jafari Toppin, the coach, is coming to help. It's somewhere in that bramble bush. You can imagine it's a red ball in green and yellow flowers.
It can't be found.
No, either they're going to be colorblind or just cannot find it. We have 6 eyes.
Coach jamming. Andrew Empton is going to assist.
He just came back from Dominica, assistant coach to the Barbados A team. A successful trip. Solomon Ben was the head coach. Congratulations to them. Jerry Thomas was also the manager of that unit. It'd be interesting to get Andrew's views on that trip, because all the games they played at one venue in Dominica, which was strange. They played against the Dominica under 23 side. I saw in the 4-day game, a 3-day game, sorry, they played. They had Kavim Hodge, the West Indies middle order batter. He played in that game, didn't do a lot. And then in one of the first T20, Ali Antonad, he played in the first T20. Barbados won both T20 games. It'd be interesting to hear his views on how a trip like that can benefit Barbados and Dominica's cricket, because we don't want this cricket to be too one-sided. We want to have competitive cricket throughout the region so we can get our cricket back up to standard.
Griffith is in, and the ball delivery just goes to the left of the fielder at short leg. Didn't have a chance there, but we've seen him put down 2 that he didn't have to move for them, just had to take them.
I'm a former short leg fielder. Those
I
are
was
dollies.
just about to ask
Those
you.
are dollies. But the keeper helped me in that position.
I think you have to be very strategically positioned.
Ball
Here's the
played.
drive, lovely drive through the covers. We'll go close to the boundary and into the boundary for 4. So once again, there's Mackay Simmons easing on the front foot. I think he's oozing with confidence now. And I can tell you that at the end of 14 overs, at the end of our stint, ESAF is Pickwick. There's 63 for 3. And Mackay Simmons 31 for 32. Kyle Hope, he has 2 from 7. And like I said, 14 overs gone, 63 for the loss of 3. And you're listening to live coverage on the BCA stream of the Elite game. ESAF is Pickwick against Windwards, right here at Lucas Street. In perfect cricketing conditions. More from Andy Payne, and he'll be joined by Philip Hackett.
Thanks to Lyndon, Philo. Doing a fantastic job that pier. Getting a couple of wickets in the session. Lyndon Yard known for his bowling. Philo Wallace. No introduction of Barbados former captain and West Indies player. You hear them bring it all together. It's Mackay Simmons. He's continuing the opening batter. He's on 31. And the very experienced Kyle Hope, he's on 2. As a welcome back, Philip Hackett. Philip?
Thank you, Andy. Good to be back. Lovely conditions. In fact, the conditions now are even better than before. Those threatening clouds have gone, is that what, the more northwesterly direction?
Yes, but
they're not overhead, that's the important thing.
yeah, the breeze that we have here obviously is kind of pushed those clouds around. As you see, the cloud coverage is getting a bit better here at Lucas Street. As Jaden Roberts, he's into his 4th over. You haven't picked up a wicket as yet, Philip, but some pretty steady stuff from him. The young all-rounder, fresh off of a century. Here he is with ball in hand. A short delivery outside the off stump to Kyle Hope and just going through the keeper. But he's been having a good season as well, Jaden Roberts.
He has been, but this is a player to my mind, and we said it so often, it's almost like a cliche, immensely talented. And sometimes I wonder what needs to happen for him to really make that difference and make it impossible to be ignored. One could argue consistency, but he's on the park every weekend virtually. Maybe doesn't do as much bowling as his natural ability suggests he probably could do, and who knows, some people may suggest he may need more application in terms of his batting.
Yes, that's that one. Kyle Hope, just a little lackadaisically, and coming off the inner portion of the bat, picking up an easy single. But yes, Roberts made that switch over from Wildy to here at Lucas Street. You see him, like you said, probably a bit more could be done with his bowling, but I can tell you he's a very astute batter himself, and Amari Goodrich,
yes,
the two who plays that all-rounder role here at the Winward team. And you've seen Goodrich carried on his elevation, coming up for that lovely first-class century just over the past couple of days against the Guyana Harper Eagles in Antigua.
Yes, he certainly took advantage of that opportunity, and a player who one must believe has something to offer.
Yes. Like you said, Roberts, like Goodrich, both does that all-rounder work here. Good enough to, like you said, with a bat. It just seems he's got lots of batting ability. I just think he needs to be a bit more cognizant of his bowling and put in quite a bit more work. I think he's got a lot more in his tank, really, as a medium-fast bowler. It just sometimes it just seems to be a little lackadaisical in his approach.
Well, yeah, I would say casual. Not to say you're wrong, but that's why, But he seems to enjoy his game though, and almost like a childlike enjoyment of it. And again, that's not meant to be derogatory in any way. Childlike in the sense that he definitely seems to be enjoying himself, and that's why he said that. Some people may say he may need to play himself more because the way he bats with a degree of freedom. And therefore, when you do that, if you're hitting 4s and 6s, that's fine. But the day you hit the ball into somebody's hand, you will hear it from the critics. And pretty much, I think that's maybe what he's facing.
Yeah, but just like his mannerisms as a cricketer, I think a former youth player came from the age group, coaching party ex-student, and like he said, just to see him do a bit more of his bowling for me. I think he's one of those players who needs to just enforce himself into a setup where his bowling needs to come on a bit more. So 15 overs is completed, Philip. It's 64 for 3 being inserted the bat.
Yes, and a bit more on Roberts, really, truly. When he's really putting everything in it, he's no slower than some who have been given the responsibility at a higher level to bowl fast. You know, I really feel strongly about that. I think we make sport too much sport of fast bowling nowadays, and you know, I think there are players who we see in this competition around. There's a guy at Gladiola, Stefan Griffith, who not only bowls quickly but with aggression. I was listening to a former West Indies fast bowler the other day, Tony Gray, and he made the point.
Yes, you're going to continue there on Stefan.
That he watched a significant portion of the playoff match with Barbados and Trinidad, and he said that in the time he was watching, he didn't see anybody even attempt to box him.
No boxers being bowled. As we flick over here quickly, Philip, you've seen that shot from Queen's Park, where the home side seems to have 3 wickets. They're playing there in Queen's Park, the Spartan team. So 3 wickets to the good. Remember, this coverage is coming to you on behalf of the Barbados Cricket Association. And see some other games being streamed around the island. But back here at the main game, Philip, where the home team winning the toss and elected the field. They've got the ESAF field Pickwick. They're at 66 now from 3, as Kyle Hope and Mackay Simmons, who continues to look good. Simmons moves his tally up to 32 from some 36 deliveries.
Well, it's his day. I think he's given 2 chances so far. So it's his day to take advantage of that opportunity. You wouldn't want to be out for 40 odd, given 2 chances. You've got to make the opposition pay. Make them respect you. Recognize that you're a player not to be messed with. They drop you and you make them pay. So 66 for 3. Kamari Griffith picking up 2 wickets so far.
The short delivery just hit out to mid wicket from Simmons, but fell into no man's land. The man from deep mid wicket had to come a long way in and didn't have a chance for a catch. So 1 more to Simmons. He takes his tally up to 33. The score moves up to 68. 68 for 3 in the course of over number 16. Philip.
Yes, Sasha, and I think you know who I mean. I haven't seen him though. He's a leg spinner or off spinner?
Who's the player?
Sasha. Your son's name?
Oh, Sachin, as in Sachin Tendulkar.
No, as in Sachin.
Tendulkar, yeah, okay, yeah. He's a leg spinner.
He's a leg spinner?
Yeah, he's a leg spinner.
Right. So I asked that because I'm going to put you on the spot here. This guy, Griffith, that we've been talking so much about, and he's been impactful. He's had a pretty good season. He's well respected in his own team, and the opponents, I'm sure they prefer when he's not bowling, but I'm going to try to find out from you, what do you think makes him so potent, so effective? And I was just drawing on the fact that you know about spin bowling
bowlers,
as
yes.
a coach.
Yes. Yes, what's good about someone like Griffith, he's able to bowl long spells. I mean, he really controlled the bulk of the bowling from the southern end all morning. As he overcomes the end, Pickwick there 71-3 after 16 overs. But yes, he's one of those bowlers who seems to be able to bowl long spells, as you saw in that previous game against the Wanderers. Young Kamari Griffith, as we split back to Queen's Park here. We're actually at Gladiola, where superb Glen Gladiola.
Races.
Yeah, here. There's Rashawn Worrell. It's the home team. They're 50 for 3. They're playing against the Spartans, the Fusion Boutique Spartan at the Races. There's 50 for 3. Rashawn Worrell, he's on 25, and Jaden Hoyt, he's on 3. Seeing the medium pace of Norville, just asking for that leg before. The players are asking, but you can see that one going down the leg side, and the umpire not interested in that dismissal whatsoever.
The Spartan having just come back into the top flight this season. They're only out for one season, and here they're up against the leaders.
Yes. See Kyle Hope, the veteran, just working that one into the onside. You don't so equip Kyle Hope once he's in the middle. Just look at ease against all the bowling. A player who was good enough to score 1,000 in one of our domestic seasons. That being shy of that of recent. I haven't been as consistent in the team, but I think today is a day that the Pickwick team, they will like him to come good.
Yes, loads of experience. Went as far as representing the West Indies. Unfortunately for him, didn't get the opportunity to play for a lengthy period of time, but well, he had that experience nevertheless.
Another delivery on the shorter side from Jaden Roberts. Just work into the onside, but can't score on this occasion is Mackay Simmons. He remains on 33. Yeah, but Kyle Hope, one of those players, I mean, when he digs in, he also did play for the Trinidad side for some time in the first class tournaments, but he's rightly said, got those opportunities for the West Indies. He didn't get the lengthy opportunities he would like, and has really been overshadowed by his younger brother, in the man Shea Hope.
Yeah, and I've heard Shea Hope then asked about, expressing the view that Kyle is a player he's always looked up to. And interesting that the younger brother who was looked up to the other brother, but the younger one is the one who has actually come through and gained international recognition.
Yes, that acclamation. And as you know, where he stands in the pecking order of West Indies batting. So, as much as we speak about Kyle Hope, here he's been the inspiration for our present West Indies white ball captain.
Of course. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Seen another no ball being signaled there by umpire Ayana Holder. Guilty of probably going over the front crease is Jaden Roberts. He's into his 5th over. 73 for 3. The score remains. But yes, and Kyle Hope, a lot of these batters in this Pickwick side, they obviously look up to a player like Kyle. He's just such a prolific run scorer over the years. And we speak about all former Queen's College students. Rohan Ryan has short delivery outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. You've got Ivan Grant. Also got the newer acquisitions in Preston Clark and Zonda Baptiste, who are very much part of that Queen's College alma mater. And Kyle Hope, he's a man who's really been the senior to these guys, and they've all looked up to him.
Of course, Shea has not been seen in action recently. What do you call it? Workload management, apparently.
Seen a short delivery on this time. Help down to backward square, bisecting the backward square and the fine leg. 4 more runs there to Mackay Simmons, playing an excellent shot, getting into a really good position, Philip, as that short ball there was an axe for it. If you have a look on the replayer, just void of pace, and he got into a really good position and bisecting the men on the boundary.
Not only that, all that is very true, but you can add to that he's also became a bit predictable, the bowler. He bowled a number of short deliveries, and it's only fair to imagine that the batsman then had every reason to wait for it. And on that occasion, that one really didn't have the pace, and it was easily put away for 4. Good batting.
Yes, it takes the score up to 77 for 3. Just trying to close out over number 17. So Mackay Simmons he's been there from inception. He's on 37, and really, he needs a partnership with the experienced Kyle Hope. And yet another short to length delivery, this time on the offset, and just roll that one down to gully position. No run as he overcomes it, and then so at the end of 17, being inserted to bat. There's 77 for 3, the ESAF field Pickwick.
So some sort of a foundation they're trying to build here, and this is of course a side that has had a couple of players missing for various reasons, and I always think it's good when players get the opportunity to do other things. I know 1 or 2 players going off. Somebody's going to the was it Yearwood who's going off to the campus games maybe, and of course Winward also welcome back Roach, but they're losing Reefer, who is scheduled to leave during the course of next week to go back to England to continue his studies there and a bit of professional cricket as well.
Yes, he's been very prolific. Like you said, you saw him. He had those 3 consecutive half centuries, and he really was shouldering the Windward batting. Been doing an excellent job. I see Kyle Hope again just look so much at ease and working that one into the onside to pick up another single. But yeah, back to Jordan Reefer.
But yeah, although of course I would be among those wishing players well in whatever they are attempting to do, and I've often said I am very happy that cricket has come to a point where the career of a young cricketer is not dependent only on 3 men in a room. In other words, that there are other opportunities that didn't necessarily present themselves in years gone by.
Yes, it's very rounded, as you rightfully said. So wishing young Jordan Reefer all the best as he head back up to the UK for his summer and school. Just show that the BCA is keeping a good eye on all of those boys outside. The database is full, really, of the overseas talent that we've got on show.
Well, I was just about to say before you introduced that what was leading up to by saying that I'm happy for youngsters when they get these opportunities, but it also creates a degree of nervousness, especially when you hear guys are going off to England, because you know what can easily happen after that. We've suffered enough from that already. We don't seem to have a way of dealing with it, and it's very unfortunate. Fortunate for them, unfortunate that as West Indies we lose some of our better options.
Just another delivery, just work behind square there by Kyle Hope. Should be coming back for second. Knows the call. And 1 more to the total. But again, just using the depth of the crease there is Kyle Hope. The ball turning into the right-hander. And see him just waiting for it, allowing it to spin to him and playing it with soft hands behind where that leg slipped its place and picking up a single.
So 82 for 3.
Again, just work that one into the onside. So just good rotation as a strike there between this pair as they're trying to forge a partnership, get a bit of a recovery. Had 2 quick wickets in succession. Captain Rohan Ryan caught that slip. Tennyson Roach, the captain, and then you saw that dreaded run out of Craig Holder. So just a bit of a repair job between this pair of Hope and Simmons, as you saw that delivery. A peach just going through Hope.
Yeah, very much so. You mentioned Craig Holder, and this is a player I've observed quite a bit over the last few years, and from, let's say, coming from some what I would call maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago ordinary performances, this is a guy who now one of the more reliable batters in the team, and a fighter. But not only a fighter, he's been able to, when necessary, pull the choke, and in the white ball especially, make some contributions, in a timely manner as well. Not suggesting that he is a star player or anything of that nature, but it's good to see cricketers who are willing to work at the game and bring about some sort of improvement, because too often I find in our society people are content to be what they are, and there are others who believe that people can only be what they are today. But of course, with my background in education, I've seen I know that's not true. You know, human beings have great potential. It's just a matter of having the will and the support systems.
Yes, and Holder, one of those players that you said who really found his niche. He used to be a wicket keeper batter. You remember he came over from the Wanderers side as a wicket keeper batsman, and then he found his niche, like I said, in that opening batting role, number 3 batter's role, and it's really worked for him because as really he became more prolific in terms of his run scoring ability. Probably just the one real main goal or main role as a batter, and it's really worked for him. You see a bowling change here from that the northern end. It's like Jarian Hoyt. He's come back into the attack, and a little bit of a mishap between Simmons and Kyle Hope there, Philip.
The run between the wickets has been an adventure, really, and in fact they're going to have a bit of a conversation now about it, and I think that's a good thing too, because we've seen one run out already, but we've also seen a couple of other misunderstandings, and I think they need to talk about it.
Yeah, they need to really come to grips with the running between the wickets. They don't need another run out in this innings, nevertheless that one of Craig Holder a bit earlier, and Simmons and Hope just needs to get it right. Again, you see him just that anxiety of looking for a non-existent single is Simmons.
Jeremy Hoyt is back, as you said. I thought he bowled, he had a pretty decent effort at the top of the innings. I was surprised that he had such a short spell, just 4 overs. But he's got the opportunity now to come back and get among the wickets, none for 16 so far. And a bowler who I think has a lot to contribute at this level.
Yes, I'd be interested to see him. I've seen him, like you said, he came over from the Empire side here to Windward. Probably an opportunity to get a lot more bowling opportunities for him here at Lucas Street. Just that first spell of 4 overs here. He is into a second spell, and we're into over number 19. So it's good to see the utilization of someone like Hoyt, who I've seen in the white ball version. He's got all those variations. He's seen quite a variety of different deliveries, and one of those players, he's been around the Barbados trials. You just watch that breakthrough again as we're speaking about the fast bowlers going around the country.
Yes, a bowler I've got some time for sure.
Well judged single on this occasion, Philip.
Well, that conversation must have worked because the channels of communication were flowing there on that occasion, pushed into the offside, the weight taken off, and almost going back to the days of Greenwich and Haynes, not necessarily a call, but a look and a response.
Just good understanding of your non-striker and striker. So yeah, so hopefully, like you said, that conversation about the running between the wicket has worked to their advantage. And that was a really well judged single. So Simmons, he comes back into strike. He's on 40. He is again this time just taking that forward step, looking for the single. The intention is there, but you just need to be clear with the calling when you have such a big step out. Just don't want your non-striker to be misled by what you're thinking is a single.
Well, I'll say again, if you are given 2 early chances, you can't afford to be dismissed for 40 something. So he's got to see it through until tea, which is what, another 40-45 minutes away, or 45 to 50 minutes away, in fact.
Good delivery there from Hoyt. Just seems like get extra lift on that occasion, but well negotiated in the end by young Micaiah Simmons, just taking his top hand off the bat and allowing that one to just play down in front of him. So another over comes to end, Philip. 19 completed, being invited to bat the ESA field Pickwick. You can find themselves at 83 for 3. They're just making way back over to Rice's. It seems to be another bowling change as Achilles Brown, he's introduced into the attack. He's into his second over, but the score remains at 57 for 3. So a bit of a recovery between this pair of Rashawn Worrell and Jaden Hoyt.
No surprise that Rashawn Worrell is part of that recovery. Here's another player who you could almost say is under the radar. In other words, he's not the player that you're going to talk about most around the grounds, but effective in what he does.
It's just fresh back from a stint in Dominica with the Barbados A. A number of these players had a stint in Dominica for a week. You know, there's a relationship between the Dominica Cricket Association and the Barbados Cricket Association, which have led to our A team being there for a week, competed in one 3-day game and a couple of T20s, Philip, which they've done really well in.
Yes, and you've got to look at it too from the point of view of bringing on your neighbors as well, because I think it's safe to say that you will have maybe a higher standard of cricket in Barbados and at Dominica at this present time. And those who may feel, well, why do you need to go to Dominica? But that's looking at it in a very myopic way, because one could easily argue, why would Australia bother to send a team down here to play against the West Indies? You know, so you're not only going to agree to play against people who you consider strong, you've got to help bring others on as well, and under proper guidance and management, the players, even although they may be stronger than the opponents, will still learn certain things about the game.
As you see that excellent shot there by Kyle Hope, just essaying a fantastic cover drive, just easing on to the front foot and playing that one through the cover and picking up a boundary. See the replay, just a lovely shot there from Kyle Hope. One of a textbook nature really against the off spinner and hitting him through the covers for 4. What a fantastic shot that.
Well, shots like that would have caused his younger brother to look up to him. And he's obviously looked up to him, and he's also taken from him and maybe even carried it to another level, because when you see Shea Hope flowing, there isn't a whole lot that looks better than that on the cricket field.
Okay, so well executed. We continue. It's Griffith. He's into his 10th over. Again, just using the crease on this occasion, getting on the back foot, play that one into a 4 short leg position where there's no run. But as we go back to that Dominica Barbados A series, and I just hope, Philip, based on what you're saying, that some relationships can further fester, where maybe we can have some more of these Dominicans being probably invited to play cricket here in Barbados, maybe on the club circuit. You know, we've had a few, Pickwick, they've had a few who would have played for them in the past as that over concerned. And again, they were 91 for 3 with 20 overs completed, the ESAF Pickwick side. But yeah, so we hope that that relationship can foster where we can get some of these Dominican players out of that A side, at least if we can get them into some of our Barbados club sides.
That's a very good idea. The other thing too, not only with Dominica, but the bilateral kind of tour, I think there's room for that. There's been a lot of discussion over it recently in terms of West Indies cricket. I think there's room for it. It's just that I don't think that room is as a replacement for the normal competition. But in addition to a normal competition, I would love to see more exchanges of that nature.
Yes, I'm sorry. So finally the over has come to an end, Philip. So at the end of 20, the ESAF Pickwick, they're 92 for 3. Remember, this stream goes to you live via the Barbados Cricket Association. So kudos to them for putting on this lovely stream where this can go to viewers. You can just sit there in your living rooms and see our domestic elite competitions. Well, okay, Simmons, he's on 41. I hope he's on 18. More from Philip?
Yes, seeing the domestic competition and getting to know the players. I mean, there are people who tell me how much they love cricket, and when you really check, that's like going to a test match. You know, but seeing the players come right through the system. I remember in my days as a commentator, being assigned to a number of combined schools games, and I never complained about that because I enjoyed seeing the youngsters at that stage. And then as they come forward and as they get to first class cricket and beyond, you really feel that you know them, and you can actually look back then and look at their progress over the years.
Yes, and getting to know them in those informative years is very important. You can see as they progress, that progression, that progressive step going forward, and that's so good that we have in our elite division quite a junior team as it continues to be, and, you know, and rubbing shoulders against or more prolific players every season, more seasoned players, if you want to mention that. And as you see in the elevation of someone like a young Justin Paris, who also was on that A team to Dominica, and he's one of those Barbados Cricket Association youth players in this elite division. As his ball, no ball, Philip, getting the stumps on that occasion, going through the defense of Kyle Hope is Jarian Hoyt, but to the dreaded no ball call from young Ayana Holder, the umpire.
Well, you get no sympathy from me when that happens at any level, because there's a crease there for a reason, and you practice your training sessions. You're not supposed to go over it.
And that's the one sight you don't want to see as a fast bowler, when you breach the rules and go over the front crease and seeing those stumps going flying from the batter to hear that dreaded call.
And it was called, I would say, relatively early, and I mean, it suggests to me that it would have been a very comfortable no ball as well, because there was absolutely no doubt in the umpire's mind that that call was made, with supreme confidence and quite early. And you would know from that position, this is why I think at the international level now they've gone to the off-the-field umpire making a lot of those calls, because it's not the easiest thing necessary to detect from there. So pretty much when you're called, you know you're over.
You're over by some steps. As here he is, this time it's Simmons. Took a run in the process as well.
Several.
So had a couple of runs with that no ball. So the score goes up to 96. But Jarian Hoyt, Philip says he can't feel any sympathy for the faster man.
Rules are clear.
As he's going over the front crease, and Ayana Holder with that dreaded call and that signal of the no ball, it would have been devastating to him, especially seeing the bat of someone like Kyle Hope. Again, another good delivery this time coming off the inner portion. Simmons going down to Lewis at that fine leg position and picks up another single. So Hoyt into his 6th over. Thought he had his man, but here he is. He's got to go back to his mark to try to get him out again.
You were talking about Jason Paris before that happened.
Justin.
Justin Paris. I think if you're talking about Jason Paris, you would have to be talking about Bob Homer or something of that nature. Of course, Jason Paris being his dad.
Former Barbados player.
Former Barbados player as well. And it's interesting how that works out. We talked about Adrian Grant and his son Yvonne Grant, who's in this game. Adrian being a batsman, his son being a batsman. We talked about Clinton Sinthill, and two of his sons played. They're both batsmen. Then you have Jason Paris, who was a batsman. His son is a leg spinning all-rounder. And then we have a guy called Andy Payne, whose son is a leg spinner, and I really don't know how he got there.
Well,
I'm sure you're going to tell us.
At some point. He might be the best to tell you. But yes,
he shows leg spin over
batting. Remember one of my former teammates said, Shane Ramsey. He said, Andy Payne, how could this be? He doesn't have one modicum of batting talent, but he's a good leg spinner. But here is Justin Paris, as we were speaking about a bit earlier before that action. A very good, talented leg spinner. I mean, he started really as a preferred batter at the Conmere School, a good opening batsman, still a very talented batter. But I've said to Jason on many occasions, seeing that young man bowl his leg spin, I remember I first saw him on the 15th final at Rubis Ground. I saw him picking up a dismissal of a googly one, which I thought he set up so well. 3 leg breaks, and then came the googly coming up to the final play in that encounter. And I was like, wow.
Who's this you're talking about?
This is Justin Paris. I see him in the Conmere School on the 15th final about 3 years back. And I just said to the Linden Yard, who was on set with me at the time, I think this young man has caught something as a leg spin bowler. Mind you, he is a batter, but I can see the development as a leg spin bowler. And so far, he's continued to be prolific in getting wickets at the domestic level. His first 2 games, in the first 2 rounds, he had picked up 2 fifers.
Very good indeed.
So the drinks break is here. ESAF Field Pickwick, they're 97 for 3 after 21 overs have been completed. I can tell you, Kyle Hope, he's very much there with his partner who was there from the inception, and Micaiah Simmons. Simmons, he's on 41. He's on 42, not out, sorry. And with him is the veteran Kyle Hope, he's on 18. So far in the bowling, Jarian Hoyt, he sent down 6 overs, none for 20. The off-spinner Griffith, who bowled from the beginning at that southern end, filled up 10 overs, 1 maidens, 2 for 57. And Jaden Roberts, the other pacer used, 5 overs, none for 14. So the drinks break is with us. Philip, your thoughts of how that progressed so far? 97 for 3 after 21.
Yeah, well, well done to Pickwick in a sense. They had their luck because Mackay Simmons is given every opportunity. But before we get into that, you can have a look at the Empire game here, where Empire 77 without loss against Wildy, the champions. Kevin Stout, Kevin Stout, we were talking about the cricket and made mention of Kevin Stout being, I guess they were suggesting that time to move on, but I don't think so. I think we need players like Kevin Stout who are very professional about how they go about things, and there's a lot that youngsters can learn. I find that too often we try to chase people away from various roles in life, and I think that's part of the reason why we go wrong, because if everybody is learning, who's going to be teaching them?
Good call, good point. And Kevin Stout is a very good teacher. I could tell. I was speaking to, like you said, Sasha, even a bit earlier this week, and I was saying Kevin Stout is probably one of the players that you will see at the ground at the completion of a cricket game for some lengthy duration, just sharing his advice, whether it's be to his team or the opposition, as I've seen in the first round at Wanderers, where he spent a lot of time after the game speaking to young Dominic Hart about how his setup and going about a cricket game. So kudos to Kevin Stout, who continues to be in very good form. He's on 49 off 61. Empire winning the toss there at Bank Hall and choosing to bat their 7-7 for no loss. Kian Braffett, he's on 28. A man who's also in the rich vein of form, coming up with Dominica, getting some scores over there and playing up against the Wildy sides, who's just trying to find their way back up to the top of the table in this elite division.
And he had a century, didn't he, for Empire as well, before he went off to Dominica, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
But you're talking there about Kevin Stout and his teaching and mentoring, and he did something a few weeks ago that really impressed me. I don't know what you thought about it. You were there as well when he won the Man of the Match award in the final of the Keith Boys competition, scored a century, and the game was washed out in the end, and his team won
on run rate.
On run rate, the calculators took over, but the team that was actually chasing the runs, they were not really out of it. They were not up to the run rate, but they were not out of it, and their chase was being led by a young cricketer
Isaiah
Folks, who is primarily a leg spinner, but he can also bat. And he'd actually opened the bat, and he was 71, I think it was, unbeaten when the rain ended the game. And Kevin Stout, when he accepted the Man of the Match award, actually donated the award, actually gave the award to young Isaiah Folks. And I thought that was really excellent.
Yeah, very much so. On behalf of Kevin Stout, who continues to be very well respected in the cricket circles. As we head here, you see at Grayton, with the BCA youth, they're up against the Bayview Hospital YMPC. YMPC, they've gone up to 154 for 4 after 22 overs. Jadan Jones 62, Edwin Curtsy Barnett 42. It looks like Kemar Smith, the captain, he's on 25 not out, and Joshua Thompson, he's just completed his first over, conceded some 5 runs. So the youth, they won the toss and they opted to invite the Bayview Hospital YMPC to have first not. 154 for 4 after 22 overs there at Brayton. As I said, quite a number of these games being played in St. Philip for this round of matches. So that's one game there at Brayton. We have another game being played at Rice's. We're right here at Lucas Street, Philip. So 3 of those encounters of 5 being staged here in St. Philip.
Yeah, and it's not only the encounters that are being staged right now, it is the amount of teams in St. Philip, or clubs in St. Philip, that play cricket at a high level. And by high level, I'm talking about your first division, your intermediate first division, elite. Not to be dismissive of the other teams that play in the second division, but it's probably hard to keep track of all of them. But in addition to Lucas Street here with the Winward, you've got, as you mentioned, Rice's and Gladiola. You've got Pickwick who are playing here. You've got them at 4 Square. Then just up the road from them, you've got the oil company field where
BNECL.
You've got cricket being played there. You've got St. Catherine, of course. So there are a lot of grounds, I would say, in St. Philip, where teams that have been very competitive and very prominent over a period of time are playing, and I find that interesting.
Yeah, very much so. As we're back here at the main game, this one's Griffith. He's going to continue into his 11th. Ball into Simmons. This one short back past the bowler, and it's going to cross the ropes now for 4. Philip, excellent shot there by Mackay Simmons. It's coming onto the front foot. So yet another over pitch delivery from the off spinner. He brings up the 50 partnership. 50 partnership off of 59 deliveries. I hope he's added some 18 of those and 25 off the bat of Mackay Simmons. This is a good partnership, like you said, staging a bit of a recovery.
You think they're beginning to regret as yet that they put down Simmons twice?
Well, they might be. There's also brought up the 100 for the ESAF Field Pickwick site, the 101 with that fantastic stroke. Again, just coming onto the front foot and opening the face and playing that one into the offside to pick up another single. So Simmons, as he marks closer to the half century, he's on 47, 102 for 3. Like you said, they will be ruined those opportunities of not being able to hold on to it.
So Kyle Hope is in as well, and I suppose in a sense you can't say he's given a chance, but he was the one who was at the end of the no ball situation, in the sense that he was bowled by a no ball set down by Jarian Hoyt, and imagine the horror that he would have felt when he heard the death rattle, if you will, and to be quickly replaced by the joy of an outstretched arm.
Yeah. Hope, like you said, he's looked so good at the crease. He's just so well organized. Kyle Hope, see him just being equally comfortable against the pace as he is against the spin. See again, just whipping that one through the onside, just getting well onto that front foot, Philip, and playing it with such consummate ease.
Winward opted to field in this contest, in there, and in one of the other matches, Empire opted to bat.
That's correct.
But that's interesting because I'm almost sure Empire opted to field in the last game, and that didn't go too well. And the similarity is, well, obviously every ground will have its features, but generally speaking in Barbados, when there isn't a lot of rain about, even although you have covered pitches now, but when there's a lot of rain about, people tend to well, over the years, would tend to want to bat, even more so when the pitches were not covered. But I find nowadays that teams, even with good batting conditions, had to hustle there to get home. That, let's say, miscommunication seemed to be creeping back in somehow. But as I said, teams tend to, even when the conditions are good for batting, or one would think the conditions are good for batting, tend to want to bowl first. Have you noticed that over the last 7 years?
Yeah,
bonus points.
I think that might be something to do with it, the bonus points acquisition. But the over comes in 104 for 3, as you were rightfully saying, being inserted to bat. And I had a chat with the groundsman here, Sean Eastman, a bit earlier today, and Sean was saying he was a bit dumbfounded as to why the home side didn't bat first on what he thinks is a good batting track. He said he's put quite a lot of work into it, and he was surprised when they won the toss that they opted to field first. But like I said, the advent of bonus points, the bowling points aspect of it, I think most teams see that they get the security of bowling points first before the actual batting points comes into to the fore.
The danger of that, of course, is that the pitch on the second day may not be as friendly for one reason or the other, especially if you're playing away and you have no control of its preparation.
You're calling on something different there, Philip. I think all the pitches should be good on either day.
Well, it depends on how good your groundsman is. It depends on how much rain falls. I mean, let's face it, if it's a very rainy week, obviously the groundsman wouldn't be able to get the opportunity to put as much into the preparation.
Especially if his team is going to be bowling.
Well, especially if the weather is bad. I remember the Apple, he seemed to be able to prepare a particular type of pitch regardless of the weather conditions. Loud no there? Did they hear a loud no?
This is what the coach, Andrew Emptage, was emphasizing a bit earlier. If you could have heard him through our effects mic, he said just open up your mouth and have a good positive call. And on this occasion, we heard it even from this distance, Philip.
Oh yes, and quite rightly so, because as I said, the running has been a bit of an adventure. But yes, and I had the privilege of interviewing him, in addition to any talks that we had, while I was around that area. and asking him about being able to prepare a particular surface even when outside is wet. And he pretty much, in summary, it would have been a question of starting the work early in the week, so that even if you get some setbacks later, you've got some work in. And he was able to prepare some good surfaces. I think in those days, Empire was often referred to as the lawn, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was called the lawn, and we spoke about that a bit earlier, early in the week, in one of our other productions. And yeah, when you speak about pitches, Apple's names always come to the fore at Bank Hall with those impressive by the wickets. I mean, although it was full of grass, there was always that chance for the batters to get a score once the ball gets a bit older.
Oh, I thought you were going to say once the fast bowlers then knock you down first.
Yeah, once the ball get a bit older, there's always that opportunity for the batters to get a score as well. But it was always a very even cricket pitch there at Bank Hall, between any team going there with the fearsome fast bowlers of the past. But here, like you said, teams fancy going after the bowling points. So that one is flick away down to fine leg to pick up another single there, young Simmons, as he moves closer to that half century. He's on 49 of 63 deliveries, taking the ESAF Pickwick team up to 105 for 3. Jarian Hoyt, he continues into his 7th over. He's wicketless, and you know why, Philip.
Yes, no one told him that you're not supposed to go over that line, the crease. So he bowled a no ball. Bowled the batsman and a no ball all in one. Yes. But yes, that famous lawn. In fact, I remember he was a former student at the time, a recent former student back in those days.
That's put away. That's really a gift there for Simmons. That's the hope. Again, the full pitch delivery and hitting that one through mid-wicket to pair up a boundary, ready to close out over number 23. So 109 for 3 after 23, just over pitching on the legs, and he wasn't going to miss out with that one today. Is young, well, not so young, Kai Hope.
Struck with class and aplomb, and the result that he wanted. But as I was saying, so this youngster, he was supposed to play a match at Bank Hall, and at that time Empire had a pretty strong fast bowler in attack, and there was one particular fast bowler, as I told you in another forum, that I don't remember which one, but he was very concerned, and he gave me a call maybe to get some local knowledge, some advice, but that was then. I mean, I don't know that many fast bowlers around now playing anywhere in the local circuit that would cause young cricketers to be making phone calls to get some insight into how to play them. And that's just the reality of the situation as it is. That's not meant to be a negative comment. It's just the reality that that's probably an aspect of Barbados cricket that one would like to see addressed over the next sooner rather than later.
Yeah. So it seems like a bowling change. The first from the southern end is Maxwell Lewis. He's going to replace Kumari Griffith. So you see Lewis for his first time. He will be bowling to Simmons, who's on 49. He was there from the beginning of the innings. See the leg spinner just stroking that one into the outside. So that should bring him his half century. So 50 off the bat of Simmons. 50 coming off 64 balls. 6 fours and 1 6. That's good for the young man, Philip, raising the bat and batting his team into a comfortable position.
Well done to him, and the good thing is that he's made use of his fortune, because there are times when you go there and you wonder, well, what did they do wrong? You have no luck at all. Everything that can go wrong goes wrong.
So again, see a lovely flowing drive from Kyle Hope, as that one is stroked up to long off for a single. But the leg spinner just a bit over pitch on that occasion. So just seeing another leg spinner in the cricket, Maxwell Lewis. You've seen him in the last round, Philip. Your thoughts on his bowling?
A pretty decent leg spinner. I understand he was born in Sweden. I don't think there are too many leg spinners, or even very be the only leg spinner in the world born in Sweden. We can't know that for sure, but there can't be a whole host of them.
That's not known for their cricket forest. But Yeah, just see Simmons again just coming on the front foot and playing a nice stroke down to long on. So Simmons continues to look good. Just moving up to 51, but the leg spinner, we'd like to see how he goes in these middle periods.
I'll tell you a bit more about him after this delivery though. A single down towards long off, but I've seen him now on a couple of occasions, a few occasions playing in the competition, and as I said, a decent leg spinner. But when I saw him bat in the previous round, the guy played, now he was a stroke player, he made just 47, but 47 delightful runs. That was in the last round here against Wonders. So he's not only a leg spinner. I think you'll have to label him from what I've seen him over the last season or two. An all-rounder at this level.
Yeah, well, for what I've seen, he's giving it a generous flight. You just see him making some adjustments to his field. You see a feeder coming in there, short extra cover. Yeah, another good flight to delivery there from Lewis. As Brandon's man on the front foot, and that's just good to see the leg spinner actually getting the players on the front foot. That's a good start to his spell.
When I look at this Winward team and I look at the points, not only this season, which is only 3 series old, but even last season. Yep. And I see what we call talent, the ability of these players. It doesn't necessarily match the points. In other words, you would think that, I mean, if you look at it in isolation, now one may say that there are other teams with very good players as well, which is true. But I think the difference really between a Windward side and most of the other teams is maybe the lack of experience of these young players. And I think that may basically be what they need, either to gather more experience or maybe just even 1 or 2 more experienced players among them. But there's no shortage of talent, as I suspect that the commentators who are anxiously waiting to replace us will not disagree with Phil Wallace and Len New York.
114 for 3. I am joined by the very knowledgeable Philo Wallace.
Knowledgeable.
Even Stevens at this stage, Philo?
Even Stevens, yes. Obviously, Pickwick, after being 51 for 3, they're now up to 114 for 3. The experience of Kyle Hope is showing. He's there with Simmons on 52, batting really well.
He's faced some 68 deliveries, and his 69th delivery squares him up.
I like the look of Jared Hoyt. He's been a Jaron Hoyt. He's been around for a little while. His name rings a bell, and he has good mechanics for a fast bowler, but obviously has not really kicked on as one would have expected. But he's playing for Winward and seems to be enjoying himself. He's been around the world playing cricket, which is good for him. And obviously they see what he can continue to do. But I like the look of Simmons. He looks in control.
He's in from the north and boasts a beautiful delivery which goes past the outside edge.
Well, when you're in a good spell, you're supposed to beat the bat. And that was a good delivery.
The options have coming from the other end, Philo. The fact that they've used the fast bowlers from this northern end.
Yeah, it baffles me because they're all spinner bowls from the south, which I don't know why. I think the off spinner can bowl from the north. There's always a breeze coming from east to west. And if you're the off spinner coming from the northern end, the ball will help you the wind will help you to delay the ball and get in the batter, and that's open the gate to go through the off break. Or even if you straighten, and with the seamers coming, the fast bowlers coming from the southern end, it aids them with the outswing. But they seem to have it reverse here, where the fast bowlers come from the northern end and come up the hill. And obviously there's a leg spinner now, and he's bowling. He's started a leg spinner, and he's coming from the southern end. So this wind that's hitting us flush in our faces should help the leg spinner to get the ball to just drift a bit more and even hang in the wind. If we loop it, gets the batters to come out and maybe miss the line and line from the stump. So we just go see how it goes. Captaincy is not being only appointed, but it's how strategic you are and smart on the field.
And here is a delivery which is whipped to the fielder at that straightish short mid-on position. And no cover behind him, so had he beat him, there's a little cover behind him.
But I like the look of Dennis Roach Jr., is it? He's
yeah.
the captain.
Captain, yeah.
Obviously, he has cricket in his blood. He's been employing the two slits, which I like. Obviously, he has not really been too defensive in his field placing. He has an attacking field, obviously looking to get wickets, but still stem the flow of runs. And the bowlers, particularly Hoyt, has come in and really been bang on with his bowling.
He's in, and this delivery, the batsman is stylish across them. What I've noticed, Philo, is that with the strong breeze we are having, that the wicket seems to be drying out very nicely, and the ball seems to be coming on a little bit more than it was early in the year. We had that tennis ball bounce. Yeah,
well, maybe we're off here. I had a chat with the groundsman, because he's a key ingredient, huh?
Oh yeah.
You could go to cricket ground, but if you don't go to groundsman, you don't have a pitch. So the key ingredient is the groundsman. That's why I keep asking him questions about the surface. Now, he told me that he doesn't cover this pitch every day.
Which I think is right.
He allows it to get air, and if there's any rain, but yes, rain will fall on the pitch, but also it helps keep the grass green. Because, Lyndon, if you have a lawn and you put tap water on it, it doesn't get green.
Two different greens altogether.
You better believe it's not even a golf course green.
That's right.
So, but his pitches have grass because he allowed the natural elements to help the grass. And that is something that you can discuss, with other groundsmen around Barbados. Just allow the pitch to breathe a bit, rather than just covering from Monday to Friday or Monday to Saturday.
Which I think is difficult in terms of the pitch being able to breathe, because you have the covers on, and then there's practice Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So not a lot of air is given to the wicket to recuperate from the damage that is inflicted on it. But I think the fact that he leaves the covers off, he says he only put them on like on a Thursday, and even then he doesn't even want to put it on. Yeah. So I think that's the elements.
If the elements come and wet the pitch, because there are other things you can do other than batting and bowling. I think fielding is the important part of cricket, and fielding also aids in fitness.
It does.
So there are other areas of cricket that needs to be developed if you can't get onto the pitch to really have a bat and bowl. You can do fielding drills, you can do stuff to keep you as a team. As the leg spinner continues to operate from this southern end, looks good. Looks like has a little control going with him. We saw Simmons being adventurous and looking to sweep that ball a little close to him and just not cleanly taken by the keeper. But Lewis looks like someone you can work with. He's tall, which is a good attribute. He's strong in his body. He's obviously strong in his delivery. Just needs to work on consistency and putting the ball in the right areas to the leg spinner. I haven't seen a googly as yet.
We wait for that one, and this is swept away. Beautiful shot behind square. Beauty. Go all the way to the boundary, as there's no fielder in that region. There's a straightish wicket delivery, similar to the one on previous delivery. Tossed up outside line of the legs, and we got away with that one. This one was outside line and hit it right in the arc, and just rolled his wrist over. He didn't have to hit it, just rolled his wrist over it, and he used the pace of Lewis and into the boundary before. So the young man, Mackay Simmons, like I said, I have a lot of time for him. I was very disappointed he wasn't selected for the first side, but I believe that you've got to give the young people a chance. And well,
you give them a chance if they deserve it, but if he's being naughty, it makes no sense picking him. Sometimes you have to let people miss what they like, in order to want it.
You do. And there is one run attained, or cut down to the cover point region. Field from cover across to his left. They take one.
That's the thing about the leg spinner. You're always going to get that bad ball.
Yeah.
And it was just short and wide, and Simmons, seeing the ball now, we would say as big as a breadfruit. Just hit it nicely down to, this is Hoyt here. Point in front of us here, he just skipped around, but an easy single. Good rotational strike, and it's important to rotate strike because you have Kyle Hope. You don't want it to be too cold. You want to keep him ticking over, keep him warm. He can score big as well. So this is a good passage of play for Pickwick. There's a good partnership here building between the young Simmons and Kyle Hope, looking to drag Pickwick back into this game. ESAF feel Pickwick, obviously they will want to bat better in this game. They lost the Fusion Spartan last week, just batting badly in both innings. So to come up to Winward to be asked to bat and find yourself now in a reasonable position is good.
Bayview Hospital YMPC 194 for 4. Currency 58. And Keymar Smith 49. It's been somewhat short of runs, Keymar Smith.
Yeah,
Also Ram 2 for 24.
Currency Barnett.
Like the young man, have a lot of time for him.
Yeah, he needs to lose weight though. I'm serious. You can't play international for a slash cricket with that weight. You're going to struggle. It's very hot. He's a talent, but he needs to do something with his weight, manage his weight better, and you'll see better results from him and more consistency.
Hoyt is in. Short ball hit. Just in front of mid-wicket. 1 bounce for 4. And the short ball, and Philo, what I like about that is that he didn't try to get under it. He just had himself inside of it. Hit it. You realize there was no field at mid-wicket, no field on the boundary, and just helped it up. He didn't whack it to use the wind, just helped it up inside of it. And a beautiful shot for 4.
Yes, a well-controlled pull shot. A length delivery from Hoyt. Not a lot of pace, but Simmons obviously staying deep in his crease this time and just using the pace of the ball and helping it, as you said. Just in front of the square, actually. 1 bounce for 4. I think if you put more muscle on it, would have gone for 6. But it's a good shot. You send a message to Hoyt: if you're going to come short, you're going to come short with pace.
Well, we see how he comes back. 61 is Simmons, and this one is stroked up to the fielder at the mid-on position. Score 124 for 3, 26.2 overs. Partnership into the 70s.
Yeah, good partnership.
Last wicket fell at 51.
Yeah, it's a good partnership. Good batting from Makai Simmons. There's a length delivery coming into him. He just stroked it down to mid-on. Not fielded cleanly by the fielder, but good batting so far from this young man.
Beautiful shot. Delivery which he just launched into that fellow. This is when you're oozing with confidence. I think this is the stage where Hoyt now is under pressure. He's conceded 2 4s and 2 very, very good shots. This delivery over pitch, and he just went aerial. Umpire Ayana had to get out of the way.
Yeah, the first ball was short and he banged it over forward square for 4. The captain did not make the adjustment, so the captain is clearly telling Hoyt you cannot bowl short. Bowl a decent delivery that was punched up to mid-on, the second delivery, but the third delivery on length, and Simmons just climbed into it. The man mid-off had no chance. The guy just walked and picked it up on the boundary, but that is a fantastic cricket shot.
What happens with this 4th delivery? And the ball is a much better delivery.
He's gone home.
Tighter. Looking for the Yorker.
Yeah. He's going to that trustworthy delivery. The first ball was short and got pulled. Second ball was punched up the mid-on very nicely. Third ball was yanked down the ground with a lot of authority. So Hoyt said, okay, let me go to trustworthy delivery with the Yorker. So he defended it quite nicely up the mid-off. So good taking from Hoyt. And good batting from Simmons. Obviously, he's in control. You can see it. He's not going helter-skelter. He's watching every ball and playing it on his merit.
Hoyt is in. Good delivery on that 3/4 length, and Simmons showing full respect. Plays it soft hands into the offside. There is no run. He's faced some 81 deliveries for 65.
Yeah, it's a good strike rate. 65 and 81 balls. You will feel that he's going well. You have Kyle Hope there. He's 26, some 36. So
by his nature, that's pretty good scoring by Kyle Hope. But he can always be aggressive when he wants to be. That's a good thing. He could change gears.
It's called experience. You know when to and then not to do things.
128 for 3. Hoyt is in, and there's a delivery which is whipped down to fine leg. Long run for Griffith, and he has no chance whatsoever. He was really lumbering after that. Griffith. He was running and going nowhere. It's like watching a cartoon.
That's why I told you earlier that there are things you can do outside the basketball. It was just a ball on the leg, somebody helped it. The fielder was running, but he's not moving. The ball trickled over the boundary for 4. So expensive over from Hoyt. Come 3 4s actually, which is 12 runs. And that would obviously have given him ESAF Pickwick a bit more comfort, because the longer these two bat, the better the players in the balcony here next to us will feel, and it's more pressure on the Winward players, because they obviously have won the toss and send them into bat.
It's 132 for a loss of 3, 27 overs. And of course, you're listening to live coverage of the stream brought to you by the Barbados Cricket Association of the Elite Fixture game.
Yes.
In Series 4, Windwards against ESA Fields Pickwick. At the moment, you have to say that the team sponsored by the alcohol beverage brand are definitely in control at the moment. Windwards opted to ask them to bat first. Given the conditions, the wicket a little bit on the slow side, but the outfield lush green. The only outfield in Barbados does it lush green, and you must give the ground staff and the management here at Windwards full creditation for the wonderful idea, leading by example, leading from the front. The big slash out Hoyt, who comes across a little gingerly on the boundary. He labored off first.
That's what lashes do to you.
The interesting thing here, fellow, is that over ball by Hoyt. How does the captain respond?
Yes, it's going to be
He
interesting.
has the confidence to go with him for another over.
Well, he didn't have confidence to continue the leg spinner. Now he's bringing Rico Wiggins, another off spinner, short in stature, so you wouldn't expect to get a lot of bounce.
And he's in, and his first delivery, second delivery, forces the batsman or allows the batsman to go back. I remember, Philo, I like to go back to your days and my days. The batsman of your time, the Rommel Braffett.
Yes.
Well, you didn't play forward much to spin. If you came forward and it's within the arc,
because I batted spin. The guys nowadays play spin.
But
there's a difference, you know.
The guys today, they go straight on the back foot and place everything on the back foot, even if it's in front of them.
Yeah, because they play off the pitch. A lot of them can't read out the hands, so they play off the pitch. And that's why you see the off spinner will trick them when he comes down with that arm ball on full length. It always beats them on the back foot. That's a tired ball from Rico Wiggins.
Is it a tired ball or third ball?
A tired ball. There's nothing in that delivery, actually.
And in his first over.
Yeah, that's why I think he should have continued with the leg spinner.
Yeah.
The leg spinner is going to...
you're going to have those spells.
Yes, but you have to encourage him.
You do.
You can't give a leg spinner 2 or 3 overs in a 3-day game to bowl Rico Wiggins.
Here's the delivery. Scored it into the offside for 1. They should be coming back for 2. They're going to turn to come back for 2. And 2 runs easily taken. So in the last, I would say, 10-15 minutes has been getting away from the Windward side. And here's where the captain needs to pull it back. His bowling changes at the moment has not helped his cause. 137 for loss of 3. Hope 28 from 38. And Simmons must be having visions of 100. 72 from 86.
Well, if he's not having visions of 100, he has to be blind. Because he's 72 from 86 balls. This game finished at 5:30. And it's just about, from my Beatles watch, it's just about 20 past 2. But you got enough time.
The sun is out in all its glory. And here is
Sweet.
A drive for his 73rd run. A push drive, really, for his 73rd run.
You see, and the thing is too is that with a leg spinner bowling, you're always on edge because that delivery can come, that wicket taking delivery can come. And the Windward players, they shouldn't let this partnership just dribble along. They should try to get wickets. We're going to see now the leg spinner coming from the northern end, which is a little bamboozling, but he's going to come from the northern end. And we'll see how he goes here.
Well, you said maybe a little bamboozling, but remember you said you haven't seen the leg break either, the googly.
So the wind is going to blow it? So you're hoping the wind blows in?
Superb blend Gladiola, 95 for 4.
The pitch is wet.
9 overs. Slow down considerably, Philo.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Randy Thomas on 13. Good to have the old veteran back up in the elite. Sean Worrell, 42. Michael Sobers, 2 for 33. Andrea Marshall, a veteran.
He had a very good game last week, but at his vintage, I don't know how quickly he can recover.
And they're playing Fusion Beauty Spartan, who are doing well, having returned from a 1-year demotion.
Yeah, well,
your thoughts on demotion promotion?
It needs to stop.
It needs to stop.
It was supposed to stop, but you know, only decisions can stop it.
Right, perfectly said.
Because it started, I was on the board then, and we were looking at getting the 10 top teams in Barbados to be in that elite division. So when you get to the 10 top teams, then it was given like maybe a 5-year run, I think 3 or 5 years, something like that. but it keeps going and going and going, and what it's done is hurting clubs. I feel for Maple. I pass Maple nearly every evening. They practiced last night or Thursday night they practiced Thursday night. Now, which is strange.
To play day games?
They practice at night to play day games. Yeah, they're not owls. So I don't understand it. But obviously you get most of the guys coming late. So they practice at night with a white ball. Go up there practicing with a red ball at night, they're Eagles. So I don't know. But I feel for Maple because I want to see Maple turn around.
Well, what I can say probably in their defense, if I could try to put some logic to it, is maybe it's easier to get the practice at night.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
As opposed to having
the guys come late. The guys come late. So when they come late at 7, they're still early. So, but at least it is something to keep the club going, which is good.
Yeah.
But the downside to
shut up at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, the downside is that they're practicing at night
to play the day games.
But the transition will have to be made. The coaches and the management. I know Andy Payne is saying he's the manager, the president of the club. So that may be a way of trying to get the guys to come back into the club and practice, and then work them smartly into coming early in the daytime. But I passed it on Thursday night, and they had maybe about 20 people. Yeah, they had a good set, man.
Which is good because I think any given Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, apart from Wonders, you struggle to find 15 players in anybody's net.
You mean a fifth?
I'm being generous.
15.
Good overboard there by Maxwell Lewis, switched around, conceded just 2 runs. And it's 139 for the loss of 3. 29 overs gone in this fixture game between ESAF's Pickwick and the Windward side. Of course, it's live streaming brought to you by the Barbados Cricket Association of their Elite Series 4 fixtures encounter.
Yes, Maxwell Lewis. He has a nice name. Maxwell Lewis, leg spinner, 3 overs for 12 runs. It's good to see a leg spinner in cricket. It's good to see Winward obviously selecting the leg spinner to play. I think that is a lost art in Barbados, and I think it's an art that should be harnessed. We have Motara. I think he also has to learn as well, and he needs to play more cricket. But it's good to see the leg spinners coming back into the fore. We have Gary Bell to our left. I can't remember if he was an off spinner. Yeah, he was an off spinner. Yeah, but he never really spin. He was just off, but it's off.
But no, but and interesting you say that because I would say in the last 5 to 7 years we've seen a plethora of left arm slow bowlers.
Yes, not even fast bowlers. All of them left arm. Yes. So there's a trend. I can remember years ago we had a lot of left arm batters.
Correct.
So you had to fight.
I know you hardly see the left arm batters.
You better believe it.
Time's changing all the time.
Yeah, you better believe it. It's changing, but it's changing. Let's hope for the better.
Wiggins is in, and in typical Hope style, he plays this one up to long on for 1. Will come back for an easy 2. And Mackay Simmons having to get in his straps and get going. He's on 76.
The field is it's strange. You got an off-spinner ball in Linden, and nobody's hit the ball over long on, but they have a long on in place. So it's an easy single. Although Hope tucked it to his right and got 2. Then he goes back now. He punches to the left. Well fielded by Passad. But you look at it. Nobody's hit the ball over mid-on to go into long on. So why don't you bring the long on into mid-on and force the batter then to clear his head? Let him take the chance. And they're taking the chance. Look, that's an easy single.
On offer all the time.
Yeah, all he has to do is bring it to mid-on and force Hope now to look aerial.
Take away the single option.
Yes.
If he wants to get around it, then you have to either beat him left or right or go over his head.
That's right. Let the batter decide, hey, am I going to chance my hand to go in the ear? Or am I going to try he might even take his eye off the ball while chipping and get stumped, miss the ball. But it's just too easy, too pedestrian to me.
Simmons on 73, goes back, plays the ball to mid-wicket, and that concludes over number 30. And it is all ESAF's Pickwick at the moment, 141 for the loss of 3.
Well, they're scoring 4.73 runs in over Linden, which is not bad at this level.
Oh yes.
And the outfield is not bumpy either. So
it's good. Lush green.
It's lush green, it's
so
good.
The fielders can commit.
I
think the bowlers need to take control, and this is the element that's missing in our cricket. Bowlers don't take control of the batsman.
No.
The bowlers, to me, just run up and bowl.
Yeah, they defend too early. Now look, the leg spinner is going to come back into the attack now. Maxwell Lewis. And the first man running down is a long off.
Long off.
And nobody's sitting down there yet, you know. So these are little things. Let the batter decide, look,
Correct.
let me go over the top. You're not giving him, you're allowing him to just hit the ball down the ground.
And
The
there-
mid-on is in place, there's no single. But bring the mid-off into play as well. Force the batter to do something different, you know. So he's bowling with a long off, a mid-wicket on the boundary, which is obviously the release shot. Good field place in mid-on, mid-wicket. There's no backward square, slip backward point, extra cover on the boundary, short extra cover, and a man catching in Jordan Reefer just on top of the square. Just good field placing. But you can't bowl short if you have a mark.
Conway, and he lose the dive with the fielder there at the backward point, the gully position. They come back. Really should have gotten an extra one
Yeah,
there.
but a man was run out. So
and a bad mix-up.
almost 100 runs to go. So he ain't coming for 2 at all.
He doesn't want to be involved in 2 run-outs.
No, Simmons is the man who calls it. No way.
Might be hard to come back to the pavilion.
Yeah, no. So you see what fielding does? A run out now, it's got a little edge you run between the way, because that is certain too.
Definitely.
Because that man had to run from the point
from
boundary
the point
all the way down.
to short turn.
Yeah, so it should be 2. It is a big round. But you see that run out? What has it back in his mind? I ain't running 2 with my man Simmons. Not today.
Lewis in.
Bull.
And well bowled by the young man, giving a little bit of air, well played by Simmons, looking to get forward and smother any turn. Still waiting on that googly. But he's bowled well. I like him coming from this end.
Mm-hmm.
Tall, slimly built, tosses the ball and goes past umpire Holder. He's in and off the pitch reads Simmons and plays it with a straight back into the offside. Can't score. He's 73. He too has slowed down considerably. 96 deliveries his face, and Winward opting to field first. Here is Lewis in. And
Catch.
there is a drive.
I know he has a mid off up, you see, so they can't take the single. If that guy was at long off, he could have walked that single. So that ball that was flighted, Simmons not to the pitch, hitting through the ball. Reefer diving to his right, that's Jordan Reefer, almost taking a brilliant catch, and the man at mid off came in quite quickly to prevent the Simmons a single. So Simmons now has to face Lewis again.
Yeah. Who won that battle just now?
Yes, so
The
mentally,
decision.
we see what Simmons is going to do. Almost got out. What is Simmons going to do now in this reply?
Lewis is into him, and he goes on to the back foot and watches the leg break spins from. I will say from here, it's not a good position to call it, but I'm going to call it based on how the keeper took it. So I'll tell you, it's spun from center to outside off.
Yes. But the thing is, he catched the ball too a little high.
A little high.
And Lewis is a tall fella, so you can see now that the pitch, as you said, is now starting to settle, and we will expect to see more balls bouncing a bit more and give him more carry.
And I'm going to show you that we're going to settle shortly as well.
So excellent session here of elite cricket at Windward Cricket Club here at Lucas Street in St. Philip. This is a very beautiful ground, must admit. Pickwick will feel quite comfortable, Lyndon, after losing the toss and asked the bat. To get up to 142 for 3.
Yeah, wonderful partnership. These two came together at 51 for 3. Simmons has batted exceptionally well, and the experience and hope, and this is what we were talking about with the umpires, and the experienced umpire, the junior umpire. Here we have and the experience of hope. It's been around this cricket maybe 15 plus years, and now young Mackay Simmons, as you hear the applause through on microphones for the Pickwick side, who come off, they'll feel good at the lunch interval. And I can tell you, Ivan Grant at the top was caught by Latrell Greenwich off the bowling of Kamari Griffith for 15. Michael Simmons, not out 73, 98 deliveries, 10 fours and 1 6. Strike rate of 74.49. Rohan Ryan, the captain, was caught by Tennyson Roach off the bowling of Kamari Griffith for 11. Craig Holder, in a bad mix-up, was run up by Jaden Roberts for 2. Kyle Hope, not out 32, having faced him 45 deliveries, 2 fours in his knock, extras 9. And I can tell you that the bowling for the Winward side, Jarian Hoyt, 9 overs 1 made none for 37. Kamari Griffith, an extended spell of 11 overs 1 made 2 for 64. Picked up his first 2 wickets Jaden Roberts, 5 overs, no maiden, none for 14. Maxwell Lewis, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. And Rico Wiggins, 2 overs, no maiden, none for 9. So, Philo, you see that young Mackay Simmons, 73. He's dropped anchor from the innings despite having 2 chances thus far. But you know, a batsman can't catch himself. So
no, you have to give him
chances.
You have to give him credit.
Exactly.
Open the batting this year, still not on 73 from 98 balls. Will slow down because obviously it's approaching the lunch break or tea break. 142 3. Pickwick will feel ESAF Pickwick will feel a lot better. 51 for 3. Coach Andrew Mtes will starting to pull his hair, although he has none. So this partnership has settled down quite nicely. They take a break, a much needed break. Obviously they'll regroup and they'll come back looking to stretch it even further. And Simmons will obviously should be looking to get 100 here. There's nothing that can stop him from getting 100 by himself. And if yourself stop you from doing something, you can't blame anybody but yourself.
So on that note, I can tell you to come for the Pickwick side: Rashid Edwin, Shamar Ford, Jared Jules, Tino Best, Jatari Prescott, and Zondre Baptiste. At the break, lunch, ESAF's Pickwick asked to bat first. 142 for a loss of 3 of some 31 overs against Winward in the Barbers Grade Association Elite Fixture Series number 4. And we are going to go some coverage, some highlights of the under 15 finals.
At the Rubis Sports Club on the mighty Granite Highway is Nichols Bakery Combermere up against Milo Lodge, the Combermere side being the defending champions. And the early news is that they've won the toss, and quite predictably they've decided to bowl first on the pitch, which should have a great deal of assistance. Chance for a catch taken down at cover. Mr. Pearson born in this good team. Chance for a catch. Recognizing the importance of the promotion of the sport despite the fact that things are not going well for cricket in the Caribbean. Half shot for leg before maybe heading down the leg side. And that's gone away. Bad delivery and put away for 4. Wow. What a way to go. Here now. Bowled him. Fantastic delivery. Bang on target. More trouble for Milo Lodge. The length, right on the off stump. See what I tell you? Bowled him. Right on target. Bang. Oh, he's going to be safe here. Oh, he said wicket.
Free from Hines. As we see here. Unfortunate. And the bat coming right away wrong.
Oh, he's bowled all over the place. And Hines continues to do such a wonderful job.
So he did the job that he was asked to do. As we see here. One bang on target, middle stump, rock back. Doing the job as the strike bowler that his captain brought him back to do. And really a fine spell of fast bowling from Hines.
Rounders here is row in. And first to be short and banged away. That's the first 6 of the game. A short ball, and that was hit with contempt. And after that short ball, I wouldn't have a man behind there because that short ball was hit further. As this delivery is in short and hit in the air, the field is under it, and the catch is dropped. Here is Toppin on the way to bowl to Fort, and Fort, like he's done all day, goes on the back foot, and the ball goes through the keeper, goes past the bat, and down to the fine leg boundary, and
he's been given. Caught behind. That's been put away. A bad delivery. And despite the fact that Fort is a very defensive.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Lovely high action. Lots of air. Oh, yeah. Beautifully bowled.
I know you're watching this competitive game between these two sides. Chance for catch. The catch is taken. And wicket number 7 goes down with Nichols Bacon Comamere still a run shy of taking the lead.
Seems to be impressed by his action and his guile.
Chance for catch. Catch taken.
So he would love to see the end of this innings before they go in for a break.
He's bowled him. And Seeley gets his 6th wicket. This has been a wonderful spell. In the air. Chance for catch. Is the catch taken?
Catch it.
It is. So, Sargent finishing with 4. And this has been a very good comeback by Milo Lodge, because at the start of day 2, they were way behind when you look at the scoreboard. Just 97. And Nichols Bacon Comamere starting the day on 76 without loss. All up for 113. A good response by Milo Lodge.
Slipping a gully in position. Backward point. Fine leg also in position. This is bowled him. He's gone right through him. Very, very tentative. I'll tell you what. Making sure that the garrison is very well represented. They now utilize the facilities. P for leg before and given. Leg before wicket. So the ball goes for a second failure in this game. 4th. Teams into bowl. And the edge is taken. It might have fallen just in front of the second slip.
Chance for catch. Catch taken.
So here is Jahidi Hines. And this will be stroked. And is caught at the cover position. Sean Sargent and bowls the delivery is pitched up. And he's bowled it. Beautifully bowled. A delivery pitched up and it seemed to have come in with the angle. 11 deliveries for his 12th delivery. Paris is into him. And he is forward. There's a P for leg before and given out. Given out. And
there's Fort to continue. Bowled him. Full and on the off stump. Bowled him. Wow. Wow. So that's it. Beautiful piece of bowling by Paris. He gets his 5th wicket.
They got to try to make inroads. And these are the 2 wicket takers from the first innings. And I'm sure they'll think that they got the ability to do it again.
So, let me remind you that there's 78 runs for victory. Or, Comamere can just play for a draw because they've got first innings. There are 43 overs available and the 2 batsmen coming up to the middle. Hines and Fort that gave them a good start in the first innings, an opening stand of 76.
Yeah.
Big appeal for a catch to the wicket. Gone, caught behind. That's gone to the offside. That's gone for 4.
here is Sonico Sargent from the northern end. And this delivery on the leg stump and whipped away down behind his square. Beautiful shot for 4. 1 for 17. He's in. A delivery tossed up, a full toss. Hit high in the air. It is safe. The fielder from long on runs back, and he will only run back to retrieve it. With his final delivery between the umpire and the stump, the ball to Paris. Paris gets short, and steers it through the offside, and will pick up his 22nd run from his 22nd delivery. Over number 12 is done and dusted, and the delivery tossed up, stroked, pierces the backward point in the cover. Will get 1, an easy single run. And here is a drive through the fella. The fielder at the cover region turns and runs behind it. Turn and come back for 1. Is a Bell on the way to bowl to Hines, and Hines stretches forward and goes for the winning run into the offside. And Nichols Bacon Comamere have won the Barbados Cricket Association's Under 15 cricket title 2024 with a comprehensive 9 wickets victory over rivals Milo Lodge, finishing on 78 for 1 of 19.5 overs. Jahidi Hines, 24 not out from 52 deliveries, and Justin Paris, not out 49 from 51 deliveries.
We started back in October with 19 teams vying for this under-19 title. Today, we're down to the last 2. Edge found, and this time, it produces the wicket. Bellamy gets the first strike. Wicket down for Combermere. Driven nicely. Could be 2. Oh no, an injury. And it results in a boundary as well. Not good news there for Queen's College.
Even bounce, it seems like nothing. This one was driven brilliantly. Run away in to the boundary with it.
Yes, it does.
Leads for 4.
Yeah, umpire Sheena Welch is the umpire, standing umpire. Chance for a catch and brilliantly taken at the deep mid-wicket position. Suspect is a long off as well. Here's an almighty hit, high, hard, and straight into the Greenwich, and here stands as the international players on the back foot and caught. The wicket of RJ Giddens. He takes a short delivery and pulls it to the fielder at a straightish mid wicket inside the 30-yard circle.
Gets back and pulls this one out towards that square leg boundary. Hits the ropes now. So that's the first boundary from Macombi. Goes towards that area again. Back-to-back boundaries form a productive end to over number 33. 133 for 4. Well, gets a badly lined one there. And he punches it. So, we're looking at momentum. We're looking to take advantage of deliveries. That was a bad one. Starts the over. Brilliant. Oh, a shot of class from the young man that has spent time at the crease. This is why Combermere love him. Can he keep it going?
Let's see what he would bowl now.
He drags it down slightly. That's going to be a boundary. That's momentum there. Gets a gift, and a gift accepted to close out the innings. What a way to end things for Combermere. A maximum to take them up to 184 for 5. Well, the catch is put down, but it doesn't matter, given that it was a free hit there. Driven beautifully. Great balance and great execution as well. And it finds its way into the boundary. Lovell gets off the mark. Gets through that offside field again. Could be back-to-back boundaries for him. If this is the intent that I've been talking about, this is Lovell. Wow. Hit away with disdain. Well, they would have needed a third or fourth slip for that one. Instead, it's into the boundary. He's not going to miss out on that. He's been informed from the time he came to the crease, and has been flowing boundaries off the bat of Lovell. And third man that was moved just now comes into play, but can't do the job.
And there is wicket number 2 as Hackett at 19 drags on to Davis, and he gets his first wicket. 1 for 19 in the process of his 4th over for her, and a lot of them have come under her 2-play delivery, which is played to the slip region, and the end of Armstrong on the turned him right around. That went to amaze Queen's College, and they did not get a name to add on to that. I'm sure that the further names have gone. A beautiful shot hit through mid wicket, lovely shot through long on. Garway, a big 6, short ball delivered by Garway, asking to be hit. Did be hit over long on. It's on the line of leg step and worked away. Fine leg has a long run across and cannot get across. He's a little too square, the square leg for Raphael Lovell. Well played by the young man, brilliant in his 50. And his 50 came off some 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 fours and 1 650. Off 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 delightful fours and 1 6. The 54 Raphael Lovell as Queen's College amazingly moved to 92 for 3. Beautiful shot over mid-on, which is up, mid-off, sorry. And excellent shot by Lovin.
Hit hard, hit straight.
Any other batter in, take it straight home.
Long on. Had visions of taking that catch. And the ball cannons into the side screen swat.
Gets it wrong there. Young Paris and pays the ultimate price. They edge ever closer to what will be the first time that Queen's College hold that title in their hand single-handedly and outright. It's now one hit away now. And he's gone. So he will not take his team over the line. But what a day and what an innings it has been for Raphael Lovell. In 95 of the finest runs he might probably score in his schoolboy career. Deserving of the handshakes and congratulations that he's gotten, because he's pretty much taken Queen's College to the front door.
Now the shadows lengthen here. You see the sweep range out. A lovely shot that by Captain Zandra Baptiste, just sweeping that one past the fine leg area, square leg area for 4.
The moment that they have dreamed of, a moment of history. For the first time, Amaze Queen's College are champions outright of the under-19 cricket in Barbados. They have earned this moment. They have delivered a performance like no other on the biggest of stages. Today, you can say they have carried the light.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for a wonderful game we've had at Kensington Oval. It's good to have the under-19 finals back at the home of cricket in Barbados. This afternoon, we were treated to a very splendid performance from Combermere and Queen's College. Queen's College has come out as the victors.
I now invite Zandra Baptiste of Queen's College to collect the winning trophy for this year. For the first time in their history, Amaze Queen's College champions outright of the BCA Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited under-19 tournament. Herman Griffith Primary School Cricket Final 2024. It is a contest between Amazing Deals Wesley Hall and Williams Industries West Terrace. As you saw a little earlier, West Terrace, they won the toss, and their captain Ronnie Watson said that they're going to have a bat first.
11-2. Watson on 2.
Another misfield means that they can come back for 2 and maybe get a boundary as well. Well, this too could be another boundary. Brilliant use in terms of opening the face of the bat on that one from Ford.
And 47 without loss.
Yeah, all out there just to do their best, just to make themselves, their parents, and everybody at school proud. Oh, brilliant on the boundary. That's the type of commitment we love to see. Lashed away. A full toss. A no ball for height as well. So add 5 runs to the total.
In the school of setup.
There's someone teaching him the right things from early. Another misfield. Produces another boundary for West Terrace. Another boundary for the captain, Watson.
Right, also the leader runs 4, 6 for 6.
Whipped over mid-wicket. Whipped into the boundary. This is brilliant. This is beautiful.
Connie, 1 over for 11. Roll, 2 overs for 14 runs.
Simply sublime from the captain, Watson.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Ill directed the leg, great pitching.
That's all. So they are batting, they are getting some runs, and they're looking pretty good.
More runs again. That'll head out towards the boundary and we'll get there. Played square in the offside. In the air for a bit. That's another good shot. That's going to go out to the boundary. We'll get there as well. Short and punched away through extra cover. Very well played indeed. That's going to be called a wild, I would imagine. Written on the umpire. It goes away as well. That's gone. A bit like Wayne Daniel. That's going to split the field and we'll go for 4. More runs. It'll go for 4, I believe it does. Cover coming across, could not stop it. And that ball burst into the fielder's hand. That's gone for 4.
A very good shot again outside the off. Somebody punched this one past the cover area.
Oh, it went through the keeper and also the fielder. Fine leg, and will get bigger and better next year, I would imagine. Chance for a catch, finally! A wicket for a team that has been struggling for a long time. Wesley Hall. Ford is looking for his 50 and will get it too. Pitched up on the off stump, stroked away through the cover area. Wonderful performance by Nehemiah Ford.
This will be one of those two as they try to get their field right. Bowled him. Linton gets his first wicket of the contest. Oh, they're screaming, they're cheering, and they're dancing here at Friendship. He gets another one. Linton picks him up, LBW. That's 2 for him now. In what has been a brilliant spell.
Bailey's primary, Welch's primary, and final delivery.
Slapped into the air, will fall safely. And a missed field, so do they get 2 to close out the innings? Yes, indeed. So winning the toss, opting to bat first, West Terrace. They've posted what is a very dominant total. 214 for 3.
Nehemiah Ford.
Another case of interesting running to get home though. Signal leg buys. They were thinking maybe could have gotten their first wicket, but heading down with the angle. Clips into the leg side. And they get 2. Yeah, but just to go back to Corbin. Oh, wow. Is that close? Is that out? Yes, it is. Well, indeed, it's come via the run-out route. West Terrace have got a big wicket here.
Oh, yes, he definitely has all the traits, all the trademark. I like his consistency of attacking the stumps.
Talking about attacking the stumps, he gets his first of the contest. They're off to the races. Another big one for West Terrace.
And
double delight for Corbin. He's disturbed the woodwork again. They're on a track at the moment. They're running all around here. And running rings around Wesley Hall.
In the ground.
Catch taken with ball number 1. He's brought down another.
Ryan Martindale, the new bowler. So they'll be pitched up.
Wrapped on the pad. He's gone. The destruction continues. And it's wicket number 2 for Martindale.
As he's bowling, as Andrew Mason rejoined us, Hines is comprehensively beaten and bowled by Martindale.
Chance for a run out. He's gone. Yes, no situation. Oh, he's bowled him. More success for West Terrace. Harper departs. More trouble for Wesley Hall. They're 52 for the loss of 8.
You know,
been given, he missed the full toss. Get-ins given by the umpire. So the many supporters of the West Terrace team, wow, that's it. That's it. Beautiful piece of bowling by Ford, and West Terrace are the champions in 2024, led by one of their best cricketers in Neymar Ford, and they're celebrated. Look at that. What a performance from the West Terrace team, defending a score of 214. Brilliant, excellent, superb. Congratulations to West Terrace.
That's back here from this to northern side or the road side. A short delivery, fended up, and he takes it on the rebound. Away.
Jerome Jones gets a short delivery, goes for the hook. And here he is driving up his sleeve. You will notice that Jones looks to impart quite a bit more spin. Chance for a run out the returnist.
Out. Full delivery, and it's pulled.
Strictly the difference. Comfort that the player got that offside as the piece is gone in the air. Chance for Japan.
Jones just flicking that one.
So resumption after the tea interval. The ESAF field Pickwick forging a fight back against the home team, the Windward, right here at Lucas Street in St. Philip. The home side, the Windward, winning the toss and opted to take a field early, and they find themselves, a bit on the back foot after inserted the ESAF field Pickwick. They lost some 3 early wickets at 51 for 3. But a recovery out of 142 for 3. Kyle Hope, the veteran, he's very much there on 32. And the youthful Simmons, he's on 73, not off of 98 deliveries, 10 fours and 1 6. Welcome Philip Hackett with me back into the chair. Philip, your thoughts of that first session?
A session that I believe the Pickwick side will be fairly satisfied with 142 for 3. Of course, they would be a lot happy at maybe 142 for 1 or 2, but hey, why get greedy? 142 for 3 is a reflection of the effort that they themselves have put in, and they know that they had a bit of luck going their way in that Simmons was put down on a couple of occasions. He has been the anchor so far, and they also are well aware that Kyle Hope was bowled by no ball. So the luck has gone, let's say, with the Pickwick side up to this point in time, and they have reached 142 for 3. Not suggesting that they reached there purely on luck, but the certain breaks have gone their way and they've capitalized. So I think they will be pretty satisfied. But at the same time, Winward will not be too daunted, because they know that within the first 20 minutes or so, and they can pick up another 2 wickets, they'll be right back in the thick of things.
Yeah, they always say add 2 wickets to the score and you find yourself in a better position. But a 91-run partnership between, like I said, the youthful Mackay Simmons and the veteran Kyle Hope. I mean, have the experience of someone at Kyle Hope with you, guiding you through innings. I think that's been very helpful to Simmons. Your thoughts?
Oh, for sure. You know, you've seen many situations like that. I don't know why my mind is going back as far back as it is. Sometimes I expose my ears too much. But I remember an experienced Gordon Greenwich batting with the Roland Holder, who, if he wasn't still at school, it was very shortly after he had left. And I remember that's when he scored his first century, if I remember correctly, at Kensington. So even although I've been around for a while, the memory is not evading me completely. But it's that type of situation that you like to see.
Yes, so first delivery after the resumption. Delivery to Kyle Hope. The off spinner Kumari Griffith, he comes back for a second spell before this. 11 overs, 2 for 64. You see him just bowling that one into the leg side and work into a square leg to pick up a run directly after the resumption, Philip.
Yeah, Kumari Griffith, he seems to be the key man in their bowling lineup. You hardly ever look up and see that he's not in the attack. In fact, so far he's bowled the most overs in the innings. This is his 12th now, 2 for 65.
Your ball just shot back overhead bowler's head from Simmons. Simmons, who said, should be eyeing what would be a excellent century. He's seen him 2 chances, as you guys said, in his innings so far. But at 74, and Phil Wallace was alluding to it, he's got a whole session ahead of him to try to get up to that 100.
Well, yeah, batting time. It's called batting time. When you look at players like Rivaldo Clark and Amari Goodrich, who did so well in the first last match that ended earlier this week,
it's a lovely shot there by Kyle Hope. Just a wide delivery and short outside the awesome. Over the rope, that ball goes now for 4. So the first boundary after resumption, the off spinner Griffith being a bit short and wide, and given the treatment by Kyle Hope, he's not going to miss out on that today or tomorrow, and really picking up the first boundary after the resumption.
Well, I don't know if he could have maybe felt that Christmas had come early, a bit too early even for Christmas, but that really was a gift. All credit to the batsman though for executing in fine style.
Very well executed. It's a player who's been here many occasions. He's been very prolific, as we said, in his duration at the elite level. Said getting 1,000 runs in one elite season, if I remember, maybe 2. I feel like I'm sure we'll get those stats for you at some point. But here you can see he's just batting with such ease. His balance is good. He's good on the front foot and on the back foot, Kyle Hope. Good variation of pace there by Griffith, just holding that one a bit slower. So as the over comes in, the first over after the luncheon break, the ESAF field Pickwick, they're now 149 for 3, 32 overs completed. Simmons, he's on 74, and Kyle Hope, he's on 38.
There we see Griffith not afraid to flight the ball, and that's usually a sign of a good spinner. You can't be afraid. You got to be brave if you're going to be bowling spin, because on the surface, batsmen will believe that they can get after you, and if they get some success early on, then that can set you back considerably. Remember, we saw that at the early part of play today, where the batsmen were looking to get after Kumar Griffith, but of course he struck back very quickly indeed, and Grant, who had been quite positive in playing him, fell for 15.
Yes, it looked like Maxwell Lewis, the leg spinner. He's going to continue. He had a couple of overs before the break. He had some 3 overs from the southern end, and then this one from the northern end, but greeted with an excellent shot from Kyle Hope. This one just off the pitch and hidden over mid wicket, 1 bounce and into the boundary for 4. So lovely shot there by Kyle Hope, bringing up the 150. Also the 100 run partnership, 102 the partnership, and 124 deliveries. Hope he's contributed some 42 of them, and you can see 53 of them being contributed by the man Simmons.
Ominous signs here. Hope, you mentioned earlier how prolific a score at this level, even although we haven't seen a lot of that recently, but he's really looked good today, and there he goes again.
Like I said, he's got shots both off the front foot and off the back foot. As you see, he's just trying to compensate. On the shorter side is Maxwell Lewis, and just punching that one to backward point to pick up an easy single is Kyle Hope. But he's looked really good for his balance at the crease. He's just looked a good sight for the eye.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of difficult to watch players of this nature who... Oh! Well. You put your mouth on the team, Andy Payne, the commentator's curse. It was a ball that, to be quite frank, didn't seem to be of any, devilish character. And there it was, Simmons pulling the ball straight to mid-wicket. And having given 2 earlier chances, not able to capitalize and get to 3 figures, but an important knock nevertheless. Gone for 74 for 100 balls. But Andy, I hope it reminds you of what I said a short while ago, that while Pickwick enjoyed the session before tea, Winward will not be too put off by that, because they know that a wicket or 2 within the first 20 minutes or half an hour will put a different complexion on the game. They've got 1. And we often hear 1 brings 2, 2 can bring 3. So the door is open now as Simmons tries to drag himself literally off the field.
Yes, dragging himself indeed. You just give it a slow walk back into the pavilion. But the leg spinner and Maxwell Lewis gaining success. Some people will say the leg spinner, they do get those type of wickets. It was a really short ball, and you saw Simmons just trying to hit that one. It had additional bounce on that occasion, couldn't get over it to pull it down, and just hitting it into short mid wicket, where Griffith is the man taking that catch, and he's got to make his way back into the dugout. So he's gone for 74. Maxwell Lewis picks up his first, the leg spinner. He's now got 1 for 17, and the new batter making his way out to the middle is Shamar Ford, the wicketkeeper batsman.
Yes, we were talking about leg spinners earlier, one by the name of Sachin, and we mentioned 1 or 2 others. Who's your favorite leg spinner over the years?
Of course, well, if you're thinking world cricket, it must be the great Shane Warne. But in recent, I've always loved to see Abdul Rashid of England. I just think he's got a lot of variations, and I just like the guile of which he operates.
And if you come local, by local I mean home. Regional. No, I take what you're saying. You started away and now I'm just dragging you back home.
I can work my way back in. So yeah, on the local scenes, have you heard me speak?
And by local I mean Caribbean.
Well, I'll speak locally. You've heard me spoken about that young talent in young Justin Paris.
Yes.
I think he's one to keep an eye on. We've also seen Zishan Matara here in Barbados, who we're also keeping a close eye on. So there's some talent here. But in the region, when we speak of leg spinners, we've seen a guy called Badesi. He's one that I saw in the breakout league last year, and I think he's got something that we can definitely work with in the Caribbean.
Yes, and if you go old school, you've got a couple more names you can bring up. We can start with recent old school as the batsman can pick up a couple of runs down towards the fine leg area, and the signal of buys coming from the umpire Ayana Holder. But yes, I said if you're going to do the recent pass, and if you're going to go white ball, of course, there's also Battery, although there's some who would argue that he's not a pure or genuine leg spinner.
Yes, not the traditionalist.
Yes, I think that's the best word.
Yeah. But he's one who's worked to good effect. As the successful over comes to an end, 156 for 4. The ESAF field Pickwick being inserted to bat by the home side. The Windwards picking up that wicket is Maxwell Lewis having his first 1 for 17 after his 5th over. Kyle Hope, he's still very much there on 43, and young Shamar Ford yet to get off the mark.
Yes, so a good breakthrough by Winward, and they'll be looking to get at least one more to put the pressure back on Pickwick. But while you're on the subject of leg spinners, I go back to my very early days, probably before you existed, Andy. But you can tell me, do you remember a guy called David Holford?
Well, I've known of David Holford, one who I haven't seen live.
Right.
Obviously. Like you said, you go old school.
Yeah,
I'm not in your school.
I've got a few more years than you, but that's okay.
But I've obviously done the history on David Holford. I probably would have seen his understudy in George Linton.
Yes.
Which I did play against George on a number of occasions.
Yeah. Well, so he was actually my favorite back at that time. One of my favorite cricketers, and I certainly admired his leg spin bowling. In fact, it was watching him that prompted me to try to do the same thing, if not to the same extent. Let's make that clear.
The creation
not to the same level.
Philip Hackett, the leg spinner, but he's kept out because of someone like George Linton.
I'm not going to argue with you.
But I mean, in my playing days, in the earlier days when I came in, like I had the likes of George Linton. You also had Sherlin Graves.
Yes,
very much so. At the Empire side, and I mean, to good effect. Terry Rollett would have been around.
That's quite true.
And then we had the likes of Dave Yama Marshall, Spartan coach. So I mean, there were quite a few like spinners of merit. You really could have. You had to face up against in my time.
Okay. So the Pickwick side trying to consolidate here. That early loss after the break.
I mean, I've probably would have just got a text message telling me how could I forget one of my schoolmates in Robert Stewart. You know that name?
Yes. Did he play for Banks?
He played for Banks.
Yes.
He would have played for BT for a while as well. Robert Stewart, who's.
And someone sent you that text message? Was it Robert Stewart who sent you the text?
No, it wasn't Robert Stewart. No, but yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, just speaking of leg spinners and Robert, I would have been a teammate of Robert's at Coach Party. So.
Okay. Yes, I do remember him. And while you're talking about Robert Stewart, the name Robert brings up memory of another leg spinner by the name of Robert Haynes from Jamaica. The thing about him is that he wasn't known for bowling the googly with any regularity.
Yeah, yet another over comes to an end, 158 for 4. So a good art to really speak about. And obviously would have played against the likes of Aurora Lewis. I played against Royal of Grenada, Grenada schools. And then you always would have Ram Narang of Trinidad. And
Dan Raj.
Dan Raj was a bit before. Dan Raj was a bit before Ram Narang. And then Mahindra Nagamutu. So those would have been in my era of playing around that time.
Yeah, so he really shocked you by bringing in the David Holford thing.
So yeah, you go. But it just speaks of eras and old school. To see that one seems to be a chance being put down there in the cover, Philip. The wicket keeper Shamar Ford just coming on the front foot and lofting that one in the air, and the fielder at cover couldn't hold on to it. So creating yet another chance is the leg spinner Maxwell Lewis. As you have a look, it's just going to him and flooring it. Really be disappointed that he didn't hold on to that one. It looked like just trying to get the feeder, but just flooring that one. So a chance goes down for the Pickwick.
The thing about it is, I said one brings two, but you've got to take the catches. The opportunities are created, but if the catches are not taken, then Winward can find themselves out in the field come 5:30 this evening.
Yeah, so just creating that chance, like you said, is a leg spinner, and we said leg spinners are known for this. Philip, you're just creating that good delivery. You saw Ford trying to drive it, couldn't keep it down, but here he is, gets a bad delivery now, the full toss, and hit over square leg for 6. So after being put down, Chance went to begging, and he's responded with a 6 over square leg. Shamar Ford.
Yes, it's gone over the roof of the pavilion too, but it did bounce just in front. It went over the boundary for 6, bounced on the concrete area, and then went onto the roof of the pavilion. I don't know if it's been retrieved or otherwise. But while we're on the subject of you're talking about leg spinners and so on, and some leg spinners being picking up balls with wickets with balls that are not necessarily great. And the same David Holford, I remember, I think ended up being his best figures, 5 for 23 against India at Kensington. And, you know, he, among his best figures, I think he's best at the test level, but certainly not necessarily the most unplayable balls. 2 of them I remember, very short indeed. And I think Surinder Armanoff was one of the batsmen dismissed. He was a left-hander and pulled to mid-wicket. 2 short balls. He was a left-hander, as a right-hander. I remember he bowled one of the batsmen. He ended up with 5 wickets, but there were some that were typical leg spinners dismissal in that the ball didn't do exactly what he wanted to do, but it got the effect he wanted.
And they said that leg spinners do get wickets with bad deliveries, but again, you just the thought of delivery spinning away from you, you find yourself in an uncomfortable position, so to speak, and trying to play a shot against the spin, like the pull shot, and you know this ball just taking that bounce and that spin away from the bat and top edging them into someone.
Yes, especially when you quite rightly said, when you get that extra bounce as well. So being a tall leg spinner helps, or playing in conditions where the pitch has that extra bounce. That also presents a different problem for the batsman.
It seems a little bit of a clip there from the Rubis, where the Irish Walker ladies there in action. You just see them there at Rubis, the Irish Walker ladies. I just don't think we have the ability of the graphics of a scorecard, but we were just seeing the ladies in action there at Rubis. Back here at the Windward ground, just seems to be a ball change, as you saw the match referee in Winston Dorridge just making his way out to the middle with the replacement balls.
Well, it's still it's probably still on the roof.
Yes, so it probably did go on the roof, not to be retrieved.
We talked about the women's game and so on. Recently we were hearing of, in fact right now we've got the YMPC game, haven't we? YMPC against the BCA Youth, and they are having a grand time. Dwayne Smith and Molly Marshall together, 250 for 6 off just 37 overs. So they're dominating the action there against the players of the future.
Yeah, but in that innings, you see young Jahidi Hines, the right-arm fast medium. He's picked up some 3 for 44 from 9 overs. So even though there's a bit of carnage going around there in the team, young fast bowler Hines, he's picked up 3 of those wickets to fall 250 for 6.
Yes.
A good run rate, over 6 runs and over for the duration of play is excellent on the part of the YMPC.
Well, I guess YMPC are aware that they need to get a move on really, and no better opportunity than here, because you've got 23 points to Winward, 27 to Pickwick, and YMPC just one ahead of them, 28.
Yes.
So they would want to get moving, so to speak, because you don't want to be in the relegation zone like my team Tottenham. you don't want to be threatened with relegation. And you're a football fan as well?
I do follow the Reds of Manchester.
This is City?
No, City is not Reds. United.
Oh yes. My humble apologies. Yes. So you think that Arsenal will hold on, or City will?
Well, being a Manchester fan, I will want that Arsenal doesn't hold on, but I think Arsenal's almost there. I would say I think they're in a good position to really have the championship.
So if you're a fan of Manchester United, you're allowed to be sympathetic towards Manchester City?
So, well, you'll be sympathetic to Manchester City if the other team is Arsenal.
Well said.
See the leg spinner Maxwell Lewis again, another good flight to delivery. Just hit that one back to the bowler, albeit in the air, but to his left. So a bit aerial is Shamar Ford, and you can see he's not in total control against the leg spinner, albeit he got that full pitch. that he dismissed for the 6. He also had that chance and trying to close out the over again, just on the back foot and hitting that one to point and can't score. So over of misfortunes really for the leg spinner. He's offered the chance, it was floored, and then he was struck over mid wicket for 6 by Ford, but he closes out the over, and at the end of it they're 166 for 4.
So they're now obviously beginning to think in terms of batting points. They need to get up to 200 for the first 2. Another due at 250, and then they can get to 300 and maximize the batting points. But Winward too will be looking for their first bowling points with the fall of another wicket.
And over here now at the Gladiola ground, where the Superb Blend Gladiola, the home team, they're 122 for 4 against the Fusion Boutique Spartan. Shim Holder, he's into the attack, he's into his 3rd over. They've batted some 37 overs, and Shim Holder just managing those 3 overs, so maybe introduced belatedly. It's the Barbados off spinner. So, but quite a bit happening there at the Gladiola ground, the races. But back here at the main action, is Komori Griffith to continue 2 for 73 from 13, bowling to Kyle Hope, who's on 46.
Very good knock from Kyle Hope. He's shown his class with very selective stroke play. It's not been an innings where the bat has dominated in the sense that the bowlers are out of it, but he has played a number of very handsome strokes, showing his class.
The reward is to get to that half century. Kyle Hope, he's not one that would feel stroke of season. You see that one met on the full, just is using his feet to it and just getting it on the full and hitting it up to the 1 for another single. So one more takes him closer to that half century. 47, 167 for 4. The ESAF field Pickwick. Excellent day for cricket here. We've seen all those close, they've now left us, and he's bowled. Shamar Ford loses his wicket, bowled comprehensively by Griffith, the off spinner, and Pickwick loses a 5th. We spoke about those points for the teams in terms of bonus points. So 1 to the good of the Windward side, and seeing Ford losing his wicket via the bowled by Komori Griffith 7. Let's have a look at this, Philip.
Yes, if you look at it, deceived in the flight somewhat or beaten for pace. We need to, well, see that again. Let's see. So what happened there, Andy?
Yeah, I think it was a full delivery. He played all over it, Phil, and it got too close to him and hit in the base of the stumps, and he's really got to make his way back. Not the most comfortable knock for the wicketkeeper batsman in Shamar Ford. He was dropped in the previous over. He struck a 6 over deep square leg, and now facing up to the off spinner in Griffith, losing his wicket. So that 2 quick wickets that you were speaking about to the good of the Winward team after the interval, they've come very much into effect.
Yes, for sure. This was a case where 1 brought 2, and Grant 15, Simmons 74, Rohan Ran 11, Craig Holder 2, and now Shamar Ford being sent back. So the cream of the batting has certainly gone.
Well, it brings the experienced Gerard Jilts to the middle, just making his way back into the Elite Division. He's a veteran at this level now. He's been around for some time. A very good all-rounder in Gerard Jilts. A lot will be depending on him to stick around with Kyle Hope to forge another one of those partnerships. So a century stand for the 4th wicket between Hope and the opener Simmons. But more success for Griffith. He's had 2 5-wicket hauls early in the season, and here he is on his way.
So good start for Jilks. Just keeping it out. At the end of the over, it's 167 for 5.
Yeah, so yet another successful over by the spinners. So the spinners doing the of the work getting the wickets to fall. 4 of them out of 5. Remember, Holder, he was run out earlier in the innings for 2 from 9 deliveries. So Pickwick just need to be mindful here, and they need another partnership. They need to at least try to battle the duration of today's play. But when we're on the other side, they will have different ideas. Remember, they won the toss and inserted the opposition to bat, and now they've got half the team down at 167.
Yes, as the leg spinner Maxwell continues from the northern end.
So hope he will be the man. They want him to shepherd this lower middle order really. They seen just pull that one, another short delivery from the leg spinner, and finding Griffith in the way. But on this occasion, Hope was able to keep that one down, as opposed to Simmons, who got his one full into the midriff of Griffith a bit earlier. Seen him in an excellent position to punch that one on this occasion on the offside and pick up an easy single. But it brings Gerard Jilts into strike against the leg spinner Maxwell Lewis.
Maxwell Lewis trying to find his way. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. We want to be more economical than that for sure.
Seen the Winward coach Jafari Toppin just making his way around the grounds. I'm sure he'll want to have a word with some of the players. Seems to be going out to Hoyt, so maybe just enforce some tactics. Want to see the back end of this Pickwick side. But Jafari Toppin, the coach of this Winward side, usually finds his way in the 11 when his players are short.
Yes, I saw one of the early games I did here. He played. I think he's still a very good player. I don't know why he sells himself that short.
Good delivery. Just spraying Jilts forward and picking up his first run. Just playing that one into the vacant mid-wicket region where the bowler on his follow through just had to go away to his right to collect. So Jilts, he's off the mark. He's on 1. And brings Kyle Hope back into strike. He's on 48, trying to get up to this half century. Yes, back to Jafari Toppin. Like I think he's still one of the most destructive batters in the modern game here in Barbados, and just only preferred to concentrate on his coaching duties.
So Lewis continuing from the northern end. Hope 47 not out. He's being supported by Gerard Jilks, who is yet to score.
Kyle Hope continues to be fluent as he strokes that one up to the sweeper position where the over comes in, and that is 37 of them completed. Kyle moves on to 49. Kyle moves on to 49, and the Pickwick side 169 for 5. Just going to make room for Philo Wallace. He's going to replace Philip Hackett. Wow, I can tell you, it's an opening batsman replacing a leg spinner. Philip Hackett, known for his leg spinner's prowess. Well, he knows. I'm not sure if you know Philo Wallace, that Philip Hackett was a leg spin bowler. Welcome you, Philip.
He walks like a leg spinner. But if you actually say he was a leg spinner, I'll take your word for it. I know he's a table tennis man as well. See, he has ball sense.
That's probably the spin that he's speaking about.
Yeah, but he can back spin, that's particularly with the and top spin with the table tennis. We played table tennis in our times, road tennis. Never really played a lot of basketball.
What was some of your other sports?
Making sport.
You've done well. You've done exceptionally well, Phil.
Yeah, I like making sport.
As you can see, the young all spinner in Cormac Griffith, he's picked up 3 for 74. He's bowling there to Kyle Hope, who's on 49, and look, really excellent batter in this innings.
Yes, he looks good. Obviously, he's the senior statesman. Kyle Hope, it's good to see him play for ESAF. Pickwick was in a very good partnership as well, that 4th wicket. But now it's down to him now to obviously bat ESAF Pickwick to safety, try to bat up the rest of the day and work with the other batters to come, because you know the young man wants to see the ball in the area, going to play a shot, Andy, but Kyle Hope has to be the one to lead them.
Yes, he's just had that assurance. He's looked so assured, like you said, against this lower ball, and he's just so equipped on the front foot and on the back foot. You see how balanced he's been there at the crease, full control.
Yeah, he's a balanced player. A lot of runs he's scored throughout his career.
Here's a quicker delivery, but equally solid in defense. It's Hope. But you've seen now a bit of the off spinner in Griffith. He seems to be one who gives it generous flight. He just seems to be bowled a little bit on the wide outside the off stump line, Philo. But
yeah, he continues to bowl from the southern end, which is not appropriate. But obviously he has a very good iron ball, which comes into play. He started to come into his only pick at the first 2 wickets. He just picked up a 3rd wicket, the down wicket keeper batter. But you can see him also, he doesn't bowl with a point, which means he's not going to be cut, but he has that man around the 45 catching. So he's telling me that he's looking to get the ball to spin in, and with his height, he should get some bounce, which he's doing. So all in all, you can see he's a good package. We would see he's a work in progress. We'd like to see these guys, after cricket season, go into a structured training program and start to be identified for higher call-ins. You know, not all will make it, but you have to give each and every one an opportunity to actually feel and get the taste of moving from this elite division into a franchise setup. Get them to understand what it is to be at that level. So there is a talent pool, but it's how well now you put them together in their certain blocks.
And it's interesting that you mentioned such of the talent block and someone like a Griffith who's come through the age group setup, so to speak. But something like a spin bowler's camp, we don't really see that. As you see, Gerard Gills sky that one to the leg spinner Maxwell Good. Lewis picks up his 2nd wicket. The experienced Gerard Gills didn't get all of that, Philo, and the leg spinner comes into the attack and picks up a 2nd immediately after the luncheon period. So Gerard Gills, he's got to make his way back. 2 wickets for the leg spinner after the interval.
Yeah, that's a very poor shot from Gerard Gills. A flighted delivery from the leg spinner Lewis, and just looking to hit the ball over extra cover, but he's hitting against the wind. And this is the same fielder who dropped the opening batter, Simmons, off the off spinner early in the play today. But he went back and he got into a very good position. He got into the dropping zone of the ball and took a very good catch to see the back of Gills. But good cricket from Winward, poor batting from the Pickwick player.
100% agree. So that is Maxwell Lewis, like you rightfully said, who put down that early chance. On this occasion is a cotton ball, a well judged catch in the end to see the bat of Gills. He's gone for 1. The new batter is going to be Zonda Baptiste, a youthful player over from the Queen's College side, and also a Barbados youth player. And he's finding himself in trouble. And when his team is in a bit of trouble, but Kyle Hope, he's still very much there on 49. And I just think, like you said, someone needs to stick around with Kyle Hope as he can shepherd that low middle order.
But Baptiste's mother went to school with me at Ellerslie, and now she's the principal. And she'll be obviously listening, and maybe watching as well to see how her son gets on. He's a representative, also Barbados at the youth level. It's good to see that the clubs have embraced these young men, and we'll see how Baptiste go. I was watching him during the break bowling, which is good to see. Andrew just getting the bowlers out there to bowl. As assistant coach Ryan Hines passes with his deck chair. Might need about 2 of them to keep him up now. But it's good to see them out there bowling, going through their paces, so when the opportunity comes for them to bowl, and Pickwick will want to bowl this evening, but push comes to shove, they might have to do it. They'll be in readiness. And Baptiste is actually a left-handed batter.
So the left-handed batter to face up to the leg spin of Maxwell Lewis. A short delivery, just helping that one around the corner, but he's got protection there and can't score on that occasion. So a good introduction about Baptiste by you, Philo. But I think, like I said, he needs to stick around and spend some time really with Kyle Hope.
Yes, he needs to try and build a partnership with Kyle Hope.
Gets off the mark. coming on the front foot and stroking that one past the short extra cover and picking up an easy single in the progress. But again, Maxwell Lewis, we speak about the leg spinners. We said how they can bowl those bad deliveries, but they also produce those wicket-taking deliveries.
And he's bowling from the northern end, which is against the grain, but obviously he's gotten the results that he wanted, because if the players hit the ball in the air, the above side, as we know, this wind keeps hitting you fully in your face. We are on the western side of the ground. So it could work for the young man once he controls it, because that's what is the key to leg spin bowling, is having the control.
Here's Kyle Hope, continues to be a perfect foil, just hitting that one out to backward point and picking up the single to bring up his half century. So he's reached his 50 off 74 deliveries, some 4-4s, and he's been there for some time, but he's really played a fantastic not in the middle order there.
Yes, he's dropped himself down from opening to come into the middle. Obviously the experienced player, and he's really stabilized that middle order. Unfortunately for him, he's lost 2 wickets while he was there, but he looks in control. He looks to know what he's doing.
Good delivery from Lewis. Yeah, but and I know you were on with Lyndon a bit earlier, and we've spoken about the pitch. They're having a good view of the pitch there, Phil. I know you went out there at the luncheon period, and your thoughts about the square.
Yeah, the square looks good. And the pitch that they're playing on, actually, this is pitch number 3. They wanted to play on pitch number 2 because there's a one-day game here tomorrow. So they thought that pitch number 3 would have been better for the one-day game, but obviously they've used pitch number 3. And what they've tried, I was over there with Richard Armstrong as well, former Wanderers opening batter. He along with Mark Seeley would have hurt bowlers in their time. They'll bat a whole day for you. If they get conditions like these, or when they play against Wanderers, you know you're in for a long haul as a fielding side. So he said that they would like to see a bit more even coverage of the grass, but because the surface is being used a lot, the grass is not getting a lot of time to grow. And grass only grows when it's being rested, not smoke. So you've got to rest the grass so it can grow and you can prepare it properly. But the square is in good condition. I think they can go up on the 4th pitch, but they have a restriction with a sight screen. Now when the ICC came here,
short delivery, seen that one punch out to backward point. Could the fielder get there? Yes, he does. It does some excellent work and really pulling that one back in from going to the boundary. So they come back for a second. Looks like Hoyt, the fast bowler down there, doing some good work and just restricting them to 2.
Yes, about short outside the off. No, the off spin up bowling a point, and Hope just bind it through backward point. And Hoyt just sprinted to his left, doing really well. The outfield is green, so he's knocked it back, had a tumble, and the batter came back for 2. But good cricket all round. So as I was saying, Hoyt again, Hope drills that one down to long on, which is a very easy single, as we said, because when we wrote there, the groundsman said that Richard Armstrong, during the World Cup in the Caribbean, the teams that were practicing here at Winward, the ICC had a temporary sight screen, so it stretched stretched from the wall that they have, the stretch up to the east, to give them a bit more coverage. But obviously with the high winds, it would not have, stood the test of time. So I was saying that they can look to belong to that sight screen so they can use the 4th pitch, because the 4th pitch seems to also have good grass cover, and that is what is important. Once you get the grass coverage, then you can obviously prepare your pitch around that.
Yes, looks a very excellent square here at Lucas Street. But yeah, just probably like you said, that extension of the sight screen, as you're having a good look at it here on our screen. You can see how the distance to the 4th pitch, you can see the difference as you speak about, fellow. But yeah,
so you're looking at that piece that is to the right of the bowler that needs the extension, and then they will cover 4 pitches, so they have more rotation, and then having more rotation of the pitches, then you will have better grass covering. Because actually, I was told today that this is Winward's 4th home game.
So they've had 4 on the trot.
Yeah.
Here you see Baptiste going aerial, and there's no one at long one, so
he's a good golfer.
A second, kind of a 9-iron shot there, Phil. You can get all the the extension on that one, so just hitting and plugging as a golf shot, like you rightfully said, it comes back to. He gets to get one.
Yeah, he tee off, but it didn't go anywhere. But obviously he got Kyle Hope back on strike, so he's moved on to 2. Hope is on 53. and obviously continued to bat well. So the thing is that they played 4 home games here. Well, they're actually going to play a one-day game tomorrow. They play the first one-day game as well here, so they're going to have 6 home games. And when they go away maybe for another 2, I think, and then they come back home for another 2 or something like that. So it is a little strange that Winward has their first 4 elite matches at home, and that's why they're trying to utilize home advantage. Because when they go on the road, you know, they can't look back and say, if we were at home, we would have done this. Yes. So it's interesting fixtures, how their fixtures have run.
Yes, looking at the fixture as we have here with us, the next 3 games are on the road.
On the road, yeah.
Like rightfully said. And then they're back at home,
which is strange. So the intermediate has not played at home yet. But that's the way it is.
Yeah, they will want to use all the advantages.
Yes.
So 40 overs completed, 176 for 6. As you see, like spinner Lewis continues. You just get that one off the inner portion of the bat. It's to be an inside edge, and he comes back for 2. So 2 more to the good of Zonder Baptiste, the left-hander. And the ESAF field Pickwick, it goes up to 178 for 6.
Yes, obviously the longer they bat, the more runs they accumulate. Obviously, it's the umpire hold they're signaling buys, but any runs will come however they come. So 178 for 6 off of 40. Hope is there. The key to get them, push them past maybe 220.
See this one from the leg spinner into the bat of the left-hander. I see brilliant feeling again in the deep there. This time it looks like Wiggins as Baptiste continues to be a bit aerial, but there's no feeder in the deep, so he gets another couple.
But I don't mind that. That is inviting Baptiste to play that shot, because the long on is not actually on the boundary, it's about 20 meters in. So you want to see Baptiste trying to clear that fielder. So it's a good ploy. Let's see how long it can go for.
Well, you must give kudos to Captain Tennyson Roach Jr. as well to keep that man in. Bearing in mind that Baptiste is new to the crease, and he's asking him to try to go over the head of that feeder. And like you said, he haven't been timing him as well, so he might think that he's in there 50-50.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 chance. If you miss it, you can be out. Even if the fielder has to run back and take a catch, but you're asking him to take the risk, and he has done it. He successfully got 2. Then the next delivery just cut to back row point and pick up a single to bring Kyle Hope into strike. And we see now the mid-on for the left-hander is going to long off for the right-handed Hope.
Just on the back foot and plays that one quietly into the cover region for no run. But Maxwell Lewis, like you say, he's now into his 9th over, picking up some 2 for 33. But he's looked pretty well in control. And what I like, as you see, Kyle Hope goes aerial now. He's hit that one over the long on feeder. There's no one there. There's a mid on and there's a long off out. And he's hit that one over long on and pick up a boundary. So 4 more to the good of Kyle Hope, just using his feet to that one.
Yeah, just obviously looking to use a long handle, and he's used it successfully, a length delivery from the leg spinner, and he just swung from just outside off stump, getting enough back to clear Roberts at mid-on. He was just outside the 30-yard circle and down to the boundary for 4. But Captain Roach is persistent. He's bringing him back up inside the circle, so he's asking Hope again, if you can play it again, let me see how brave you are. So this is going to be a good challenge for also Lewis.
This time he's driven into the offside, so no run. So the over comes in, and at the end of it, 185 for 6. This coverage, remember, it comes to you on the part of the Barbados Cricket Association. You can watch the live stream via YouTube or on the BCA channel, Philo.
Yes, Kyle Hope obviously continues to look to press forward to get ESAF Pickwick up to a decent total. Anything above 220, 230, they'll be quite happy with. But he has to stay there. It's important for him to try to obviously push the score way up. And they've changed the ball as well, because the ball was knocked over the pavilion here, so they've changed the ball. I know they're using balls that are branded by the BCA, but I don't know if the replacement ball is such. But obviously they don't mind. They're hitting it to all parts of the boundary. As Kyle Hope now is asking for something. Mr. Grant is obliging him. He's giving a thumbs up, so everything seems to be in order. Few spectators.
Richard Armstrong that you spoke about.
Yes, Richard Armstrong from Argonne Farms.
Yep.
You know, he said he would have loved to bat on this surface now. You know, because when you came out here in the early days, it used to offer something.
I've heard you mentioned earlier of Fireworks Edgel.
Yes,
Anthony
Tony.
Edgel.
Yes, he was there. He was there as well at the bar. Not that he was banned anything, but he was at the bar.
I think he was waiting for you, Philip.
Yeah. But you still have to be a little longer. But it's good to see the former players out and the supporters as well. And this is what this kind of ground does to you. It makes you want to be here.
And you speak about stalwarts at the Windward ground, and you also made mention the performer shot that Xander Baptiste played a bit earlier. You made mention of a called shot, and it was Charlie Thornton,
yes,
a man who I play a bit of golf with. He's very much a stalwart at this location.
Yes, they obviously would have spent a lot of time here and other things as well. And it's good to see them still coming and supporting, because once upon a time you come to Windward, it would be a diverse club, but now you see that the younger guys are taking over and doing really well. And it's good to see Windward have come up from the intermediate, to the first division and straight up now to elite. They have young Jafari Toppin, a young coach, working with them. He's at the National Sports Council, and obviously he's taking them through the drills, and they tend to respond quite well to his command. So everything is going well for Windward. He just thought they could continue now and look to produce cricketers for Barbados and beyond.
Yes, and I guess that should be the template, really, or the mandate, as President Andrew Lifcott. He's not around today, but yeah, he's been doing great things here at the Windward ground, and rightfully, like he said, someone just made mention of Amari Goodrich, who's at the West Indies Cricket Academy, as one of the talents that goes about here.
Well, a guy who works for me by the name of Mark Marshall, during the week, Monday to Friday, but Monday to Thursday, we do some exercise, and I only go 2 days because I'm busy for the other 3. On Fridays is our wind down day, and he told me that he worked with a Goodrich. He told him he wants to be a cricketer, and he said, well, you have to start getting yourself in readiness in terms of being fit. And I think he's family to Mark Marshall, and he's gotten him into that position where he batted wonderfully well last week. And it only goes to show that the academy boys want to play cricket, and CWA has to find a way to keep them in cricket. It's important. You can't be training, and don't actually get into the field of play to test your skills. And last week here, Rivaldo Clark would have, obviously made a big impression of what is needed and what they want to do down there. We're seeing some of the Pickwick players, Craig Holder, Elias Froggy, or aka Froggy, a good man. He's a chicken farmer, and he has good chickens as well.
Yes.
So he's there. He loves cricket. I think it's a little unfortunate he didn't get into trials because he's a consistent scores runs for Pickwick. But you're not missing any cricket because Kyle Hope has asked for another bat.
One of his 20?
28. But he was that one he said it was hitting the ball quite nicely. But obviously he felt there's a change. So
let's speak about bats, Philo. In your days, how many bats will you carry in your kit bike?
Well, I was sponsored by Gandamore. I would have 6 bats, but I used to take 3. I leave 3 in the spare because you have a practice bat, a match bat, and then you have a backup. But now I went 2 years ago. I went to Sussex to watch Sussex versus Gloucestershire. Mark Alling was the coach of Gloucestershire, and Jaden Seals was down there, and Grant Flower was at Sussex's batting coach. So you were talking about bats. So Pujara was playing, and he was batting with an old bat, a lot of red marks. So I asked Mark, I said, your players bat with those type of bats? He said, Philo, they bring containers. The bats now come in cases, like 12 or 15 in a case. So you get a case of beer, you get a case of bat. So a fella can choose.
There you go.
But in my day, it's supposed to be Gandamore. You get 6, you feel happy. But now, the fella's got 12. I don't talk about the boots.
The evolution.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable what has happened to cricket. The kit is transformed. The trousers are a lot shorter and tighter. I don't see them push their shirts in anymore. So the shirts must be tight too. As I see my good friend Mr. Greenwich, Orlando Greenwich, who works with me at the Supreme Court. He works on ground zero. At ground zero, you don't want to go down there.
He's all over there.
No, so fellas down there with handcuffs. So you don't want to go to ground zero. So he's here this afternoon. He's a match referee as well. He did the game against Wildy versus Spartan, the first game. And we lost that. He hasn't done any more. We won. So I don't have to say any more with that.
I think it was your influence, Philo.
No, it's Mr. Greenwich not being there. I would go on and watch Spartan. I don't watch all of Spartan because sometimes I go to St. Philip. I like to watch Pickwick because there's a young fast bowler. I'm happy that I'm doing this game actually. to get to see him, because I like to see fast bowlers. Fast bowling thrills me.
Wow.
And once you get this surface, I believe that next week, Saturday and Sunday, this surface will be very good. We can see him express himself.
Are you speaking about Jatario?
Yep.
So, and we just spoke about those partnerships and having the experience with the youngsters and having someone like Tino Best, the inclusion in the Pickwick side for this game, alongside someone like Jatario Prescott. I'm sure that can only argue well for the young man.
Yeah, because Tino is not playing for the money. It's good that he can come out actually at 45, if I may say his age on here. He's fit. I watch his WhatsApp status. He does all kinds of frog jumps and pull-ups, and he's a very fit man, and he's into this fitness training, strength and conditioning. He works with St. Lucia Kings, and he's been successful there, and he helps some of the younger players. So he's going to be an asset for Pickwick, and the young man can learn from him. Not his language, but his attitude for fast bowling, the aggression.
And it's lovely that we speak about the fast bowler. As you say, that one swept by young Zander Baptiste. Again, brings backward square into the picture. No run resulting as the leg spinner continues. That one is struck by a bit high. Definitely, we can see it from our vantage point that one is a bit high. As the over comes to an end, that is the end of the 43rd over. I tell you, the ESAF field Pickwick being invited to bat by the home side of Winward. They're 188 for 6 at the end of 43.
Yeah, Kyle Hope is there, who's the key, 58 from 82 balls. And Baptiste has joined her, and he has not been a slouch actually. He's moved to 7 from 20, but it's the occupation of the crease and the way in which he's scored his 7 runs. He's played some aggressive shots. So obviously he's telling the Windward Island bowlers that I can score as well. So he's not putting the pressure on Hope. He's actually taking pressure off of Hope by showing that aggression. As the off spinner will continue, will we ever see the fast bowlers come back?
I'd be interested to see. I'm sure probably someone like Jaden Roberts, who I had a good chat with Philip Hackett a bit earlier in the broadcast about. It'd be interested to see if he gets a second spell, because this is the periods of cricket we were speaking about, the ball changing shape, the ball changing complexion.
And they changed the ball actually.
Yes.
They changed the ball.
So the complexion of the ball changing, and we want to be able to see our faster men in these middle periods, Philip, to see what they can do.
Yeah, this test fitness, this test skill, and what you can do when the ball is how many overs old?
This is 44 for
44 overs old. You want to see if it can reverse swing. Got the second new ball is due at 80. So you want to see that patches of play with the fast bowlers actually have to think and work a bit harder. But the spinners are still fully in operation here. The off spinner's going for 79 runs already. But he's picked up 3 wickets, so you would say that he's the leading wicket taker.
Yeah, but this is some of the features that we've been discussing about, and we speak about in terms of Barbados cricket and by extension West Indies cricket. And we speak about the complexion of the ball, the features, the change in periods in the game, and where we can see the different skill sets.
Yes.
And this is something that seems to be missing of recent.
Yeah, that element of experience as well, and that's where Tino comes in. When Pickwick, Pickwick gets their turn to field, when the ball starts to get old, he has to start nurturing it and teaching the young man how to nurture the ball so it can be effective for the fast bowler. But when there's 2 spinners operating, there isn't going to be much shine on the ball, no working on the ball, nothing. On one side, they're just going to take it, dry their hands and spin it. So the fast bowlers, to me, are on the work when it comes to the older ball. And what I saw today too is that the guys are going through their paces when Andrew Emptage from Pickwick was out there at the break, and they were bowling new balls.
Yeah. Well,
I thought they would have bowled old balls.
Well, I go back to your tenure as captain of Barbados cricket. And you have someone the likes of Henry Bryan with that older ball
Top
that
ball.
we're speaking about, and you just know his skills that he to bowl in those particular times.
Henry Bryan was special. He liked to bowl with Winston Reid, and Reid finished the over as you sneeze. And Henry likes the ball back in his hand. That's what made him. And he likes to work, and he was a hard worker, strong guy too. Didn't fulfill his ability as a batter. But when it comes to bowling, he made the ball talk actually, and it was easy to captain Henry Bryan. He knew his game, and he bowled wonderfully well. I know he's at Maple now for a little while, and I'm wishing him success. I pass and shout him from the road.
hoping that you stop in one day.
I will stop one day, man. But I will stop one day.
I was getting to that.
I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop one day. My car has brakes, so I will stop there one day. That's a beautiful
A
shot from
lovely
Baptiste.
shot there from Baptiste.
Yeah, split the extra cover. It's a good shot. He's not hitting boundaries, but he's effective. The ones and twos obviously will frustrate the Winward bowlers and fielders, but that's a very good extra cover drive. He didn't look to hit the ball too hard, just pushed it quite nicely and picking up 2 runs as the score continues to move up. 191 for 6, obviously being 51 for 3, and getting up now to 191 for 6. They'll be quite happy. They've lost 3 wickets for 140 runs, so that's not too bad at all. And Hope is there. He's on 58. He's not going to give his hand away at all. But the Griff of the off-spin, he's bowled 18 overs and he's going for 82 runs. Which is
so that's
quite a lot.
That's fit, especially when you had someone like Roberts who's only bowled some 5 runs in this innings.
The seamers need to come back and just try to break this partnership. You just don't want this partnership to continue to grow, because the longer these two bat, the more runs they'll accumulate, more pressure on Winward cricket.
Yeah, a partnership of 21, as it's going to be Lewis, looks like the off stunt.
I haven't seen him bowl a googly yet. I want to ask him if he has one in his hand, if he's ever practiced bowling the googly, because with that type of height, with the control he have with the leg break, he can complement it now with the googly, or even the top spinner.
Top spinner, yeah.
And
Some
these are
different
things,
variety.
something different. Make the batter think, you know.
Good
Good
fielding.
fielding. I like his attitude though. He's skiing like mustard. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go back to a bit of that period, though, Philo, in your tenure as captain, and we've seen you being. I know you've brought through the likes of Tino, a young Fidel Edwards. You would have had those guys under you for some time, and we just spoke about the experience of Hindi Bryan. You've had
We also
Collins
had
and that
Pedro. We had Otis Gibson. Vaswit Drakes was there as well. So we had a good mixture of youth and experience. And one thing about the younger players in my era, they used to listen.
Corey Collymore.
Yeah, Corey Collymore obviously was a top-notch bowler. He changed his action because of injury, but he was a very good. He was a godfather. A lot of the guys respected him for his abilities. I hope that he continues to do well for himself. So you had the younger bowlers that will always listen to the senior bowlers. We had people like Victor Walcott, Sammy Skeet, Peter Thompson. We had lots of them. Lead selector Henry Bruins was thereabouts as well. So we used to discuss cricket and show them the way and learn. And we used to talk about our experiences of playing. And we used to go to England a lot and play cricket. And those experiences that we learned in England, we would come back and share with the guys in the Barbados setup. So we had like a knitted family. And the core group of fast bowlers, you had Dave Maynard, Patterson Thompson, and it was chaos. When we go to the Oval,
lovely shot, Philo.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot.
Short and put away on this occasion. He's found the gap on this time and pulled that one behind square before.
Yeah, because the leg spinner is bowling to the left-handed Baptiste. The ball be spinning into him, but he has a man at short back with square rather on the boundary. But the way in which Baptiste played it, he stayed low. And he cleared the man at back, short back with square and down to the boundary for 4. As Roach continues to be aggressive in his field placing, because he's asking the leg spinner to be a lot tighter. He also has a 4 short leg as well, which is a good move. But obviously Lewis needs to be a bit more consistent in his lines and his lengths and cut out that bad ball.
Well, I'm sure you said earlier that you haven't seen the googly as this one is straight through the offside, Philo. That one should go over the rope now. And over the rope for 4, so equally as good on the offside is young Xander Baptiste. Partnership goes up to 30. He's led 17 of those, but what a fantastic cover drive off the leg spinner.
Yes, the ball is turning into him, and he didn't go with a full face. He hit it with a flat bat, but he got low on the ball, stayed low on the ball, and he stayed down while he hit the ball. As the great Seymour Nurse would say, pause station for identification. And the ball will never go in the air, and he looked up down to the extra cover boundary for 4. So it's 2 good boundaries to finish that over. And obviously you heard the support from the Pickwick players and supporters who are here. So obviously some momentum is going to move up now to 200. So that will give them some more confidence. Only 6 wickets down. Baptiste is now move up to 17 from 23 balls, and Hope is there on 60. So a good partnership starting to form. And Winwards now have to start to think about their bowlers. Because the first man who you think about taking up would be the leg spinner.
Yes.
but I haven't seen the seamers come from the southern end, and I think that end will help them, with a little away movement. But we'll see what happens after the drinks break. And a welcome break as well for the Winward players, for the Winward players.
Yeah,
Kevin Wickham is playing. Kevin still 115 not out. Well played to Kevin. I watched him in the Boscobel. The boys final. I thought that was a good final until the rain came down, and finish it. I have to give Therese Clark a lot of kudos for organizing that competition, and
I think she's got a good committee, Philip. I think she's got a good committee.
But you sit on the committee. Any piece on a committee is proper. Yeah, so it's okay. And the committee members are working well.
Yeah, but here is Akeem Jordan against Barbados Pacer, who was just there in Trinidad. He's into his 10th over. How about pick up a wicket? Stout's good form continues, and Kevin Wickham. It'd be interested to see if he can get a score here. 189 for 2. The A&A Auto Parts Empire after 45.3 overs. Philo.
Yeah, medium pacer. Akeem Jordan. He's not a fast bowler. Obviously, just went to Antigua. Unfortunately, he did not play. And he's toiling there at Bank Hall, it looks like. And that surface is not as it used to be.
No, the apple period.
Well, the apple seems to have left the tree.
Yes. There's no more apple.
No, it's no more apple. It's just app. It's just a flat deck, and the boys are cashing in. Oh, they well played to Kevin Stout. Kevin Wickham obviously is there on 12 not out. He didn't have a good finish to the first class season, but you're hoping that what he has done at the front end can catch the eyes of those who make the decisions to maybe get him involved around West Indies cricket, because I think that he's a talent, but it's up to him to when he gets the opportunity to grab it with both hands and gallop with it. So it's good to see Kevin Stout continue to score runs and lead the Empire batting unit. And obviously he's still hungry for success, which is always good to see.
So you've had it. You've had that expert analysis by Philo Wallace, former Barbados captain and West Indies opening batter. Philo, we're going to make way for Lyndon Yard and Philip Hackett to come back in. But here he's Smith. He's the best friend.
AKA the agent.
He's still there. The
he's
school
46
boys.
and 36, huh?
Yeah, he's up against
the schoolboys. They're 306 with 8
in 46 overs.
That's lashes, man.
That's quite
and there's not even a school there.
That's the top. So really, they're carrying on as the CD agent, hitting that one in the mid-wicket region. He's picked up with boundaries, so that should be a half century to him. Philo Dwayne Smith picked up his 50 off 37 deliveries, 4 4s and 3 6s.
He's striking at 135. I'm not going to get at the end of that. It's good to see Dwayne Smith play. He's keen. He likes cricket. He likes the MPC, and he gives his all, which is very good. As Philip Hackett is here with a nice bottle of water. He's wearing a shirt called D-O-N-I-C.
Donick.
Done it. I thought it was Donny. Let's done it or done it. Which one? Okay, done it.
So
a lot of people use something called tonic, you know. Okay.
Philo and I are going to depart as Lyndon Yard and Philip Hackett comes back into the commentary.
Thank you.
So 200 for the loss of 6, 45 overs gone, and Pickwick continuing to thrive. A couple of losses after the tea break that has maybe gone against the original plan, but 200 for the loss of 6, not necessarily a bad position at all when you consider the early losses. So Kamari Griffith, the off spinner, will continue. Hope playing a fine knock, 60 off 91 deliveries. Excellent stroke play, good shot selection. Was quite sound. And Zandria Baptiste settling in 17 off 23. Then a couple of wickets, so 3 wickets exactly going down from the tea time position, but Pickwick still in a position to post a competitive score.
Yes, at 200 for loss of 6, you would think that they still have a slight advantage, despite the fact that you rightfully said they were lost 3 quick wickets after the interval. And the most disappointed of those wickets would have been young Micaiah Simmons, who looked set, or should have been in the mind frame to get 100. It's a very soft dismissal, trying to force a short ball. Actually, he could have actually gone through with the shot and trying to beat the man at short mid-wicket. Instead, he just lobbed it in the air. Simple catch taken, not the kind of way you want to lose your wicket, but you know, something just takes a break to bring about a change in fortune. As the elegant Hope strokes this one up to the long on position for run number 201. Zondre Baptiste, yes, sub. Kamari Griffith targeting 100. He can also target a 5 wicket. He has 3 for 83. Spencer has a long run. It's in his 19th over. The off spinner.
But they seem to have a lot of confidence in him. He does a lot of bowling. I've seen 2 or 3 games from the Winward side this season. And again, being the workhorse to some extent. But I think they all see him as the bowler to, you know, the penetrative bowler, so to speak.
And the short delivery hit through the coverage for his single. And he's been given a lot of work. I like the way you put it, the workhorse. And you got a young horse, that's when you're going to make the money. He gets all of the injuries and so on cutting. And I'm sure that he will rise to the occasion. Oh, back on strike, 206, 202 for 6.
I don't think anyone will argue with you when it comes to horses, Lyndon. Philo often refers to my other sport, table tennis, and certainly those who know you will be well aware that horse racing is one of yours.
Well, the good thing about horse racing is always up for argument. You know, we profess that we know the sport, and the long and short of it that the horses make the fool of all of us all the time. You know, but the love is so intriguing, and sometimes you can get a great game that's not entertaining or far less intriguing. And I just hope that the BCA can get the elite up to a standard that, you know, Barbados cricket continues to be strong, and by extension the teams that feed into that, the Division 1, the intermediate. You want to go to second division cricket is ready for you and I. At that stage we've exhausted all opportunities of representing our country, and just hope for a Saturday afternoon stroll around the park. In terms of keeping our fitness, as the 46 over comes to end, 203 for the loss of 6. And this is an opportunity for the younger folks, young at heart, to express themselves. And, you know, unlike table tennis, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's plenty of money thrown around in cricket.
Oh, well, if there's money thrown around in table tennis, it's not been thrown in my direction. I can say that for sure. And I don't think it's been thrown in the direction of any of the other persons I share the love for that sport with. Certainly not in this part of the world. Obviously in the European circuit and so on, different state of affairs, maybe not in comparison to cricket, but certainly, you know, in terms of the professional leagues that exist in that part of the world, players can still make a decent living.
Wonderful. And I remember listening to your coverage from time to time along with Sam Wilkinson, Sam Up Sam. And those are the good old days of sports when sports was at its best. You had Franklin Gill, the late Keith Griffith. So various sports, and you listen to the commentary on any given weekend. And sports always seen as a method, a tool, and a way of life. And we here in the Caribbean certainly not short of talent. Kyle Hope, 62 from 95 deliveries. He has a strike. Zondre Baptiste is fresh out of the under 19 Barbados. On the 19 side, he has 18 from 26. And Jaden Roberts bowls an innocuous short ball.
No interest to Kyle Hope. Roberts none for 14. One of the players touted, you see Tino Bess still around the cricket. Still looks fit as ever. Philip, like I say, he looks fitter than you and I.
For sure, and he should be. I mean, he's an old man to most of the players out in the middle, but still young to us. But in all seriousness, though, still bowling quite well and quite nippy. And, you know, a guy who obviously still loves his cricket.
I think the good thing about Tino is good that he's still around the cricket, and this is something that the youngsters need to have the old stalwarts involved in the respective clubs around the cricket and playing the cricket. Not that he needs to play, but just to pass on his experience, all his experience over the years, especially seeing that he's gone and risen to the top to play at the highest level of cricket. And there's nothing like having that experience in the room, and you can pick their brains, they can guide you where you're going wrong, guide you in the right thing. I guess I was just sitting a couple meters away from him, and he's all talking about the yoga test, etc., and the various ways of keeping yourself fit. What you eat as well. He was talking about something that you and I eat, red herring. I don't think a lot of these youngsters know about red herring.
Probably not.
As opposed to the faster food, we're not crying on the food, but in terms of lending that endurance. The edders, the yams. You had edders in your days?
Oh yes, of course. Hardly anything better, especially if you're gonna seek it out in some soup as well.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Those were the days.
Yes.
203 for the loss of 6. Live coverage of the Barbers Cricket Association Elite Fixture Game Series 4, ESAF Fields Pickwick. The visitors against Wanderers, and there is the match referee, Winston Doweridge, a former fast bowler for the Empire side. And here is Roberts in, and across his stump with ample ease is Kyle Hope. He remains on 62. The partnership is worth some 33. And it is at this stage where the sun begins to go down on the western side of the country, but the outfield is bathed in sunshine. You like that term, bathed in sunshine?
I would think so, because I mean, when you're bathing, obviously it encompasses the entire body, so to speak, or should. And when you have the sun covering the air like this, I suppose it's a fairly adequate comparison.
Wonderful use of language in sports. Here's a short delivery and a simple single, unbelievable. Given away.
Well, it shows that not only can spectators go to sleep when the game isn't moving along, I dare say even commentators, but the batsman in the middle can as well.
Yes,
the fielder.
But there's no reason for the young man to have gone to sleep there, because the batsman just played the ball off the back foot. It wasn't a forcing shot, but he just lapsed in concentration, and I would dare say with some former Division 1 captains back in the day, I'll name some for you: Mark Eswick, Leslie Reefer, those guys, and you misfield a ball like that. The steer alone said it all. The steer. And sometimes if they're doubly vexed with you, you will know, because they'll march you from a long off to third man in the middle of the over.
Well,
so you have to learn your lesson quickly.
Well, see, that sounds as bad as marching you off the field.
And there's a veteran, Philo Wallace. You can guess what that top is all about. Andy Payne. So it's a steep cricket conversation. And always good to be around the legends. There's so many stories to be told and to be heard. Here is a delivery, short and not put away by Hope, as he remains on 63. Kumari Griffith continuing, 19 overs and 1 delivery. He's picked up 3 for 85. Right arm off spin. He's bowled all 19 overs from this southern end. And here's a full toss, which is cranked out to Hoyt, who patrols that cover fielding position on the boundary. And they take 1. Brings Baptiste into strike. Umpiring the screen, Lamar Clark, the son of Basil Clark, both scorer and player for MTW. One of those grounds now defunct.
nice ground. They had visions of developing it in the Pine, and now we've seen.
What happens there now?
I think nothing happens there. I think what if my recollection is correct, I think the MTW stores some of their trucks down there, if my memory serves. Not on the ground itself, but in the facilities where the pavilion stood and still stands, but
not usable.
Not usable. Delivery was just clipped down to
Very
the
sad indeed.
Fine Leg region. They'll take one turn and come back for two. And interesting that several of those grounds have gone out of usage. The Banks ground, another good 4s and 6s ground. BET, another good 4s and 6s ground. There is a Parish Land, not an elite ground, but a sizable ground enough that in cricket used to be played 4s and 6s. So quite a few of those grounds have, for one reason or the other, gone out of cricketing purposes, and we are stuck with a lot of these 3s and 4s grounds. Not the case here at Winward, which is well maintained and manicured, and there's a beautiful drive between two, and the ball escorted up to the short of the cover boundary, and they're back for two. So Baptiste to 22, 209 for the loss of 6. What total do you think Pickwick will look to finish at, Philip? We've got at least we've got available 25 plus 3. Let's call it 28 overs, roughly 29 overs
Left
today. Left today.
Well, assuming they bat the day, which well, these two that would depend a lot on how long these two stay together. But they could reach as much as maybe a 260, 270 today if these stay together.
As here is Baptiste, launches this one high, hard, superb shot. It's going all the way for 4 over the long on region. And interesting enough, young Griffith bowling with no cover, no protection at all. And sometimes it's something that Philo and myself had been having discussion about, the fact that you're making scoring so easy for the batsmen. Here's the situation. It's alright to have an attacking field, 213 for 6, but the off-spin is on. He's conceded 94 runs, and he's picked up 3 wickets, but he has no long off and no long on. As I speak to you, that doesn't make a difference because he's still not given long on and long on. As he comes in to bowl to Baptiste. Baptiste gets a short delivery and bangs it in front of the square for 4. Rank long hop. Got inside the wicket and banged it for 4. And with that, young Griffith has now conceded 98 runs. He's picked up 3 wickets, 20 overs, and 3 for 98. And Pickwick, 217 for 6.
Well, I guess he heard me and felt that my estimate was a bit too conservative.
I was saying the same, but I was just waiting.
Well, if Griffith continues to bowl in that manner, it would prove to be a conservative estimate.
So Roberts is going to continue, and that certainly brought some entertainment to the crowd who are finding their own conversations. It's always a good ground to come up to the Winward's grounds here in Lucas Street. Saw Richard Armstrong a little earlier. Tony Fireworks Edgell, all stalwarts of the club and former top players in their own time. As Roberts, off a longish run, comes into bowl to Hope, and Hope gets it down the leg side. The keeper, Greenwich, takes it, tumbling take. Oh yeah, attempted to take it. Ball ended up on the carpet, which is green. I think this has to be the only pasta in Barbados that's green, probably besides Kensington.
Yeah, well, I guess that's a question of the manner which is maintained. But just to go back to something you said before, you mentioned Dorrich being a former Empire fast bowler. I know you are a former Empire fast bowler as well. At any point, did you guys play around the same time?
Yeah, we played together, I think, in maybe 95 or 96. And I was battling with him. He came to the crease at number 11, and I tell him to hold on, and he didn't get a chance to hold on because I got out. He never let me live that down. 218 for 6. He tells everybody about that story. I didn't have the confidence in him, but I just didn't get much balls after that either.
Well, I guess they didn't play last man batting out, so he wasn't able to hold on.
As a matter of fact, that was his only Division 1 game, so he never let me live it down.
Oh, okay, okay.
So we're in the 49th over of this encounter. Here you have live streaming on the BCA website, www.barbadouscricketassociation.org. And of course, Bell imagery very much involved as Roberts is at the top of his mark, and just making him wait a bit is Baptiste. As a matter of fact, he's going to make some adjustments. So there's a slip in position, slip gully, fine leg, deep backward square. There's a fielder at backward point, mid wicket, cover, mid on, mid off. There's your field. And Roberts decides to shorten his run. But the wicket, which was a little too pacey in the early exchanges, and no surprise that the Winward side opted to ask the ESAF pivot side to bat first. But it's gotten progressively easier as time went on, especially with the high breeze that we've been having all day. We've been bathed with sunshine and some cloud cover, but not enough to stop the sun from shining at its brightest. Nice cool breeze, good day for cricket. Baptiste on 30. And he tucks this one to square leg, so the deep square leg is now come up to the conventional square leg position.
You mentioned, we talked about yourself and Dorrich, but there's another Empire fast bowler who just came to mind, Matt Burrs. Have you seen him recently?
I haven't seen him for a while. I had played several games with him. Had some good gas. Would have played a lot of intermediate as well. Had a good gas, and always a privilege to be in the same team with him. And here is Roberts, nowhere near the pace, but he gets through the breach of Baptiste, who loses his stumps. Roberts strikes, and he's celebrating as wicket number 7 goes down for ESAF Pickwick. Baptiste bowled by Roberts for 30, and with that 7th wicket down, operating around the wicket, and he just played slightly outside the ball, which came back in a little bit and hit the off stump. So playing the wrong line basically, and that's the end of his visual, and it now makes that 60 runs you were talking about, Philip, looks very questionable, but there's still Tino best to come, and he says he's overdue an elite 100.
You're talking about the young man to my right?
Yes, the young man to your right.
He came up in many conversations recently as I discussed it with, I know, other cricket. Aggression seems to be missing now from a lot of players.
Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Philip, because basically when you look at it, the way I see it, I don't see no aggression and no fast bowlers in Barbados, none. The cricket is played very
there
friendly.
is one who, Gladiola, Stefan Griffith, I think he...
Yes, I like the young man. I like his body language.
His body language
I like
is
his
good,
body
but
language. He's not
because-
express pace,
Yeah.
but he seems to have an understanding that as a fast bowler, I need to be aggressive.
Yes.
I need to have some sort of aggression where the batsman is concerned. And if you go around the country with the fast bowlers, there's the first problem I have with fast bowlers is that they don't get the opportunity to express themselves. So you're going to pick a side with 3 fast bowlers, 2 spinners, and within 75 overs, the fast bowlers are going to struggle. These 3 fast bowlers are going to struggle to put together 20 overs between them, which basically for me, I can speak from my experience, after 3 overs, your body's not getting warm. So if you just give me 4 overs, and I remember playing at Empire, after 3 overs, and you got no out, Sherman Graves used to be signaling to the captain by virtue of rolling his wrist, I'm ready.
Body language.
Body language. So you had pressure to get wickets, but I'll get back to that. and get away with it. So you have to go at him and go at him hard, because if you don't go at him, he's going to come at you. That's the type of cricket player. Standard Proverbs. At the time that this the evening is set, the wicket is now drawn out loud, drawn out nicely, the pitch is drawn out nicely. He's going to come at you. So you have to be aggressive. You don't see that these days. And like I said, they struggle to get in 18 overs over 75, which doesn't lead to their bowling a lot of overs or to their development. And then you have a situation where you have a batsman who can't play a short ball, and the bowler runs up and doesn't bowl a short ball. You're bowling the delivery outside the offset. You're bowling a line, which is fine, but you're bowling a line to the keeper. You know, so there's no kind of aggression. And I think one way I remember a conversation, first time I had a conversation with Joe Big Bird Garner, and he said, Lyndon, the former ways of getting out in cricket is caught bowl leg before, run out, stump, or knock out. I like the word knock out. And that was my first line.
So he told you that he liked the word knockout?
I told you.
Okay.
When he used the word knockout to me, I like the word knockout to use, because it means you may come back to bat, but if you hit you hard enough, you ain't coming back. And, you know, and that showed me there and then the level that they play the cricket at. It's either the conventional way or knockout. So if you can't play a short ball, guarantee you're going to get a couple of short balls. And who likes short bowling? You know, so chances are you get weak-hearted and you surrender your wicket. And on the count of that, again, the value of experience. I remember having a conversation with Carlisle Best, who would have scored lots of runs. You know, he loved fast bowling, but Bessie said to me, I will get 80, and the fastest bowler will be bowling. But I spend most of the time at non-strikers then. It was unbelievable, but it's true. When he really went through how he places his innings, you know, so take for example, he's playing against me at Delroy Wardle, and I'm going to be bowling, Delroy's going to be bowling, and he probably faced 2 balls for me, but he's taking 5 from Delroy. So he's 80, and you're just talking about he survived the fast bowler. He just survived the fast bowler. Not he didn't get a boundary or to get a couple runs off the fast bowler, but he spent most of the time at the bowling end where the fast bowlers was. You know, and that's how he can. So it shows his thinking ability.
So I can take it from that you were a lot faster than Delroy Wardle.
I would think, if I don't say faster, put it this way, I was more effective on hard wickets as opposed to Delroy, who dominated soft wickets.
I think you put that quite well.
I think when you look back through history, there are several bowlers once the wickets were covered then like they were now. So you can identify those wickets, those bowlers who's going to get wickets on unprepared pitches.
Neville Mason during a
Neville Mason, Rain Crampyard, Delroy Wardren, Llewellyn Tull. You can go along the lines, and these fellas, they're going to get 7 and 8. But what was interesting back then too is that, you know, missing the cricket, I want to start on the leg side. 219 for 8. The new batsman is Tino Best. And what was interesting back then is that despite the fact that Delroy is going to get 8 and Crampyard is going to get 7, the side will still score 160 on a wet wicket with a 4 short leg, sitting mid off, and a leg gully. You know, so there's one particular batsman, a la Teston Payne, a la Leslie, who's going to stand up there, who's going to grind it out, and is still going to cut out a 60. Now we have wickets covered from Thursday, and sometimes we struggle to get 180 runs for the whole team.
Well, this is why a score, when the score was 200 for 6, and I made a comment that Pickwick would be fairly happy. I suppose some people listening might have been wondering, what was he talking about? But if you look at how the local cricket plays out, any score beyond 200 or so, you're pretty much in the game.
Bessie goes for an amazing drive and gets away with it. Tremendous effort there by, that looks like Roberts, who threw himself after that delivery at the extra cover region, could not hold on, and the ball into the boundary for 4. But a superb effort by young Jaden Roberts at the extra cover position.
And that's exactly where he was last weekend when he took, I think it was the 9th wicket that went down, and what turned out to be the last before the umpires, called light, and the game ended in a draw. But he took a catch very similar to that, where you were convinced the ball was going to go over his head, and somehow he got off the ground and took the catch, and that was amazing. And once again, trying to do that.
And now Tino slaps a full toss outside of the awesome, over the cover region for 4. So back-to-back boundaries to Best.
as Shamar Prescott is introduced into the attack. Not a time for him to come on because Tino means business. And ESAF is Pickwick looking down the barrel at the moment. 228 for the loss of 8. Best is 8 from 3. Kyle Hope is on 65 from 105. And we have 49.3.
Shamar Prasad in his first over. And interesting, really, that you're having a new bowler coming on at this point in time. At a time when the momentum is really going with Winward.
Now he bowls the debuts into the pitch. And Tino, with all of his text experience, locks in behind it. Looks pretty classy, comfortable with himself. He's a fella that prides. He raises his heart on his shoulders, Tino Bess. Never a dull moment. His pads are decorated with some shining gold stars and a goal line. Now he pulls this one down the leg side and we'll get one. He's quick between the wicket. Remember, he's a fitness trainer and he comes back for 2 quite quickly. And umpire Lamar Clark signals buys. So Tino down on his knees like boys to men. Didn't make contact. 230 for the loss of 8.
Looking to sweep that one, and that would have probably put the keeper off a bit as well. The ball went past him down towards the very fine leg area. They were able to get a couple of buys. But yes, I describe Roberts as a guy who enjoys his cricket, and I think I use the term like almost in a childlike manner. When he got the wicket, when he bowled Baptiste, we saw him just running around and enjoying the celebration, really. And here's another big hit from Best. This one is gone for 6 this time. So
slog sweep.
Yes.
Superb shot again, using the pace of Prasad. And that's coming into the attack, and his last 2 deliveries pulled this previous delivery into the wicket. And this one he went for pace again, and Tino just using his experience, using the pace, and slog sweep that one we call cow corner. That's Keith Holder's favorite word, cow corner, for 6. And ESAF's Pickwick motoring on 236 for the loss of 8. Micaiah Simmons 74 from 101 deliveries, and Kyle Hope on 65. And since Tino has come to the crease, you did not even remember that Kyle Hope was there. You were lamenting the fact that young Roberts took a similar catch last game or last week for the 9th wicket. So had he pulled it off, it would be deja vu, because that would have been 9th wicket as well.
Yes, but the other comparison here, it mentioned Roberts again, and another player who obviously enjoys his cricket. Even at this age of 45, I think he is Tino Bess.
Oh yes. Oh yes, and you can't take that from him.
You would think he's out there playing maybe his first game at this level or something. The way, the body language, the energy that is being shown out there.
Hope digs the Yorker out, and this is going to be a good battle. Now that Tino is going to come in to strike, as that one is played out to the cover region. They'll sweep off the cover boundary, but the cover point boundary, the cover got to it first. And it's 237 for the loss of 8, 50 overs and 1 ball delivered. And Bess, it should be an interesting battle. And I'm sure if it's cricket at the highest level, it should have some aggression in here, because you would expect Tino to go at the bowler, and you would expect Roberts to want to get Tino out. Steams in, passes the umpire, bowls to Bess, he doesn't deliver. And Bess already into his stance, looking to cover the ball or looking for something short. And Roberts, lanky fast bowler, or lanky medium pacer, I should say. But like I was saying, where the fast bowlers are concerned, they don't get enough overs for starters, and most of them lack the aggression. Roberts, back to the top of his mark. Tino LeBertram Bess. There's some middle names that stand out in the country. I don't know yours, Philip. As
Ezra Beaumont.
And there's Tino LeBertram down the wicket, looking to swing it through mid-wicket, giving him the charge. It says something's going to happen. It is going to get excited. And Tino making his intentions absolutely clear, as Roberts came in and took a few exploratory steps down to him. Went for that short ball, didn't make any contact, taking with the keeper. So you can see.
We can even see the aggression in the movements, because Roberts stood there halfway down the pitch, staring at him. Most batsmen would probably have turned away and gone for a walk. all of a sudden Best found something of concern on the pitch and did some gardening, making his way down towards Roberts.
just indicating that the ball hit all the way down here. That's the type of cricket he is. It could get under your skin. So this is the part where I used to like in my cricket, where you have to be aggressive. It can throw you off, or some people can ride through it. Some people just fall in the storm. Best into his stance, waits on Robert. How does he come back? 237 for 8. He's into bowl to Best, goes past the umpire, and Best is playing this one beautifully through mid-wicket along the carpet. They take 1. They're going to come back for 2. The return comes in at the non-striker's end. Kyle Hope has to stretch a bit, but he gets there. And an easy 2 for Best, using all of his experience. Good slow delivery. Tried there by Jaden Roberts, the bowler, but Best equal to the task.
He's always been a player that looked the part, has not scored nearly enough runs in terms of how he looks and how he approaches the task. And, well, I suppose we'll all remember the big day, mind the windows.
Mind the windows. Freddie Flintoff. And it was a good 90 odd. And, you get ridiculed for missing that 1. You get 99. And nobody remembers the 99. Best waits on.
That's Joshua Bishop, if you doubt it.
Gets a short delivery, banged into the wicket. And Bessie just gets under it. And you can hear the players from the Pickwick side getting involved, saying that the young man is tired. But this is a good battle on hand, and good cricketing conditions here at the Winward Cricket Ground, where the home side, Winward, haven't opted to put the visitors, ESAF Pickwick, in the back. 239 for the loss of 8. Roberts with 2 deliveries, to complete his 8th over. He's conceded 20 runs. He's picked up 2 wickets, and he's into bowl to the Bertram Best. This delivery Best is getting a quick delivery, looking to commit to it. Then he realized it was not there to play what shot he intended to play, and in the end he just shows some flexibility and like a boxer escaped the left hand jab. Through to the keeper. So Captain Roach continuing with a slipper gully, backward point cover, mid off, short mid on, mid wicket, and Wiggins finds himself at the square leg boundary, and Hoyt is down on the fine leg boundary. LeBertrand gets a delivery and gets himself in an awkward position. He allows it to go by, but he got himself into an awkward position, almost stepping back, almost stepped on his stump. But he survives the over, and with the action intensified with the arrival of Tino Best, I can tell you after 51 overs, as the bat first ESA Fields Pickwick, there are 239 for 8.
And an innings that was built around 74 from Simmons, and unbeaten 65 from Kyle Hope, 66 now off 106 deliveries. Had good support for a while from Zandria Baptiste, another player coming through the Barbados Youth System, combined schools as most people refer to it. But of course the official name, well, last 15-20 years or so maybe.
Barbados Youth.
Barbados Youth. And I think the name Barbados Youth sends a particular message too. Nothing wrong with combined schools, but Barbados Youth, it conjures up certain images. That's where your cricket is being built from. And I kind of like the use of that terminology.
Well, Prasad is going to continue, and he'll be doing business with Kyle Hope. 66 from 106 deliveries, and operating from the southern end here in Lucas Street, St. Philip.
Andy Payne, of course, and Philo Wallace waiting to come back in.
As first delivery is elegantly worked up to long on for his single. So Hope collects his 67th run, and that's the 240th run for the ESAF's Pickwick side. Was a tad expensive in his first over, went for 13. Compliments of Tino LeBertram Best, who adjusts his gloves, does some bit gardening with his left leg. Now
adjusts his pads once again, fixes his balls. A fidgety individual. And here is Prasad coming in and not delivering. So once again, Tino will go through the rituals again.
Do you remember the batsman from, I think it was the Winward, who used to tug at everything, and eventually before the ball is bowled, he would put his hand over the bail? Do you recall? I
Can't
think it was
remember.
Lewis. I don't
Enoch
remember.
Lewis.
It was Enoch, it was Lewis, but I'm not sure if it was Enoch.
Was it Enoch Lewis?
He was very fidgety, and he used to put his hand over the bail before he...
There was Enoch Lewis, and then there was Linton Lewis.
I think it was probably Linton Lewis.
Might be Linton Lewis. Here is LaBertram Bess. Drives the full toss up to long off. Wideish long off for a single. And might have been disappointed with himself that he didn't get a boundary there. Probably needed just to open the face a little bit more. 241 for a loss of 8. The current rate is 4.69. Winward won the toss and opted to field. Here is a delivery which is hit square. Beautiful shot. It won't go to the boundary. The fielder from backward point is onto it, and they take 2. So 2 runs attained. 243 for 8. Hope 69. And Best on 17 to come. Andy Payne and Philo Wallace.
For a moment there, I thought you meant in the batting order.
Well, they wouldn't come in that order. Have Philo first.
Not only that, they wouldn't come with 8 wickets down.
That's interesting. Interesting question when Andy gets here to ask Philo Wallace if he's ever batted at number 8 in any team that he's played in. Well, as an opening batsman of his caliber, you obviously will command that position. You may find yourself at 3 and 4 if you go up in a team that has a stronger batting, similar to the West Indies when they had Greenidge and Haynes, and Richards would have opted to come down in order to include Richie Richardson. You had a Carlisle Best and a Mike Innes who could not break that Greenidge Haynes cycle to get to the top, so you had to settle for a position in the middle originally.
But I think Philo Wallace would only have batted at number 8 if he turned up to cricket late and he was being punished by the captain.
So
we'll ask him in a minute. At least, yes.
So Zion Braffett on 97, UWI 210 for 8, and he's a player, Andy Payne, as you rejoin me. I would have signaled out to Morse in a cricketing game put on by the Justice Department that he's a player that I expect to do real well this year. He hasn't started well, but he's making up for it. He has 97 from 150 deliveries. And now he plays playing across the line a little bit, so it'll be good, very good that they're able to show young Zion Braffett on 97 UWI versus Wanderers. He's looking to get to 100.
The UWI opted to bat as well, but he's 97 over 210.
Which means the others didn't get
a lot. I'm sorry to be late, Lyndon. I was by the bar. Mr. Tony H.L., former Carlton all-rounder. So I made a statement, and our producer, our boss, Mr. Payne, Mr. Andy Payne, obviously they heard it on the stream, so he came to correct the error. So he actually got me a plus. It has power up.
Okay.
So I'm powering up. I don't know for what, but I'm powering up.
When I heard you was by the bar, I thought you were buying something. You were purchasing something.
Well, I bought something.
Okay.
But I didn't say bye-bye.
And before you slip out, Philip and myself, we had a discussion there a short while ago.
Yes.
And I'm going to slip out and leave it with you after this delivery to answer. Have you ever batted at number 8 in any form of hardball cricket? You can think about it and give Andy Payne and listeners in cricket, because this is what you were so dominant as an opening batsman. Even if you arrived late, and as an opening batsman, I would throw all my money.
I never batted at 8.
Okay, Philip, the answer is no. He's never batted 8. Never.
Even if I was late.
Even if it's late. A good opening batsman never bats at 8.
I never late either.
I never late. There you go. Andy Payne is next.
Yes, I hope, drill the ball to extra cover. Tino Best looking to come back for the second to get him on strike. And he has to depart for 17 from 13 balls. So ESAF Pickwick lost the 8th wicket at 244. But Tino Best went into batting, and actually he looked good. The off spinner was bowling from the southern end, which he continues to do, which baffles me. And they said he's bowling from the southern end because he doesn't want to bowl from the northern end to get hit in the tennis courts because the wind is blowing from east to west. But Tino Best hit a 6 to the eastern side against the wind. So to me, it has nothing to do with hitting the ball in the wind. Because if you really connect a ball from a bowler and you hit it cleanly, you can clear the above side of this ground with ease, which Tino Best has done. So I think that the off spinners of this era, I think they need to work on their control, their confidence, and have the ability to vary. I don't see a lot of them even bowling deliveries from behind the crease, to try to make the batter feel the ball is coming, but it's not there. So it's something that obviously the coaches and the captain, the players themselves, the bowlers will have to work out. But this myth of bowling from the south because you don't want to get slog, sweep, let the man hit the ball against the wind is a myth, because Tino Best has hit a big 6 against the wind.
Well, fellow, I can tell you on screen, there's Zion Braffett at University. He's still very much there on 97 of 211. The UE did 211 for 8. Javin Leacock, he's offering support on 8. And Kyron King, the young fast bowler, he's picked up 2 for 21.
Yes, but Leacock, his grandfather is Luther King.
Yes.
The former BCL giant.
Yeah, but here, Sky Hope driving that one through the offside. Fellow, that should run pretty close to the rope as it goes, just pull back inside of the boundary, and he comes back for 2. He takes his tally up to 73. Rashid Edwin is a new batter who joined him at the dismissal of that Tino Best out for run out. Tino Best, and here is Kyle Hope trying to get up to that 100. Jaden Roberts, who came in and picked up 2 quick wickets. He's now gone 2 for 23.
Yeah, he's only in his 9th over though. this is 53rd over of Windward's bowling, and he's only in his 9th, so he hasn't done a lot of bowling. But what I like about Kyle Hope is that he's starting to obviously to push things along. We've seen a field adjustment. Jaden Roberts wanted the guy at deep backward point to come in because he's drilling the ball to the offside. The captain said no, so we'll see how he goes in this delivery.
This one on the legs and work into the mid-wicket region where there's no run. Just seeing Ayana Holder having a word, the umpire. But here it is, Zion Braffett picking up his century.
Yes, well played, young man.
So
fantastic. He takes the helmet off, and it's very well done. 100 from 156 balls, 11 fours, no 6s. Very good. Not a 6 in that 100. That is very good batting from that young man. Well played. And Leacock will come down and congratulate him. It's very well played. It's good for the UWI as well, because they're struggling the last couple of seasons.
Yes, congratulations to Zion Braffett. One for the future. Definitely a very integral part of Barbados A-team cricket going forward, Philo.
Yes.
Back from Dominica.
But I want to hear from those who went to Dominica the value of it. What I saw the opposition from Dominica is good, but I think we need tougher opposition for our A-team, because from that A-team you're looking to get them into the franchise setup. So, and if we're going to go on an A-team tour, we want to play on the best facilities. I don't think we should play on things less than the international venues when we're traveling for A-teams, because I think it is part of the development to get accustomed to that environment. Because if you're accustomed playing cricket at Empire, and then you go to play at St. Catherine's, you're going to find yourself holding out a lot in the boundary. It's just like we saw a young man last week scored 270 for Harrison College, but it was scored on the B ground. And we know how small the B ground is. It's not taking away from what the young man has done, but I would like to see more cricket at that age level, maybe going on the A ground, to give them a feel of what a real size cricket ground feels like, and the environment and the atmosphere and the surface as well. But well played to the young man, Mr. Green, who got 270. But you're hoping now that he can carry on and go on from strength to strength.
Well, about here, 248 for 9, just trying to get up to that 250. You know, the bowling batting points at the Pickwick side, there'll be so much after.
And if you're 248.
Yeah, 248 for 9. Kyle Hope, he's still very much there. Rashid Edwin, he's yet to face. As you can see, they need those points for those. They finished this last series at 27 points. Windward, they're behind him at 23.
Which is unbelievable.
Yeah, so they need to get those batting points. The Pickwick side.
It's important to get out of that because the Barbados youth, the BCA youth will stay there, and I think that needs revisiting too.
Yeah, they're exempt.
Yeah, but I think that they need to play cricket to win. I watched them against Spartan, and I was a little upset because you had 9-10 jack batting and 2 spinners bowling. And I thought that was bad cricket from the BCA youth. They need to play to win because from the BCA youth you're looking to go on the 19 cricket. So you have to start to win at the elite level or play like you want to win. So when you get to the youth level, you know what winning is like and what is required to win. And these are things that we have to look at. I'm even disappointed with Roston Chase not captain for their team because he's our test captain.
Here's a shot hit over the top by Kyle Hope. 1, 2, 3 bounces on a roll and over the ropes for 4. Another excellent shot by Kyle Hope, bringing up the 250 for the ESAF field Pickwick. They go to 252 for 9. Fellow Kyle Hope is getting those valuable points for his team as he moves up to 78.
Yes, a lovely shot. The fast ball is bowling from the south. What a well-good inside. But the left delivery and off stump, and it just hit straight through the line of the ball and over mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. So clearly, Kyle Hope is saying, look, I'm going to just flex my muscles and see what I can get going into the back end of this. And there's some 53 over his bowl, but he still has a long way to go.
Slow delivery, that one is no ball call. So guilty for the second time. Jarian Hoyt being reintroduced from this southern end fellow, inducing the edge of Kyle Hope with a slower delivery, caught at slip by Tennyson Roach, but the outstretched arm of Lamar Clark signaled yet that dreaded no ball call. So 2 for the day, 2 dismissals, but where the no ball.
No wonder he has no wickets. That's the 2 wickets that he would have had for the day. They're both off no balls. So Hoyt has to go back for that long run and come again because Kyle Hope obviously is going to use the long handle. Let's see how Hoyt responds.
Yeah, another slow delivery. This struck up to Jaden Roberts out long off, but they refused the single. Kyle Hope, he's very much in that unwanted to take the majority of the strike here.
Yeah, clearly a full length delivery and drill down to long off, and obviously stood his ground, not looking for any single. So it's clear indications here that Kyle Hope is going to take strike and try to farm the strike and try to score as many runs as possible. As Tennyson Roach, now the captain, slip is spreading the field far and wide.
Yes, you can see those tactics very clear. It's just a long off and long on there. 3/4 way back, Phil. They're not on the full boundary. But the delivery tight into the stumps there by Jarian Hoyt. But this introduction of Jarian Hoyt, like you said, from the southern end, a bit belatedly. You saw earlier when Jaden Roberts picked up those 2 wickets in that particular over. Captain Roach, he went a new bowler in the off spinner of Passat, and now belatedly bringing someone like Jarian Hoyt back from the southern end.
Yeah, we thought that Hoyt should have followed Roberts after picking up those 2 wickets because you've got to hunt in pairs of your fast bowlers. But he's back now, and let's see if he can clean up this ESAF Pickwick innings.
This time he's edging and caught at first slip by Tennyson Roach Jr. So the Kyle Hope innings comes in, and the ESAF Fields Pickwick innings comes in, and as Jarian Hoyt, he gets his first wicket, caught by Roach at the first slip position for 79. So 254 all out. Just get that correct total. I'm seeing 254, yes, the total 254 kilo. The ESAF field Pickwick side being invited to bat by the home side, the Winward being all out. Jarian Hoyt picking up his first.
Yes, picking his first from the southern end. Gifting this wicket, I would say, a ball wide-ish, looking to maybe get it over the slip head down to third man boundary, but a good catch by Roach, good field placing in the end. and Pickwick innings has come to an end, 254 after being inserted by the Windward club. So Winward will feel that they have done a job by cleaning up, by finishing off the Pickwick innings, and then they now have to go around and bat and try to obviously negate what Pickwick has to offer. Tino best will clearly be that new ball bowler, and they'll have to obviously weather the storm. But a good comeback from Winward. They thought that Pickwick would have obviously continued to bat when that partnership was going with guys. I hope that 4-wicket partnership. But they broke that and then broke the backbone of the ESAF field batting. But some injudicious shots as well on a good surface. But they bowled out, and now it's down to Winward to see how well they can bat for the remainder of half an hour display, if the overs and light. So it's going to set up quite nicely. We see Tino Best is priming himself, and it's going to be interesting to see how he bowls. One Bobby, you know, he has number 36 on his back, and it's going to see how well what he is going to do on this surface, which we think is a little slow. And certainly he's going to look to bowl fast.
Well, he'll be chomping at the bit. So the correct score, Philo, as we just go to 253 as
10 and 53.3 overs.
Yes, as our scores there, Michelle Ferguson and Amelia Crick. The scores for this game. We also remember match referee is Winston Dorridge. The match officials in the middle, Ayana Holder and Lamar Clark. So like you said, 253 all out, Kyle Hope. Well played, 74. And good support there from the opening batter in Micaiah Simmons.
Micaiah Simmons batted well.
Batted really well for his 74 as well. So both of them getting scores of 74.
We're seeing on the screen, Kevin Stott was 149 not out of 240 for 3.
So he's
Wilde's taking holding some lashes. And that's at Bank Hall, so that's 3s and 4s.
3s and 4s.
So that could be close to 204s and 6s ground. So it's good batting by Kevin Stout. He's well moved up to 150. Raises his bat. Wonder if he'll be able to walk tomorrow. He's been scoring a lot of hundreds of late.
Yeah, he's really in good nick, Kevin Stout. Another century to him. He looked in really good form. That innings that you spoke about at the Keith Boys final. I was present, Philo.
You in the bush? I didn't see you.
I was right in front of you. I offered commentary on the set on that day.
Oh, yes, you were to my left, man, not in front of me. The cricket was in front of me. You were to my left, that's right, along with me and Holder.
I was there.
That's right, yes, man.
And Kurt.
And Kurt, that's right.
So it was very much
Kurt Strong. Correct is right.
Correct is right. And I was, well, you probably would have left. I offered the master ceremonies, as Philip Hackett alluded to a bit earlier, when Kevin Stout did the generous thing and offered his man in the match performance to a young man.
I had to get home to do a radio program.
Yes.
And normally when I get late, I get schooled for it. So I had to try and get there early, which I did.
So to will decide. Like you said, the defending champions, the Empire, the home of the Blues, they call themselves 241 for 3. Shan Bradford, he got 31. And with him right now is Nathan Seeley. He's on 3. 150 not out. 58 over Jerome Jones. He's usually the pick of the bowlers. He's gone 1 for 51 off some 14 overs. So that is expensive by his standards.
Yeah, he's taking some
usually he's a man who gets quite a bit of wickets for that Wildy side. So I mean, like you rightfully said, Tino Best, he's just going through his paces here with Coach Andrew Iptich. Like you said, he'll be chomping at the bit ready to get going here, Philo. And that's it, talking about.
I think he's chomping, the bit has been bitten already.
Speaking about the absence of faster bowlers in the country, you know, I had a chat with Tino Best a bit earlier this morning before the start of the innings. And he was emphasizing on the work he would have done with Wayne Daniel in the lead up to his express career, his express pace career, so to speak.
Yeah, but Wayne Daniel obviously is an unforgotten hero around our cricket. I think that he has a lot to offer, particularly the young fast bowlers. There's a dire need to find fast bowling, and Wayne lives in St. Philip, and I think that he should be given the opportunity or the responsibility to identify the talent within this area. The St. Philip area, you have Princess Margaret School, you know, and I try to work with the young fast bowlers within that setup and get them into drills and discipline, and then just watch them develop, because they still have to go back and play for the schools or maybe clubs, but watch them develop, but have the specialized coaching in between playing. That is something that obviously will have to be discussed at another level. But when you look at where Barbados cricket is at without a main fast bowler, it is shocking. I still don't get a correct answer as to why. I'm very sweet on Shamar Holder. There's a man that played for West Indies, was injured and rebuilt himself.
I can tell you got a half century today as well for the university team.
Well, he's a cricketer.
Rapid.
And I think that he is one that has been harshly done by the local selectors, because I thought that he would have been the one to take over from Roach to try to obviously have a bowler who's played Test cricket, county cricket, who understands bowling and could be the leader of the pack and bring through the other fast bowlers. But we are sticking in so many young fast bowlers and they just don't know what to do.
Yes, and there's probably the need for that experience amongst the youngsters. You see the spectators still here.
Yeah, outstanding member of Winward. I can remember when I first came up here, Andy Payne. When ladies come into the clubhouse, you had to stand up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's how this club was run. You know, very, very strict. And they had some nice teas as well.
Yeah,
the views. Once it's cricket, you'll get beautiful ladies. That is expected. I mean, it's fill up at the beautiful Windward cricket ground. So if you have beautiful ladies, a beautiful facility, and lovely outfield, a good pitch, it's only now the cricketers to bring it all in together and make it into a melting pot.
That's the product. As you see, Sean Eastman, the head groundsman here, just making sure that the markings are all done.
He loves his ground. He loves it.
He's done.
He was a gardener, but now he's a curator. I was up there today, obviously looking at the grass covering. He came up. He said, Wallace, I forgot my rod. I said, you looking to lash me? He said, no, because I ran up there. I want to know why you're looking at the pit. I said, I'm just looking at the grass covering, because obviously he has this way of getting the grass to remain green. We know we're in the dry season, but the pitches have grass and the grass is green. That means the grass is alive. So I was just trying to find out for him, what is it? And they told me what he does to make it to stay green. But obviously they're looking now to firm it up by rolling it a little more. Because there were some indentations out there from the ball earlier when I went, so obviously there was a little dampness in the surface. So obviously putting the roller on, and it's good to see them pulling the roller as well. But that will compact the pitch a bit more. It could work in their favor, it could work against them, because with Tino best,
you want it to be hard.
He wanted it to be hard.
Yeah. So again, you spoke about that square in the grass covering and those matches at home. Yeah, they got the different squares. You don't want to be having the grass to stress, so it's good that they can do the rotations, as you said. And here is the Pickwick side just doing their last warm-up drills. Coach Imtage taking them through their catching.
Yeah, he works hard.
You spoke about that, Dominic, so I'm sure no time might be against us, but maybe in the second day you'll be able to have a word with someone like Andrew Imtage, the coach who went to that tour as the assistant coach.
He was assistant coach to Silver Ben, and it'd be interesting to hear his views on that whole A-team tour to Dominica, because I think we've been going there now for the last couple of years, maybe 4 or 5 years. So it's interesting to see the progress that has been made from the cricketers that have been there, and what Dominica as well have to say about Barbados sending that A-team. Mind you, only I think it's a 1 3-day game.
1 3-day game.
And two T20s. You know, you would have expected a bit more cricket, but it is what it is, and at least the A-team players got an opportunity to play in a different environment, different conditions against obviously different opposition. But they had the chance to play against 2 West Indies players, Kevin Hodge and Ale Antonaz, so they can test their skills as well against those 2 players, which they have done.
Yeah, and I had a chat with Philip Hackett a bit earlier, and I would think, hoping that they can foster those type of relationships where we probably could see some of those players out of Dominica coming here to our elite division and probably enhancing themselves as we get to understand. At the end of the day, it's West Indies cricket, so I'd be interested if that is one of the plans for the cricket going forward.
Yeah, but don't forget, you're paying the players at the elite level. So if you bring a guy from Dominique, you have to pay him as well. We're paying these guys in Barbados dollars, and if you bring a guy from Dominique, you might have to pay him in US dollars. So you've got to be careful. But you'll love to see the exchange program. I don't know how much structured cricket there is in Dominica, but I think that if Dominicans want to come here to play, I think the Barbados Cricket Association will open their arms. It's not the first time. Playing for Spartan, we had John Eugene. Yep. A number of other cricketers have played for local clubs across Barbados. So yes, I think it's a good idea. And you will hope that these tours will obviously be eye-opener and knowledge also earner, where the guys will go there and they get knowledgeable about what their cricket is and how they can play.
Okay, just word coming to us back on screen is Superb and Gladiola. They were bowled out for 213 as Fusion Boutique Spartan Div started. They're about to start their innings.
Because they're trailing by 213 runs. This is very very unique.
I think in cricket terms, it's called for the equation.
Yeah,
the
because
equation
if
method.
they score 230, they haven't batted yet. They have to be. But that's what is there. Jaden Lord is going to open the bowling for Gladiola. And he's bowling to Akeem Springer, who pulls out a short ball. There's a loud appeal and he's out. And Springer obviously has raised his hand in disappointment. And he has to go. He's out first ball without scoring. And that is a big blow for Fusion Boutique Spartan. The wicket of the captain, Akeem Springer. He doesn't want to leave the crease, but you have to. He's raised his finger, my friend. And the disciplinary committee might have to step in. But he's out without scoring.
Yes, so picking up a delivery in a wicket in his first delivery is Jaden Lord. Already one of those 18 players, so impressive start for him. And the Gladiola side, not so impressive for the Fusion Boutique Spartan. As you see, Akeem Spray, he's been the tournament leading batter so far this season, Phil Wallace, and he's made his way back into the pavilion, gone without scoring. So
clear decision. He didn't like short ball wide, he went to pull it. Obviously, I believe he missed it, but the umpire raised his index finger. He has to go. So not a good start.
So they still trail by 213.
Yes, they still trail by 213. Not a good start for Fusion Boutique Spartan. They obviously will have to look at what is going to happen before, close the play in 5:30 or whenever the overs of whole life permitted. But not a good start.
Yeah, wicket keeper Teron Gibson, he makes his way
up. Bat at number 3. I asked him if he likes it. He told me yes, but I think he should bat at 4. But who am I? He wants to bat at 3, keep wicket, 213 runs, and come out and face the second ball. If you're up for it, you're up for it. But I think it's a bit too much for the young man. I know they want to give him more responsibility with the bat. He is a talent with the gloves. He needs to just convert some of those starts into bigger scores. And he's another one I believe that has a bright future once he can get the opportunity. But it's really difficult to see a pattern or growth in where we're going. So let's hope that he can stick it out to the end of the day's play and come back next week. Because I'm doing the game in Queen's Park tomorrow. Spartan are playing Wildy in a 50-over game. So it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Well, the non-striker is the third round Centurion and Akil Greenwich. But back here, Philo can tell you that the ESAF field Pickwick is 261. Be interested to see the opening batters go into the middle as they're making their way out. Seth Agard, he's the opening batter, and with him, let's just have a look at who's walking to open up the batting with him.
Seth Agard was another player from that 18 tour. He got 100 in the first game. Good talent, been around, very consistent scorer. His father played for Spartan as well. Before he sadly passed away, I think last year. But a good batter, Seth Agard, good talent. Have a lot of time, plays the ball well. And once he keeps his beans on, I think he can go the distance. But certainly, looking at the next level, there'll be some positions up for grabs in that franchise. So people like Seth Agard and those guys, can make an impact. Well, he has to face up to one of the very exciting prospects in fast bowling in Barbados.
Yes,
Ontario Prescott. I think that he's a special talent. He can't get a long pass because he's tall, but I think that he has the attributes for what we are looking for in Barbados and West Indies cricket. He's tall, he's gangly, and he has the pace, and he loves fast bowling. I watched him today, and I asked him, he was following through all the way down. I said, if a batter is batting, will you go that far down? He said, yes. I said, okay. So he's going to be waiting to see now if he's going to follow through that far, but a good talent. I watched him, 2 years ago, and Coach Andrew Emtish has been working very hard to get to him to understand the fundamental principles about fast bowling.
Well, for the viewers on screen, that 261 that you've seen there is correct. ESAF Field Pickwick team, they've got up to 253, but they've been awarded 8 penalty runs as the Windward team. They've been penalised for slow over rate.
Tell you only get one penalty, but you can get 8 penalties in football.
8 penalty runs.
Oh, slow over rate.
Slow over rate.
Match referee.
Dorridge.
He supports Empire.
Yeah, he's
Blues.
he's really put a penalty there to the Windward side. So 261 is the total. As Jatario Prescott, he's the man. He'll be bowling up to Seth Agard and Mike Greenwich. He's the man, the other opening batter. Seeing the delivery just carrying through to the keeper.
You know, before you go in, Jatario Prescott. He's bowling to the left-handed opening batter, Seth Agard. You know, he's bowling around the wicket. He has not started over the wicket as the right-hander will do and slant the ball across. So he's come around the wicket the first 2 deliveries. So he's giving Seth Agard a lot of sight of that new ball. So you have first 2 deliveries, and obviously he's left both deliveries along the bench to the keeper. But you would expect the fast bowler to start over the wicket and slant the ball towards he has 3 slips, a gully, short cover point, extra cover mid-off, and a mid-on. So he's showing him a lot of the ball. He's not even bowling with a fine leg, which is okay with control. 3 balls, no runs, just 3 leave alones. There's a forward square as well. So clearly he's looking to get the ball to go to slip. I thought it'd be better for him to come over the wicket and just push that new ball across, force him to play at the ball, bring the outside edge into play.
Here the expertise of Philo Wallace, former Barbados and West Indies opening batsman.
That's why we're a former. You're a former too.
As Prescott said that Agard just advancing to him, but a no ball call there by Ayana Holder, the umpire. So just guilty probably of overstepping that front crease, and Winward side picked up the first run.
Yes, when he was going through his space with Andrew, he was bowling all in the balls. And that seems to be a pattern. You know, he told me he was coming in a little too freer from this northern end, and obviously been given it the chance the opportunity to bowl from that end. But clearly you want to keep your front foot behind that line. You don't want to nick an edge and then you're hearing the ball.
This time that one is down the leg side and through to the keeper, Ford. Shamar Ford, one of those other good glove men that we're speaking about going around the island. But Philo, they need to get some runs in front of the stumps. These wicket keepers that we're speaking about.
Yeah, but clearly it's okay to be a good keeper, but it's better to be a keeper that scores runs. And you have a lot of young keepers in Barbados, and they're doing trying to put an emphasis on runs. We saw it even with Tevin Imlach in this first class season. He hasn't really, sparked any fires, but he's the incumbent West Indies Test keeper. But you need to score runs. It's important that the keepers score runs, and they're batting a lot higher than years gone by. You know, you have to Ron Green is batting at 3, some bat at 4 or 5. Normally, the keeper used to pigeonhole at number 7.
Same runs off the bat. It says down the leg side, Philo, like you said, bowling around the wicket really, and just angling that one into the left-handed batter, and he picked up 2 easy runs. So 2 off the bat of Seth Agard, as he's spoken about.
He has no fine leg, so if he comes too close or too straight, Seth Agard is just going to work the ball into the leg side. Picked up 2 easy runs. Now he can bowl over. If he's bowling over the wicket, that ball would start on middle stump and leave him. So if he's looking to play around the ball, the edge will come into play. But because the angle that he's bowling at is in, easy pickings. Now we're going to see him now go over the wicket and try to push the ball across the left-hander, and he has a third slip as well employed. So the captain is giving him the protection that he needs.
See that one? So just leaving the left-handed batter again. Just seems to be encroaching the front crease a bit there, as had a word from Ayana Holder, the umpire. But the over comes in then, Philo. The first Jatario Prescott over completed. The 3 for no loss. The Winward side.
Yes, a good start from Prescott, although he overstepped the front crease and then got 2 runs in the leg side. But what he's done with that last delivery, he's come over the wicket, and Seth Agard obviously was thinking about playing, then pulled the bat out of the way. So at least it was a good finish to that first over. He now has to build on where he's finished in order to become consistent. But this is going to be a challenge. We see Tino Best will be coming from the southern end, fit and rearing, ready to go. He'll be looking to exploit whatever bounce there is here. And if there's any movement as well, he will get a bit of movement. But he didn't open the bowling. He didn't bowl that first ball, which is good. He gave it to the young man. And this is where experience comes in, where he has to help the young man to understand what it means to bowl a new ball.
Yes, Phil, also 19 overs were remaining in the day's play.
If we stay at the 19 overs, we'll be in tomorrow morning.
Remember we said they were also penalized for slow over rate the Winward side. Let's go back here and see Akil Greenwich just being struck on the pad as our appeal goes up, and he's out like before as well. So Spartan losing their second, they're 5 for 2 as Akil Greenwich goes. Jaden Lawrence picked up a second wicket, so Spartan in early trouble. As Greenwich just hitting that one down the ground with full delivery from Tino Best, and the young opener left-handed as well. He gets off the mark for a lovely shot down the ground.
Yes, a length delivery just coming back in to the left-handed Greenwich and just stroked it, just playing with the pace and pushing it past Baptiste, who chased and picked up the ball just inside the mid-long on boundary and they picked up 2. But Baptiste is staying a little wider. The pitch is a lot better, so the field should come a little straighter, but we'll see. Tino Best first ball length. Let's see what the second ball will be. I can't see Tino Best bowling 6 balls if hitting one in the pitch.
Yeah, that's what folks saying goes with folks saying. He just brings excitement. Delivery down the leg side. Not taken cleanly by the keeper forward.
But you see the difference in Tino. He's bowling to the left-handed opening batsman Greenwich, and he started over the wicket. That ball was badly laying a bit down the leg side, but he's bowling over the wicket. He obviously has to push the ball across the left-hander, which to me makes sense. You want the left-hander to push at that new ball to bring that outside edge into play.
Yeah, that's the mode of dismissal you'll be looking for. And as well, as you see them coming from the southern end, and which we heard a bit earlier in the day that the Windward fast bowlers, they were not as happy to bowl from the southern end.
That's what you want. You want the left-hander to come and look to push the ball into the offside on length. That's the better delivery from Tino Best. Obviously the batter just easing out and pushing it into the extra cover area. It's a good cricket so far. Good 3 deliveries for Tino Best, some 2 runs. But you can see him just looking to work himself into, which should be a reasonable spell this afternoon.
Yeah, Greenwich, one of our also age group player, was good enough to be around the West Indies on the 19th. He didn't quite get into the last cut for the World Cup, but he would have been around, in the initial stages there, Philip.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent. I hope the cut wasn't too deep, that he'll be able to regroup and look to get back into it. Looks well balanced at the crease. That's what you want. He's not pushing at the ball. He's allowing the ball to come to him. Played. Ball coming back in. He just tucked it into the leg side and picking up a single. Well, good patches of play here. Early doors, yes, but you look at the way the batter is set up, you can tell that there is something in them rather than skin and bones and muscles and arteries and veins. They got that desire to bat, because Tino is not going to ease up on them. I wouldn't be surprised if there are a few words being said as well. So you want to show him, look, I can handle you despite what you have done before. I can fight it out, and it's good to see Tino Best still looking to come and represent his club, ESAF Pickwick.
Yeah, age 45, like you rightfully said a bit earlier in the day's broadcast. He's just doing some work on that ball, rubbing it vigorously there in his flannels. You remember the word flannels, Philip?
They don't use flannels now, do they? They're just called cricket clothes. And they're all short, even the shirts. They don't push the shirts. I don't understand why. It's amazing. But Baptiste has his thing. He's disciplined, isn't he?
Delivery again, just down the leg side there from Tino Best. Just going through a good carry, though, to keeper forward.
Yes, the keepers always like to catch the ball waist-height and above. Makes it a lot easier on them, more styles. And keep their knuckles as well, their fingers intact when the ball is a little low. Tino obviously working on that foot mark. The pitch is hard, I can tell you. And the crease areas are very hard. It's just the actual playing surfaces are big indentations, which means it was a little moist. That's some moisture there, but the actual hitting of the spikes into that crease area is quite hard. And Tino just obviously looking to rough it up a bit.
Yeah, just paying attention to that landing area. As he's at the top of his mark again. Tino Bess. It's on the fuller side and driven sweetly there by Seth Agard, and he doesn't move below as that one goes over the rope. So first boundary off the bat of Seth Agard, he moves up to 6, and an over pitch delivery from Tino Bess. It's him just striving, looking for that swing, and Agard into an excellent shot, a test style.
Yeah, full toss from Tino Bess, looking to get a Yorker in, got it wrong. But the beauty of the shot is that he held his position quite nicely and just hit through the ball, full over the bat, and the ball just rushed across the lush green outfield and down to the boundary for 4. So good shot there from Seth Agard. That's what opening batters are supposed to do. They're supposed to look the part and score. Mind you, they have a short period of time to bat, but you still look to score, look to be dominant to put pressure on the bowlers. So good end to that Tino Bess over for the Winward club. A well played to Seth Agard. Clearly a talent, and he needs to just continue doing what he knows best.
Yeah, and we spoke about Seth Agard, how prolific he's been over the last 2 seasons, and he's been probably the tournament's leading run scorer over the last 2 years. Speaking on the correction, but he's been prolific. He's been doing himself well, and you saw that shot off Tino Bess. I mean, like I said, a real desperate shot. So Prescott will continue. He'll be bowling to Greenwich. A short delivery, Phil. Oh, this is what you want to see, and that one goes through to the keeper.
He has no fine leg. So if the man top edge the ball, there's no fine leg in play. So it's just, but it's a good short ball. He challenged it, but he didn't look too convincing at all. And that is something that obviously Prescott can tick the box. That if he can get it, a bit more concerning in the disconcerting area of the batter, he can find himself get a wicket. But there's no fine leg, which is crucial.
And you said no fine leg, but you seen him got a man at a short extra cover for his faster man. So what that's telling you, Philo, he's got a cover, he's got a man at short extra cover, and there's no fine leg for the fast man.
It's a good follow-up delivery from Prescott. He had a short ball. Greenwich played not on a good looking pull, but ball fizzed through to the keeper, and then the full length delivery. Still thinking about that short ball, was very late on the forward stroke, and the ball went through to the keeper. Again, not taking cleanly, keeping it a little low, but good thinking from Prescott. Good short ball followed by the full length delivery.
Yeah, I prefer to see that fine leg. That's another attacking position though, but with that extra cover, obviously the captain is asking him to be fuller, really, to give him that protection with a newer ball, Philo.
Yeah, he's asking him to bring him forward on the front foot because he has 3 slips and a gully, but a deepish gully. The ball is going to that deep gully, not feeling cleanly and giving away a single because his recovery was not quick enough. So good presence of mind of Seth Agard to call the young man through the single to get him off strike. It's going to be interesting to see how Seth Agard faces up to Prescott.
I just see the misfield as you spoke about from Simmons. Like you said, not recovering in time to prevent the single. But good alertness there, like you said, from Seth Agard. He'd be the more experienced batter of the 2. And just being very alert.
And not only that, it allows your opening partner to get a single, have a look at the other end. Because sometimes, as opening batters, you have to help your partner. It's important.
Better length on that occasion. You see him trying to get forward on the front foot a bit early, Seth Agard, and just the additional bunks there.
Yeah, he just needs to be careful. He's advancing down the pitch. To a fast bowler, he needs to be careful. The Prescott is tall, and if you see him coming, he might look to go short. You can see Seth Agard now doing some gardening. The surface is not as hard as it should be on such a day like this, but I think that once they roll it next week, it'll be a lot harder. So that ball just stood up a bit and caught Seth Agard on the glove.
Ooh, Philo, that's the delivery that you speak about. Just right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. And you see that one just taken away from the right-hander. See Seth Agard going into a drive and bringing those players into play. That's what you will want, Philo, to induce that edge.
Yeah, that's the perfect delivery. Just full length, just going across the left-hander, searching for that extra cover drive for the ball fizzing through past the edge into the keeper. So that is a moral victory for young Prescott, but he has to follow it up with another good delivery.
Again, this one's by on target. Just played a bit late and behind to that gully region where Ivan Grant is the man doing the fielding. So the third over is come to an end, and there are 11 for no loss.
Yes, a good over there from Prescott. The last delivery just short of a length. Garrett just making the adjustment by releasing his hands and allowing the soft hands to carry the bat and the ball down before going in the air. So good over. Probing, we saw short ball caused Greenwich some problems. And we saw a big expansive drive from Yeager that missed the outside edge. So you can see that Prescott obviously is mixing his deliveries up, getting his lines and his lengths right, and his pace clearly is up as well. As Winward trail by 250, they have to get it to 262 to get first in his lead here, or batting points, one would say. So a good start, good passage of play here, this short innings from the Winward Cricket Club.
Just remember, this broadcast is brought to you by the Barbados Cricket Association.
We want to thank the Barbados Cricket Association for this initiative, having one game, a series stream, that's Elite.
Swung off the outer edge, but seems to be played into the ground. Bump ball, really, but Tino best. See him just strike his fellow, and going for the drive there is young Greenwich, hitting that one into the surface, and a spectator's catch really there by Grant and in the gully.
Yes, a full length delivery wide, and Greenwich looking to hit that ball through the offside, but just hitting the bottom edge of the bat into the surface, and Grant at that gully just taking the ball head high. No danger at all, but we can see Tino haven't bowled a short ball yet, but it's quite surprising. He's looking to bowl full length to this young batter. But good control by Bess, and hopes that it can continue.
See the coconut trees in the distance, just having a nice sway, so the breeze is still very much with us as he's coming on the front foot and hitting that one sweetly. Philo through the square point region and across the rope now for boundary. So just coming on the front foot and opening the face and playing an excellent square drive.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Playing the drive on length. The ball wasn't full, but he just played it on length. He's tall, he's gangly, and he allowed the ball to just reach the bat and stroked it quite nicely, using the pace of Tino Best and down to the cover point boundary for four. So a good shot from the young man. It's good control, good skills being shown so far by these two opening batters for Winward against two decent, and we can actually categorize them as fast bowlers. So there's no adjustment made to the field. He's bowling to two slips in the gully, square cover, extra cover, wide mid-off, a mid-on that is wideish, a forward square, and a long leg.
That's the short ball that you asked for, Philo, and hit with disdain over backward square by young Michael Greenwich. You called for it, the short ball came, and he hit that one with full disdain over the backward square, a la Philo Wallace, really. And he's picked up the maximum.
That's a good shot. That's really a short, just short of a length, because Dino didn't go for the bouncer, which I'm surprised, but a length delivery, enough pace on it, and he just swiveled and hit it quite nicely. You could hear that crunching sound. That means it hit the middle of the back and down to the boundary for 6. Did it go for 6?
6, all the
yeah. And he's not a big guy. I'm looking at his size, so the timing has to be perfect. The bat speed is perfect, and he got into a wonderful position to execute. As Tino now is just asking him out forward square to just come a little deeper. So maybe we're going to see a bit more aggression coming from Tino Best.
As we said, out of that Philo Wallace, that shot.
Yeah, I like to see opening batters challenge the short ball. And hitting it that easy as well means that you're in control. Once you can pick up the length of that ball and hit it with that kind of authority and power, it's telling me you're in control, you got good balance, and everything is picture perfect. So a very good shot from the young man.
But he's opted to keep him at just forward a square. But let's see how Philo, we'll see what Tino comes back with. And he's on a length and he's solid in defense. So he's just showing real good batting powers. Young Micah Greenwich.
It's important for Micah Greenwich to bat this way because Winward don't want to lose a wicket. You get a bad ball, you put it away with authority. It's a good delivery. You defend it and show the respect. You don't want it to get out against the runner player. And you also have to remember they have to come back next week, Saturday and Sunday. So the pitch will not be touched after next Friday when they prepare to hand it over to the umpires.
Officials.
So they need to these two need to battle the rest of this day and come back next Saturday and obviously look to build on it. But Tino Best is using the stump. He's trying to say, look, there's something wrong with the footing. But you know fast bowlers, when things are not going good, something's always wrong with the footholds. So he's batted up on a young cricketer, a young batter, obviously, that's determined to play shots and play shots with authority.
Yes. So let's see, he's getting there back to the top of his mark. But Greenwich, he looks really in control.
He is.
Really.
He looks easy on the eye. There's a touch about him, a little elegance as well. He's not looking to use power. He's just looking to use timing, which is a sign of a good batter.
So let's see how Tino Best will respond. He's got those 2 slips in the gully. It's a man at point, cover mid off. Delivery just off the inner portion of the edge and just ricocheting down to the wicket keeper. But you see Tino Best all the way down.
Yeah, Tino Best thought the ball ricocheted onto his stumps, but unfortunately it just went into the leg side. And again, the presence of mind from Seth Eargard to call the young man through for a single. You know, you hit a 6 and a 4, you get a good delivery, then the next one you squeeze onto the leg side, go down to the non-striker and have a look and just relax. So it's good batting, good communicating as well. And you can see Seth Eargard obviously is the one who is the leader. You know, I'm going to pull him out now. You have to play some crispy shots. I don't want to get carried away. And I'll just come and face the last delivery of the second over from Tino Best. So it's good cricket by these two young men. Obviously, Pickwick will be looking or hoping to get a wicket before the close of play.
Remember, he said this would have started with some 19 overs remaining in the day's play when this innings began. We into the back end of over number 4. Short delivery from Tino Best, and he's appealing for a caught behind, but that one is going through the keeper forward. But a good delivery to close out the over, and Tino Best all excited.
Yeah, good Jaffa. One pitch on length and just leaving the left hander. Again, he's coming over the wickets. He's using that angle to shape the ball away and look to bring the outside edge of Seth Eargard's bat into play, but unfortunately the ball missed and zipped through to the wicket keeper. Tino Best is pointing to the pavilion, but he had to remember he has to appeal to the umpire, and the umpire remain on move.
Yes, Tino Best, all the excitement. Tell you they've got the average good-looking Michael Greenwich. He looks a good player. Like I said, he was around the age group West Indies on the 19s.
He must have something with him to get around West Indies age group cricket. You know, but these are the young players that you need to look at and develop for the future of Barbados cricket. Because these now, you have Seth Eargard and Michael Greenwich at opening pair. So you have something that you can work with there. I don't know, I haven't seen any Barbados selectors here.
Well, you see the assistant coach.
Well, he's not a selector, he's just an assistant coach. So, so he's just here watching. But obviously he'll be making notes. I hope he's writing. I saw him in a deck chair. I hope he's writing and making notes, because when you look at the way these two young openers are shaped up, you can see that they have something about them, and these are two players that you can work with, get them to play cricket together for a long period of time so you get a better understanding.
So it's Prescott to continue. Delivery hit over the top, Philo. Hit with authority on that occasion. Young Michael Greenwich, he picks up another boundary. Prescott being too full over pitching and getting the full treatment.
Yeah, there's a lovely shot. It's not full length. He's driving the ball on length, on the up, and Baptiste dive into his left, just a spectator actually, and down to the boundary for 4. So a good shot. Just looking to execute that big shot, and he has done it. Just picking up the line, picking up the length, and hitting straight through the ball on a good surface, and down to the extra cover boundary for 4. So this is good cricket from Michael Greenwich. He's looking to get bat on ball, looking to score, despite obviously knowing that the closer play is just around the corner. So he's putting pressure on the Pickwick bowlers so far.
He's just an excellent shot. Just showing that he's got that timing, that effortless timing. Left-hander, elegant looking player.
He is.
Let's see how Prescott would come back. Delivery just work into the leg side, fellow, down to a fine leg region where there's a vacant. See, really, because there's no feeder there. And picking up, yeah, another 2. So 2 more to the good of Michael Greenwich as that delivery again, fuller angle into the left-hander and just picking it off on the leg side and picking up another couple.
Yes, you sent me a message here. Got more than one game. I don't know who that could be. But there's a badly lined delivery, and that is the problem. You don't have a fine leg, so you can't start the ball on the stumps. You have to start the ball off the stumps, particularly if you're going to come around the wicket. So if I was the captain, I would make the adjustment just to help the young man.
But here is Prescott, a full delivery, ducked out. So just going full on that occasion. He's trying to get into the block hole there.
He's going to that good me ball, that Yorker that seems to be a forgotten ball in the artillery of a bowler. But it was well directed, but well played by the young man. Obviously, in order to stop the ball, you have to watch it at that length and that speed. So clearly, Greenwich is in control here, and he looks good. He's put the pressure on the Pickwick bowlers, and you're just seeing a bit of, anxiousness coming in. A lot of mixed deliveries now, rather than that consistent line and length.
Philo, I'm just going to put you on the spot, really.
I'm already in a spot here.
Because I think that message is saying to us is that because of the advent of the introduction of the stream, that they can see the cricket. This is, and that.
They're watching the cricket.
But
congratulations. Just tell us that you're watching the cricket.
Selectors are watching the cricket.
I'm happy that they're watching, so that means they're hearing us.
Yes,
fantastic.
So
they're doing what CWA has been doing with the talent scouts. They have to watch the cricket, so they don't need to come out of their air-conditioned homes.
Well, no, they're at grounds. They're at the grounds.
Okay, they're at the grounds.
Albeit not this ground, but
okay.
Yes. So the selectors are there, and they're listening to you on air.
I bet they'll be here next week.
Looking for a non-existent single is Greenwich.
Second
run, really. And Tino best getting into that one quickly. And rightfully set back by Seth Agard. And it's just one on the occasion.
That's why you have to keep Greenwich off strike. He's young. His blood is warm. He's not like us who is experienced. When our blood gets warm, we still stay calm. He's excited, plays some crispy shots. He wants to get back down there. So Seth Agard has done the right thing. Like, hold up. Let me, the calmer of the two, just take some deliveries here. You just cool it at the non-striker's end. But he's batting well. He's moved up to 22 from 17 balls, and he's played some wonderful shots so far.
Yeah, he's looked the part. Mike Greenwich. Remember, they trailed by some 232 runs, being penalized some 8 runs for a slow over rate. The Windward side. Prescott, a delivery just angled across the left-hander and makes its way through to keep the fort. So the over comes, and then 5 overs completed. Jataria Prescott sent down his second. They're 29 for no loss. The Windward side.
Yes, good start here by the Windward side in pursuit of 261. Young Seth Agard and Michael Greenwich, they set the tone quite nicely.
Here over at Britain, you see Malik Amy, he's on 10. Shaylon Wood, he's on 4 as a youth. They're 52 for 2, trying to get up to that. Looks like 362.
Do you think elite cricket should be played at Britain?
Well, it seems to be the home of the Barbados youth.
Well, why is it the home of Barbados youth? Do they practice at Britain?
Well, you gotta suppose that be, Philo. Kensington Oval, I think that's where they practice. They're in the next. They're every Tuesday, Thursday
at Kensington Oval.
At the Oval.
Yeah.
Home of cricket.
Yeah, because when we used to play at Harrison College as a home ground. There's also a nice ground at St. James Secondary School as well, which is now called Phaedra Smith.
Kemar Smith, the captain, he's got both the wickets, 2 for 7 from 4.1. So he's having a good all-round game. He got up to a half century. And now here he is picking up some 2 wickets as Tino Best continues. Another short ball this time. Someone is under it. it looks like Baptiste has taken the catch. The exuberance has gotten the better of young Michael Greenwich. Tino Best, you know, he said he's always brings something to the contest, and he's picked up the first wicket, trying to play the full shot. Probably got to him in a hurry early on that occasion, and you see the celebration of Tino.
I told you I haven't seen him bowl the bouncer yet, and he really dug it in. Michael Greenwich looking to pull, and people call it in cricket parlance, he got stuff, and the ball just went up in the air, a very easy catch at mid-off. The young man would obviously learn from that you don't challenge every short ball. That one was a little tougher, a little stronger, harder from Tino Best. Can't get into position, and has gifted his wicket, and obviously Winward has lost their first wicket. It's a short ball, he cannot pull that, too close to him. And Tino Best said, take that, go off, and I got you out at 45 years old, I bumped you out. That's what he's going to say. Well, very well done to Tino Best. A good wicket for Pickwick. Unfortunately, the young man has to return for a well-played 22.
Well, he looked good for his 22, but he found himself trying to take on one too many from Tino Best.
Yeah.
Like he said, that one got a bit close to him and really got into a bad position to play that shot in the end. And Tino Best reaped his reward. So he's picked up the first wicket. Joshua Branch, he's a batter going in there at number 3. But excellent delivery from Tino Best, just showing the worth of a fast bowler.
Experience. Fast bowler, experience. I told you I haven't seen him bowl the bouncer. You know, just working himself in. He's into his third over. He's not as young as he used to, so it's going to take a little while for his blood to get warm. His blood is warm, but he's still cool. And he picked up a very good wicket. Let's break open the Winward's batting. They're not too high up in the point standing as well, and that would be a concern. It's going to be interesting to see now how Joshua Branch shape up to Tino Best. His tail is up. It's always good to get a wicket as a fast bowler with that relatively new ball, and let's see how it goes. Although the light is starting to fade quite quickly.
It's the right-handed, spreading forwards, so good delivery. After picking up the wicket, goes on the fuller side. It's Tino Best, and Branch even to the task.
Yeah, that's a lovely defensive shot, huh? Well balanced, tall, elegant. His shirt is in. Oh, nice. But the ball bang on target from Tino Best, and Branch just presenting the full back face. And that is what you want to see. You want to see a batter getting onto the front foot, despite the fast bowler, and just pushing that ball back down the pitch. Good start from Tino Best, and good start from Branch.
Yeah, we spoke about that parental support, and his dad is very much here. Alan Branch, a guy who's been around this Windward for a long time. Alan, obviously, he plays in the intermediate division. You know.
I hope he hasn't planted many trees here, because trees have branches. But well done, Mr. Branch, for supporting your son.
Here is Tino Best. Again on the front foot, fellow, and showing the maker's name, as you said.
Yeah, good delivery again from Tino Best. Slightly back up a left, but coming in. And Branch again presented that bat face, allowing the bat to lead. And once the bat leads towards the ball, you more often than not will hit it. So good bowling, good batting. And Branch already showing good skills in defending.
But as an opening batter, and Tino Best picking up that wicket with his first delivery, albeit the short delivery, new batsman comes in and he's brought him on the front foot for 2 deliveries.
And he's a right-hander.
So it must be a plan as well Tino is working on, because we know the mode of dismissal for Tino Best is more on the shorter side.
But if you don't bowl to a plan, you're just bowling.
We spoke about the experience. Yeah. Here's Branch. And it came. So that's the experience of Tino Best, just trying to pull his man onto the front foot, really, before he goes to his effort delivery.
Which is the
bouncer.
Yeah.
So just
fifth stroke. Now we're going to see a bat pad come into play, but the captain has to be careful here because light. You know, it is coming up now to
5:45.
Yeah, just after 5:45, and you know you don't want anyone to get injured, but this is the sport that makes you a man, and if you weren't good enough you wouldn't be out there. So Branch will have to obviously deal with this situation with Tino Best and the light and these conditions here. So it's going to be a little challenge for the young man. Tino is not going to ease up at all.
And it's going through the keeper, Philo. You saw that one, another short delivery from Tino Best. And he's just getting low onto that one. is young Branch, Joshua Branch, and keeper forward couldn't hold on to it. So buys in the process. But here it is. Another short delivery. Seen that one just leaving the keeper as it got to him. So it's just a shape away from the keeper.
You know the keeper doesn't go down.
Yeah.
The keeper just goes half cock, and that ball hit. As it hit, it started outside the leg stump, a Branch, and then when Branch went down, the ball actually outswing and catch the keeper obviously going late to his right, and the batter coming through for a bye, which brings now the left-handed set field guarded into strike. We're going to see now deep backward square. The long leg is coming around. He has what, 2 slips, a wide. No, he has 2 slips. Yeah, a wide second slip, a gully, a point, extra cover, and a wide mid-on.
Short leg
as well. But I'm interested to see where Kyle Hope is. He's not at a regulation second slip. He's between a second slip and a third slip. He's rather wide.
He's really floated.
Yeah.
So just see with the deviation of that final delivery from Tino Best. Let's see him getting into the right left hand. His ball! And he is ball, and Tino Best, you gotta get him. He's burning with him. Picking up his second wicket. He's showing Seth Eggert to the pavilion. The best, he says he is. Picking up a second wicket.
There's a match referee.
The match referee will get involved. He's showing you that he is the best. And picking up his second wicket, Tino Best. So Winward lost his second. 30 for 2, Philo.
Yeah, they've lost Seth Eggert, the informed batter. I don't like what Tino Best is doing here at all. That is not called for. But there's a match referee, so he will speak to the match referee and those who are involved. But a good delivery, short of a length. Seth Eggert not covering the stumps. The ball hitting the inside edge and ricocheting onto the stumps. A big wicket for Pickwick. Obviously, Tino Best has picked up 2. And Seth Eggert has to come back.
Let's have a look at the replay here, Philo.
Yeah, just a short delivery. Picked up the ball just hit the inside edge and ricocheted onto the stumps. But good bowling from Tino Best. Obviously, Seth Eggert should have pushed further back. Tried to play the short ball from on top of the crease. And because he tried to play on top of the crease, his hands obviously got stuck and the ball hit the inside edge and ricocheted onto the stumps. So well bowled for Tino. Unfortunate for the young man, he has to come back to the pavilion. That'd be disappointing for him. But obviously, very joy for the ESAF Pickwick team. See the back of Seth Eggert.
Yes, so the veteran in Tino Best, he ran all the way just in front or screens here at the
and
pavilion.
The cameras.
And the cameras are here. But yes, picking up a second wicket, and that's a big wicket because, like you said, how prolific Seth Eggert has been for this Winward team, and the veteran come back in for his first game, and he's picked up a second, 2 for 18 of some 3 overs, and really pulling this team back into an excellent position here as we're looking to close out day 1.
Yes, obviously a second wicket there of Seth Eggert would have given them a lot of confidence. They'll come back next week knowing that they don't have to bowl at him. He's one of the leading batters for this Winward side. So it's just, it's unfortunate for the young man to be dismissed against the run-off player. Wanted to come back, but good bowling from Tino Best. Good aggressive fast bowling, but control. We didn't see too many short balls. We saw a lot of length deliveries, and then picked up 2 wickets in 1 over, and it's opened that barn door a little wider.
So change from that, the northern end, Gerard Jilts, another veteran. He's into the attack and bowled to the right-handed Branch. And that one's just wait the signal. So bat on that one, and it's gone down to fine leg, and he's picked up a second. So his total moves up to 31 for 2. Branch, he gets off the mark. Remember, through previous delivery that was buys. So here he is off the mark. It brings Shamar Prasad into strike, Philo. But Gerard Jilts being introduced from this northern end.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the captain has gone for a medium pace rather than the spinner, seeing that the light is fading here at Winward. But the keeper is standing up to the stumps as well for Gerard Jilts.
Delivery short by Marsh Prasad, and he hits that one backward a point into the boundary for 4. Short outside the Elston, and inviting. They were really asking for that shot. And he wasn't going to miss out, Philo.
I see the umpires now coming together to have a little chat. Short ball wide outside the off stump, and Prasad, not a tall man, just punks in and getting on top of it and hitting it sweetly down behind point and down to that backward point boundary for 4. So good control shot. Good way to get off the mark for Prasad. And Gerard Jilts obviously will have to tighten up his line.
Yes, you saw that conversation between Ayana Holder and Lamar Clark, 2 umpires.
One of the umpires are called Breadman.
This is Clark.
Okay, just checking.
Well, the other is a female. So
Yes,
he's caught behind. That one fellow, he's got a nick. And Prasad, he's got to make his way back into the pavilion as well. Gerard Gilts, after being struck for that 4, he's picked the edge off. A good catch there by Shamar Ford, the wicket keeper. And the 3rd wicket has gone down for the Windward side. So Pickwick really pulling himself fully into this contest as they've lost their 3rd wicket at 35.
Yes, a good delivery there from Gerard Gilts. A little too close for Prasad. Short batters always like cutting. And that ball was a little too short to him, too close. And he went for the cut shot, got an outside edge, and good glove work from the keeper standing up. And he has to go for 4 Prasad. So the Windward Cricket Club had found itself now in a bit of trouble, losing the 3rd wicket before the end of this first day. So Pickwick obviously will be looking for more wickets to put pressure on that middle order of the Windward Cricket Club.
Yeah. Always a difficult period to negotiate. It's back in of the day's play. It makes room for the captain, Tennyson Roach Jr. He's got to go out there and try to negotiate all his skills for his team. But Gerard Gilts, he's one who usually gets a bit of shape with the ball. And you see that one probably just leaving the right-handed bat of Prasad, and who had no control on that occasion, like he said, a bit closer to his body. And a neat catch, as rightfully said there by the wicket keeper Ford.
Yeah, good take by Ford. Another Ford in cricket, another keeper as well. But good take. It's good to see, obviously, to stand up to the medium pace. You must have good glove work. And it's something that is really seen in cricket now. The only time the keepers come up is when the ball is actually being bowled by a spinner. Because with him standing up, it puts pressure on the batter.
Yeah, so they've really risen to the ascendancy. Again, that one is taking the inner portion of the bat fellow. He's pushing for a second, is Roach. And he's got back there quite comfortably in the end. But again, a delivery foolish in length from Gerard. Yeah. It seems to be making its way back into the right hand and see it coming off the inner portion of the bat.
Yes.
And it's gone all the way down to fine leg. And Roach saw that running between the wicket, good aggression.
Yeah, I want to mention the keeper Ford's stance. When he's standing up to the stumps, he's down. When he's standing back to the fast bowlers, he's up. But that was a good delivery from Gilts. He obviously has the ability to bowl in swinger and out swinger.
Seeing him on this occasion, that one leaving the right-handed batter, and even to the task is Tennyson Roach coming onto the front foot and playing that one just back up to the bowler. So a good start to his bowling there, Gerard Gilts, albeit being cut for that 4 outside the off stump one that warranted the shot, and then picking up the wicket.
Yeah, Pickwick were 51 for 3. Winward, obviously, they're 37 for 3. This is only the 7th over. So good cricket here from Pickwick. Obviously, they have the advantage.
Another appeal for caught behind, and he's gone. Tennyson Roach, he's going to make his way back into the pavilion as well, fellow. So 4th wicket goes down. Pickwick side there, all in applause. You see him just in the huddle around the keeper Ford, taking another neat catch, and Gerard Gilts picking up a second in the over as Roach, he's got to make his way back out, caught behind for 2.
Yes, a very good catch there again from keeper Ford. A short of a length delivery, obviously leaving the right-hander Tennyson Roach, looking to punch the ball to the outside, the outside edge, and again the keeper Ford holding on to a very good catch. He has to come back, the captain. And to have lost 4 wickets in this passage of play is not what Winward would have hoped for. They were not looking for this kind of start at all to their first innings.
Yes, you can see on the replay Gerard Gilts, like I said, he's a very experienced campaigner. And here he is, a delivery just leaving the right-hander, and he's just trying to punch that one, Tennyson Roach, and getting a feather, really, and a nice catch. There goes through to keeper Shamar Ford. He's picked his 2nd catch, and Gerard Gilts, he picked up his 2nd wicket. So it's like the close of play here, fellow.
Yes.
As the bad light is really gotten the better of them. So closing at 37 for 4 to Winward, and reply to 253 plus the 8 penalty runs, taking it up to 261 posted by the ESAF field Pickwick. So they definitely feel that they're in the ascendancy at the completion of day 1 after winning the toss and inserted the Pickwick side to bat.
Yes, so Pickwick obviously they got up to 261, courtesy of some 9, is it 9?
8 penalty.
8 penalty points.
8 penalty runs, sorry, so they got out for 253, but obviously with the 8 to 61. And to now have broken the backbone of the Windward's batting. The top 4 batters all back in the pavilion. And this is only day 1 of this 3-day contest. Pickwick will, Pickwick will feel that they have control of this game. Will come next week, obviously, and look to maybe bowl them out as quickly as possible. But good bowling from Tino best. And then we saw the experienced Gerard Jilts coming in and picking up 2 wickets in his first over, and have really set the Winward batting chase really back with those 2 good wickets. Good keeping as well, which is always important. And Pickwick will say, look, gentlemen, we have done half the job. We need to come back now and finish it. And look to bowl out the Winward team under their score and set them a target. But it's good bowling. Tino Best obviously will feel quite happy, as well as he's made a contribution in that wicket column. He's picked up 2 wickets as well. So a good day for Pickwick. Not so good day for Winward.
You can see Coach Emptage here just having a word with his team.
They all have bands. Oh my golly.
They've really had the better of today's encounter. Just inserted to bat, they got up to what we said, 251 plus 8 and 261, and then picking up those 4 wickets. We're just going to summarize quickly. Like I said, just inserted to bat, and you saw the opening partnership between Grant and Michael Simmons. Grant went early for 15.
Grant obviously was out early. Didn't like the decision. He obviously came in and he was a little hot, but then he cooled down. He has to go, but good start for the Winward team, a bad start for Pickwick.
Yeah, Captain Rohan Ryan, he came in, and he didn't last too long. He had one 6, and hit 11 off 22 deliveries before he was caught by Tennyson Roach at slip off of Griffith, the off spinner who opened up the bowling.
Yes, obviously got a good delivery. Off spinner continues to show his worth, clearly picking up some early wickets for Pickwick, and that dismissal for the captain obviously was a disappointing one.
Yes, Craig Holder, he went wide the run-out route. He went pretty quickly, and they found himself at 51 for 3, the ESAF Pickwick side.
Yes, communication problem between Craig Holder and Mackay Simmons. Simmons is hitting the ball to mid-on, calling and then turning back. Holder was past the point of getting back into the crease, and a direct hit by the fielder to the stumps, and he was run out. Pickwick would have lost the 3rd wicket, as you said, at 51.
Yeah, good feeling there by Jaden Roberts, that man that you spoke about with that direct hit. And then the partnership came, 104 between the pair of Michael Simmons and the experienced Kyle Hope, putting up a very good partnership to bring the team really back into the contest.
Yes, that 4-wicket partnership between Hope and Simmons would have really helped Pickwick. Yes, if Pickwick a whole lot. They were tottering at 51 for 3, but those 2 came together with the experience. Hope just calming the situation somewhat. A little mix-up as well between Hope and Simmons, but they weathered the storm to put on a very good 4th-wicket partnership and would have bailed ESAF Pickwick out of that hole.
They came to the luncheon period, they up here in their 3 wickets down, and then to the psych set on the century was Mackay Simmons. He came back after tea, and he lost his wicket to the leg spinner of Maxwell Lewis. He was caught by Griffith for 74.
Yes, get a knock-less delivery, and just looking to hit it over mid-wicket, not hit it down actually, rather than looking to hit it over, and hit it straight to the man at mid-wicket, and he gifted his wicket at 74. But he batted well. He started the innings. He showed good skills. Good temperament, good shot selection as well. And just when you thought that he would have kicked on, he gifted his wicket for a well-played 74.
The wickets fell quickly after that. A couple in succession. Shamar Ford, the wicketkeeper, he went cheaply. So too did the experienced Gerard Jilts. Also the wickets of the spinners, Kamari Griffith and Gerard Jilts. And they had to go, and they found themselves in some trouble there with the partnership. After that partnership, they went to 170 for 6.
Yes, when you look at it, those 2 wickets in the middle would have obviously pushed the Pickwick batting innings back, but then they found a good ally in press. It is Batiste, and Hope was still there, and their counter-attack. So they lost 2 quick wickets, ESAF Pickwick, but they still have had the important partnership on that important wicket of Kyle Hope. He was the glue in that middle order, and he solidified obviously the position going into the back end of the innings.
Yeah, you spoke about how important Baptiste he was sharing that important partnership with Kyle Hope. It just shows a little maturity from the young Baptiste, his first full season at the Pickwick side, and he got up to 30 before he was bowled by Jaden Roberts, and he had a second one in quick succession when Jatario Prescott, he went as well without scoring, and 2 quick wickets there to the pacer, young Jaden Roberts.
Yeah, Pickwick throughout this batted innings keep losing wickets in clusters. We saw obviously Batiste going quickly, and then 2 other wickets followed as well, but Kyle Hope was still there. So there was still, I don't want to be picky, but there was still hope.
Well,
although Kyle Hope was
no
there.
pun intended.
None whatsoever, not even with capital letters. So obviously they lost their wickets, but the experience of Kyle Hope really obviously still had them believing that they could have gotten over 250, which they did.
The experienced Tino Best come. The ever animated Tino Best, he got up to 17 of 13 deliveries, 2 fours and 1 6, and he really stayed there with Kyle Hope to get his team in those positions of the batting points like you rightfully spoken about.
Well, before he went to bat, he showed me a Reebok bat that was given to him by Jai Surya. And Jai Surya, the former Sri Lankan opening batter, successful as well, captain. So I told him, if Jai Surya could give you a bat, that means you could be able to handle it. So he went to, he played some beautiful shots. And then, unfortunately, he got Kyle Hope punch a ball into the offside. And Tino Best, the team man as he is, looking for a second run against the run-off player. And he was run out for a brief innings, but an innings that caused some impact.
245 for 9 at that stage. And Rashid Edwin, he joined Kyle Hope. He didn't get to face the ball as Kyle Hope. He tried to farm the strike, really. And he got his team past that 250 Philo before he was last man dismissed for 78, caught by Tennyson Roach off the bowling of Jarian Hoyt. He went for 78 of 120 balls.
Yeah, Hoyt given the opportunity to bowl from the southern end that was occupied all day by the spinners. And he got a ball wide on the off stump, looking to clear the only slip in the Captain Roach head. And the ball just flew off the outside edge, and Roach took a good catch head height, and that would be the end of Kyle Hope's innings. A good innings of 78. Obviously, he will feel very pleased with the way he played in that innings, because he played some wonderful shots, and he controlled the entire innings for ESAF Pickwick.
Yeah, really looked the part. He was solid as he ever is Kyle Hope. But in the end, 253 the total given, and then those 8 penalty runs coming via the slow over rate by the Winward side.
Yes, obviously it's just a sign the match referee's on point. The match referee's on point here. Obviously Winward being penalised for not getting their overs in on time, and time obviously is obviously really important in these 3-day games. So it's good to see that the match referee has put his foot down, and I hope that the consistency continues throughout the game and throughout the season.
Yeah, Griffith, the pick of the bowlers, the off spinner opening the bowling. He bowled some 20 overs. He picked up 3 for 98, Philo. 3 for 98 from 20.
Yeah, a bit expensive with the off spinner. You would think he have more control. But obviously, he bowled from the southern end. I would have loved to see him bowl from the northern end, but to pick up 3 wickets for 90, he would feel good. It's just that the run ratio per wicket would have really sinking. But again, a work in progress. He showed good control early in the innings, but obviously as he tired going into the back end, he got some tap.
Yes, and then his leg spin partner, they bowled together in tandem, like we said, just breaking those wickets after the interval. Maxwell Lewis, 11 overs, 2 for 48, the leg spinner.
Yes, he started at the south end. He only bowled a couple of overs. I thought he should have bowled more. But then he went to the northern end. He was switched to the northern end, and he picked up a cotton ball where the batter tried to hit him over long off, and the ball just went up and he ran back and took a good catch. He was guilty early in the day for dropping the ESAF Pickwick opening batter, but he took a good catch. He picked up 2 wickets, which will give him confidence, and you'll hope that he now can find himself getting more bowling, getting obviously the confidence of his captain to bowl longer spells, because I believe that he can be an asset going forward for Winward Cricket Club.
Yes, and then you saw the pace bowlers. Let's talk about that for a second. Jaden Roberts, 9 overs, 2 for 24, bowling good spell in the second spell in the middle overs, and Jarian Hoyt, the opening bowler, 9.3 overs, 1 for 42, picking up 2 wickets but with 2 no balls, and that really set him back.
Yeah, it's good to see Jarian Hoyt obviously bowling. He looked good, looked strong at the crease. He has good mechanics. He's been around for a little while. He's also been around the world as well playing cricket. It's good for him. But obviously Jaden Roberts, the medium pacer, looking to establish himself among the group of medium pacers in Barbados. He's looking to up his speed a bit more, to maybe categorize as a fast bowler. We know he has the ability to bat, but they two look good in partnership, and you hope that they will get to bowl a lot more. You know, bowling less than 10 overs on the first day in a 3-day game is not what you want from medium pace bowlers. You expect them to be given a longer run, but the captain seems to like to see the spinners bowling the new ball and try to extract the weaknesses of the batters against the slow bowling.
And then the turn of the Pickwick side, they, like I said, 253 plus the 8 penalty runs, 261. And then it was the turn to home side when we're there. Started with Seth Agard and Michael Greenwich. Greenwich playing some excellent shots. In particular, he got the 22 off 18 with 2 4s and 1 pull shot in this day off Tino Best for 6, and they took the partnership up to 29 for 1 before Greenwich was dismissed. And you can speak about that dismissal.
Yeah, well, Greenwich, obviously, as I keep saying, he looks good, very elegant. Obviously, he's a tall left-hander. He complements Seth Agard, I think. But he got a short ball from Tino Best, got into no position at all to pull it. The one that he pulled for 6, he was in very good control. Not a lot of pace from it, but he hit it very well in front square for 6. But when the one came around, the heavy ball, the heavy bouncer came down, no position at all to pull, and he got stuffed and was caught at mid-off. And obviously, Tino showed him the way to the pavilion.
Well, then it was the turn of Seth Agard in that set over. Tino Best picking up 2 wickets in that over, and he was bowled off the inside edge. And Tino Best, he actually show you that his shirt says the best.
Yes, Seth Agard again got in a short ball, not in the correct position to defend, leaving a little gap in the bat. The ball ricochet from the inside edge onto his stumps, and he had to obviously return to the pavilion. Tino Best just came close to us here, took his shirt off, which I am not agreement with, and obviously there's Best on the back, we know his name, and he would have felt very happy, Tino Best, to have taken that wicket of Seth Agard. We know that he's the #1 batter here, and to get him out in this, funny patches of plays to keep repeating the same, because with 15, 20 overs to bat is always difficult for the openers or for any batting team. And he saw the back of Seth Agard, a good wicket for Pickwick. Obviously they were cock-a-hoops to get him, and they obviously put pressure now on the Windward middle order.
And let's go further. 19 overs were the total overs left in the day's play. We always were very doubtful that we've gotten to that. Tino and Jataria Prescott, his opening bowler, had produced some 6 overs when those 2 wickets fell. And captain Ryan turned to his other experienced bowler in Gerard Jilts for what turned out to be the final over of the day's play. And he picked up 2 very important scalps in Shamar Prasad and the captain Tennyson Roach Jr. on the last delivery of today's play. 2 neat taken catches at the wicket by young Shamar Ford.
Yeah, Prasad came out and he crunched the first ball behind point quite nicely. Then he got one from just a little too close, and he tried to punch it, took it outside edge, and the keeper, Clark, very good glove work standing up, and he was out caught behind. And then Captain Tennyson Roach Jr. came, and a similar dismissal, ball just short of a length, shaving away quite a bit, just nicked it, and he was out as well to put Winward obviously in all sorts of contortions. They're at 37 for 4. Pickwick believing now that they can obviously look to roll over the next 6 wickets. Yeah. So good position for Pickwick, not a good position for Winward.
So 37 for 4, as rightfully said. Tino Best 3 overs, 1 maidens, 2 for 18. Gerard Jilts just sending down his 1 over, picked up 2 for 7. And as he rightfully said, 37 for 4, still trailed by some 224 runs, the Windward side, the whole side. Philo, it was an excellent day of cricket. We had some excellent conditions. The ground staff here did a fantastic job. We spoke about the square, how green it was and lush. The outfield just as lush, and we saw some shots which really got the value for the money.
Yes, very good cricket here at the Winward Sports Club, Lucas Street. Good conditions for cricket. I think that any team that comes here will want to cherish and enjoy the conditions here. The groundsman has done a fantastic job, and we hope that they'll come back next week and join us and witness what should be a good second day's play.
Well, there you have it. Philo Wallace, I want to say thank you for your expert analysis.
Thank you, Andy Payne. Thank you to Philip Hackett. Thank you for Lyndon Yard as well, and Stephen Leslie, who was here earlier, supervisor to make sure that we all got here on time. Next week we'll be earlier.
Well, there you have it. So all well said by Philo Wallace. He's given kudos to the team. All Gary Bell and Bell Imagery and his team. They control the cameras, Jalea and crew. Make sure we had a fantastic day. And that's it from the Windward ground.